Latin America's Cold War. Contents. Introduction 1. Convergent conflicts. 9.2 Intervention and the limits of power. 37.3 From crisis to crisis. 70 Third World War. 96 Latin American diplomatic challenge. 129 Revolution in context. 164 7 Maelstrom. 189 8 End of history. 223 Conclusion. 254 Notes. Introduction. At the level of superpower relations, the Cold War was remarkable for its stability. Although the United States and the Soviet Union were locked in ideological and geopolitical struggle for more than 4 decades, they never directly engaged each other in armed conflict. The massive nuclear stockpiles accumulated for this eventuality went unused, and when the Cold War came to a close, it did so not in an apocalyptic spasm of violence, but in a transition less bloody or disruptive than nearly anyone had thought possible. Viewed from this angle, the Cold War was indeed a long peace won in the Third World. By contrast, it was more like a long war. The Cold War was an era of febrile volatility in the developing countries, as East-West struggles mixed with unstable local politics to promote polarization and bloodshed. An essential stasis governed relations between Moscow and Washington during the Cold War, but violence, conflict, and upheaval prevailed in the global South. 2 Latin America was in some respects a third world outlier. Most of the region had been independent for more than a century before the end of World War II touched off decolonization in Asia and Africa, but it nonetheless fit squarely within this pattern. The post-war period, and especially the 3 decades following the Cuban Revolution in 1959, saw internal and external turmoil become near-permanent features of Latin American affairs. Superpower rivalry, foreign intervention, and inter-American diplomatic strife dominated Latin America's external relations. Ideological polarization, rapid swings between dictatorship and democracy, and acute internal violence constituted the 2 introduction essential features of its domestic politics. Conflict unfolded on multiple levels. Crises came rapidly in succession. In Latin America, as throughout the Third World, the Cold War was a period of intense and often bloody upheaval. 3 Trauma and carnage attract attention, and there is no shortage of scholarship on Latin America during the Cold War. Historians have produced an immense corpus of literature on U.S. policy and Latin American politics, culture, and society. 4 A smaller number of writers have explored the Soviet and Cuban presence in the region, while others have pursued a fuller understanding of the interaction between global currents and local events. 5 These studies are quite valuable as far as they go. Yet if the literature is vast, it is also fragmentary. Most scholarship by U.S. diplomatic historians focuses on the view from Washington, as is the case with even the best accounts of U.S. Latin American affairs. There are studies that bring a multi-archival, international perspective to various aspects of the Cold War in Latin America. Works by Jonathan Haslam, Greg Grandin, Tanya Harmer, William Robinson, and John Dinges rank among the most important, but such an approach has yet to be applied to this period as a whole. 6 Fortunately, the time is ripe for such an undertaking. The past 15 years have witnessed a profusion of new sources on Latin America and the Cold War. Archives have opened throughout the region, as well as in the United States, Europe, and the former Soviet bloc. These repositories contain documents that shed light on a broad range of issues: Latin American governance and statecraft, U.S., Cuban, and Soviet policies, right and left-wing violence, and the texture of regional politics, society, and economy. The archives remain shuttered in some countries, and we still lack detailed information on many aspects of this period. Yet the material that has emerged is of immense value. In conjunction with the existing literature, these records make it possible to tell a fuller, better integrated story of Latin America's Cold War than has heretofore been possible. That is the purpose of this study. Drawing on archival and documentary sources from more than a dozen countries, as well as the relevant scholarship, I seek to reconstruct the history of Latin America's Cold War in a way that is both multinational and multilayered. Multinational in that it deals seriously with all sides of the diplomatic and transnational struggles that occurred during this period, multilayered in that it integrates perspectives from several diverse realms, from the highest echelons of superpower diplomacy to The everyday negotiation of social and political relationships into and under introduction. 3. Standing of how the global, the regional, and the local interacted in shaping Latin America's Cold War. Thought Conflow ICT, or rather that collection of Conflowists, began with the introduction of Cold War tensions into Latin America following World War II, but would take on peak intensity only after the Cuban Revolution in 1959. During the 15 years prior to Fidel Castro's triumphant march into Havana, Latin America became the focus of several convergent crises, intensifying internal strife, characterized by a seizing of political arrangements in the 1940s and 1950s, inter-American diplomatic discord, heightened by Washington's policies during the early Cold War, the ideological ferment occasioned by decolonization and the emergence of the Third World, and the escalating U.S. Soviet competition for mastery in the Global South. These dynamics flowed together during the late 1950s, creating a fluid, volatile situation. Castro's revolt reverberated strongly within this context. The Cuban Revolution exacerbated anti-Americanism and tercermundismo within Latin America, led to a precipitous escalation of superpower competition in the region, and magnified the militancy of both left and right. Perhaps most important, it gave these crises a single nexus, fusing them together in the policies and ideological alliance of revolutionary Cuba. Over the next 3 decades, the interaction between these issues ensured the relentless intensity of Latin America's Cold War. This effect was clearly evident in the 1960s. Insurgencies informed by domestic grievances and energized by the Cuban example waged destructive campaigns throughout Central and South America. Internal instability fostered external meddling. Cuba, the United States, and the Soviet Union competed fiercely to manage or exploit this turmoil and guide the evolution of Latin American society. Havana and Moscow forged a military alliance and aided the region's various guerrilla groups, while Washington unveiled a vast economic program, the Alliance for Progress, and deployed counterinsurgency, covert action, and direct military intervention to thwart the radical left. These initiatives had profound effects on regional affairs, effects that were often much different than their creators had intended. Castro, Ecobedo Che Guevara, and Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev failed parlously to stir revolution in Latin America, or even to make Cuba an attractive example of socialist development. US officials claimed these outcomes as victories, but for introduction Washington's policies were little more successful than those of its rivals. The ideological contradictions inherent in the Alliance for Progress frustrated that initiative, as did Latin American resistance to the reforms that program entailed. Counterinsurgency, covert action, and military intervention seemed to compile a better record, but caused a severe ideological and diplomatic backlash. During the early 1960s, superpower and Cuban officials had dreamed of transforming Latin America. By the close of that decade, they were left to contain the fallout from their own ambitions. That blowback was a key factor in ensuring that Latin America did not achieve stability through the demise of the guerrilla challenge, but merely moved from one crisis to another. During the 1960s, a mix of ideological, social, and political alliances propelled Latin America toward even greater upheaval. A collection of concepts known as national security doctrine underlay esprit of coups and foretold the ascendancy of the assertive, ideologically driven military regime. Liberation theology and urban unrest informed a widespread growth of popular protest, and the emergence of dependency theory augured heightened North-South conflow in hemispheric diplomacy. These diverse currents forged the various resentments and anxieties at play in the region into more potent, ideological form, and from the late 1960s onward they grated against one another in increasingly incendiary fashion. The tensions of the 1960s drove the diplomatic upheaval and rising body counts of the decade that followed. During the early 1970s, dueling left and right extremisms collided in the Southern Cone. An urban guerrilla movement, guided by theorists like Abraham Guillen and Carlos Mariela, launched a serious challenge to internal order in Argentina and Uruguay, using violence and sabotage to erode the social, political, and economic fabric of those countries. When added to the rise of a socialist government under Salvador Allende in Chile, the insurgents' successes raised the possibility that revolutionary change might be the order of the day. This was not to be. Advances by the left set the stage for a devastating response by the right. The guerrillas were destroyed amid the popular disillusion, economic chaos, and military radicalization that their rise occasioned, while Allende's administration fell as a result of its own errors, an inability to restrain the most radical sectors of the governing coalition, and the not-so-covered machinations of the Nixon administration. Radical change came to South America, not as the result of revolutionary triumphs, but as an outcome of military coups and counter-revolutionary dirty wars. Introduction. 5. The course of the urban guerrilla movement mirrored the trajectory of a concurrent, though less bloody, attack on the status quo, the Latin American diplomatic challenge of the early 1970s. The global shifts of this period, the emergence of détente, the U.S. defeat in Vietnam, the breakdown of the Bretton Woods system of international finance, and the oil shocks of 1973-1974 promoted a pronounced feeling of empowerment among many Latin American officials. The West and the United States were in decline, they calculated, the Third World was on the rise. This optimism, combined with the leftover resentment from the U.S. interventions of the 1960s and the need to channel intensifying domestic strains outward, led a broad group of Latin American statesmen to mount a sustained challenge to existing patterns of regional affairs. Diplomats in Brazil, Mexico, Venezuela, and elsewhere sought to expand their country's geopolitical sway into the vacuums created by U.S. retrenchment, while leaders in Peru, Cuba, and Chile aimed at a more thoroughgoing assault on Washington's hegemony. By 1973-1974 the combined EFF-ECT of these EFF orts was to raise the prospect of a major departure in hemispheric relations. Certain Latin American statesmen did manage to ride this wave, but for the most part, the United States escaped the first half of the 1970s with its regional preeminence intact. U.S. opposition and unexpectedly adverse economic conditions limited the flexibility of Latin American diplomats, while ideological cleavages and the contradictions of rising nationalism corroded regional unity. As had been the case for generations, Latin American solidarity was evanescent, and the diplomatic challenge lost momentum as a result. By the late 1970s it had been 2 decades since revolutionary forces had swept to power in Latin America. The insurgents' losing streak came to an end in 1979 with the Sandinista revolution in Nicaragua. Why did the Sandinistas succeed where other post-Castro rebels had failed? This revolution was not, as is sometimes asserted, the inevitable outcome of poverty, authoritarianism, and exploitation. If revolutions flowed solely from such factors, nearly all of Latin America would long before have fallen to the insurgents. 7 The Sandinista revolution, rather, drew on a peculiar confluence of forces that, together, cancelled out the factors that had frustrated insurgent dreams since Castro's triumph. Building social and economic pressures, the cross-class resistance provoked by Anastasio Somoza's toxic personality and dynastic ambitions, and the Sandinistas' ability to learn from the travails of previous revolutionary movements created the conditions for radical upheaval within Nicaragua. 6 Introduction. A hospitable international environment, characterized by the intrigues of a broad foreign coalition of anti-Somocistas and Jimmy Carter's inability to reconcile the contradictions of his Latin America policy, encouraged and hastened this outcome. Somoza was forced from power in mid-1979, giving Latin America its first truly revolutionary triumph since Castro's. This episode augured intense violence throughout much of Central America. The spiraling ideological extremism so characteristic of Latin America's Cold War mixed with long-running domestic and ethnic disputes to produce massive bloodletting in Guatemala and El Salvador, and the consolidation of Sandinista hegemony in Nicaragua revived civil violence in that country as well. Intervention by the United States, Cuba, the Soviet Union, and their respective allies only intensified these conflagrations, and life in Central America became indisputably nightmarish during the 1980s. The forces of the left looked strong during the early part of the decade, but dreams of radical social revolution were once again disappointed. Extremely bloody counterinsurgency strategies epitomized by the killing of roughly 100,000 Guatemalans in the space of only 2 years debilitated the guerrillas, while U.S. intervention took a toll on the Sandinista government. Just as important, the left failed to maintain the popular sympathy that had been so crucial to its recent successes. The Guatemalan and Salvadoran governments embraced just enough reform to separate the guerrillas from the mainstream, while the authoritarianism and errors of the Central American left resulted in grave, self-inflicted wounds. In Nicaragua, the incompetence, brutality, and missteps of the Sandinistas undermined their popularity and left that government increasingly isolated as the decade went on. Across Central America, the civil wars came to a close via negotiated settlements that rejected revolutionary change in favor of a limited and in many ways superficial evolution toward democracy. The limited transitions in Central America indicated broader structural changes occurring across Latin America. During the 1980s, factors ranging from economic difficulty to foreign pressure weakened the dictatorships that had seized power during the 1960s and 1970s and caused a region-wide return to electoral democracy. At the same time, the massive debt crisis that struck the region allowed opponents of the venerable import substitution model to reorient Latin American economies along neoliberal lines. When added to the failure of the Central American revolutions, these changes were widely hailed as evidence that the United States and its allies had introduction. 7. Won a decisive victory in Latin America's Cold War. That victory was hardly as sweeping as it initially appeared. The limits of Latin American democracy and the uneven effects of neoliberal reforms ensured that socio-political conflict remained ubiquitous, while radical populism, drug shipments, and illegal immigration emerged as new bogeys in inter-American affairs. The close of the Cold War did not end conflict in Latin America, it simply shifted long-running conflicts onto different ground. There are multiple themes that run through this book. 2 are of principal importance. The first is that the intensity of Latin America's Cold War was a product of its complexity. As alluded to earlier, Latin America's Cold War was not a single conflict, it was a series of overlapping conflicts. It fused together long-running clashes over social, political, and economic arrangements, the persistent tension between U.S. power and Latin American nationalism, the ideological ramifications of decolonization and the rise of the Third World, and the influence of the bipolar struggle for preeminence in the developing countries. By itself, any of these conflicts would have had a strong impact on Latin American affairs. Together, they gave Latin America's Cold War its pervasiveness and fury. Throughout the decades after World War II, and especially during the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s, these issues interacted dynamically, reinforcing one another and exacerbating each other's effects. In Latin America, the Cold War drew together local, regional, and global conflicts, and the result was to lend the struggles that occurred during that period their intense and seemingly intractable nature. The second theme is that prevailing interpretations of this subject need revision. Conservative pundits and American officials have described Latin America's Cold War as proof of the good that can come from U.S. intervention and democracy promotion programs. 8 Many scholars, on the other hand, interpret the Cold War as a savage crusade, conducted by the United States and local reactionaries, that broke popular movements, ravaged the left, and eviscerated Latin American democracy. 9 Both of these characterizations oversimplify a more tangled, complicated affair. Latin America's Cold War was undoubtedly a tragedy for many who experienced it. The profound polarization, the bloodshed of the dirty wars in Central America and the Southern Cone, and the stifling of democracy that ate introduction occurred in most of the region reveal the superficiality of triumphalist assessments. Yet that tragedy cannot be reduced to a story dominated by right repression and U.S. complicity. The upheaval that afflicted Latin America during the post-war period was the result not simply of the malignity of a single group of actors, but rather of the multi-sided and mutually reinforcing nature of the conflicts that comprised Latin America's Cold War. Foreign intervention, internal instability, and ideological extremism on both left and right, these INF alliances fed on and fueled one another during the Cold War, and the outcome was often ruinous for the region's population. The history of Latin America's Cold War is rich and nuanced, if indeed tragic. To lose sight of this complexity is to obscure fundamental aspects of that story. 1. Convergent conflicts. Latin America's Cold War consisted not of a single conflict, but of several convergent conflicts in the region's internal and external affairs. At the deepest level was the continuing struggle over political and social arrangements in Latin America, a theme that dated to the colonial period but played out with escalating intensity in the mid-20th century and after. The long-running tension between U.S. power and Latin American anti-imperialism, also growing stronger during the post-war period, constituted a second layer of conflict. These issues, neither peculiar to the Cold War, formed a foundation on which world events of the late 1940s and 1950s laid two newer sources of instability. Decolonization and the rise of the Third World heightened tensions both domestically and externally in Latin America, while the changing nature of the Cold War tightly linked superpower competition to the contested internal politics of the developing countries. These emerging trends exacerbated existing issues in Latin American politics, adding new dimensions to older struggles and providing the combustible mix that accounted for the particular intensity and, often, bloodiness of regional affairs during the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. The issues that informed Latin America's Cold War converged in the 15 years following World War II. By the late 1950s, a rapid seizing of political structures had combined with the trajectory of inter-American relations, the global upsurge of anti-colonial nationalism, and the extension of Cold War competition into the Third World to create an unstable climate in both Latin American and international affairs. In this context, the Cuban Revolution 10 convergent conflicts served as a catalyst. It simultaneously expressed and sharpened the currents at work in the late 1950s, exacerbating internal radicalization, anti-Americanism, and tercermundismo, and drawing direct Cold War competition into Latin America to an unprecedented degree. More important, the revolution thrust these conflicts together, serving as their nexus in ways symbolic as well as concrete. In the short run, the volatile combination that resulted made Cuba the site of an intense confrontation. Over the longer term, this linking of domestic, regional, and global conflicts shaped Latin America's Cold War. Latin America's history is one of exclusion and inequality. During the century following independence, the legacy of the colonial order and the exigencies of agro-export development made economic exploitation and political marginalization the dominant themes of most people's relationship with the governing classes. Even in countries like Mexico and Chile, where electoral arrangements were nominally democratic by the first decades of the 20th century, real economic gains and meaningful political participation eluded all but a privileged few. With few exceptions, the norm in Latin America was an economic system that delivered wealth and power to a small elite, a social system designed to maintain class boundaries and ensure a steady labor supply, and a political system meant to ensure that these arrangements were not seriously challenged. This characteristic engendered cycles of repression and revolt in many parts of Latin America, giving the region a built-in instability. 1 Foreign INF alliance also figured prominently in Latin American affairs. Following the collapse of Spanish and Portuguese imperial rule, Great Britain established its own informal dominance in the region's commerce and finances. EUROPE and INF alliance in Latin America was not to last, though, and during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Washington gradually displaced its rivals as the preeminent power in Latin America. During the 3 decades following 1890, the United States gained political and military supremacy in the Americas with an economic and financial sway to match. 2 Washington's quest for preeminence in Latin America drew on various motives. Historically, the chief incentive had been strategic. Since their war for independence, U.S. leaders had viewed American hegemony in the Western Hemisphere as an integral component of the nation's security. As far back as the 1780s, the authors of the Federalist Papers argued that achieving convergent conflicts. 11. Continental dominance was crucial to avoiding the emergence of a balance of power in the hemisphere and thereby averting the constant quarrels that plagued Europe's anarchic relations. When John Quincy Adams laid down the explicit foundations of U.S. policy toward Latin America in the 1820s, his policies reflected the same basic precept, and over the next 130 years many of the major developments in U.S. Latin American relations would issue from this belief. 3. U.S. interests in Latin America were far from exclusively strategic, however. During the late 19th century, American investors and exporters came to see the region as a lucrative potential market. Early efforts to expand the U.S. economic presence in Latin America were disappointing, but after World War I left Great Britain exhausted economically, Washington's influence grew rapidly. During the interwar period, U.S. Latin American trade shot up and U.S. corporations achieved favorable positions in extractive industries like Venezuelan oil and Chilean copper. 4. American power was neither a purely benevolent nor an entirely exploitative influence in Latin America. Local populations benefited from some U.S. initiatives, such as public health programs in Central America and the modernization of divorce laws in Puerto Rico. The infusion of U.S. technology and capital helped produce modest economic gains for some countries, and many Latin American observers viewed the United States as an agent of progress and modernization. 5. In other respects, the U.S. presence was more heavy-handed. Washington seized or otherwise obtained strategic territories like Guantanamo Bay, Puerto Rico, and the Panama Canal Zone, and occupied several Caribbean countries during the early 20th century. U.S. officials used their financial leverage to reorient Latin American economies on lines more friendly to Washington's trade interests. By the 1920s, writers like Argentina's Manuel Ugarte portrayed Washington as a new Rome, an empire that dominated Latin America without acquiring the accompanying dead weight of areas to administrate and multitudes to govern. 6. During the interwar period, both U.S. influence and the oligarchic arrangements that had long structured regional affairs came under pressure. Internally, a series of economic and social changes altered Latin America's political landscape. Following World War I and the Great Depression, many Latin American countries turned inward, relying on import substitution industrialization to reduce their vulnerability to the vicissitudes of world commerce. Beyond 12 convergent conflicts its economic import, this policy had major social ramifications. As late as 1930, 3/4 of the Latin American labor force worked in agriculture. 20 years later, the balance had shifted notably toward industry and the cities, with only 53% of workers remaining in agriculture. As ISI shifted Latin America's human resources into the industrial sector, it promoted the emergence of a more coherent and concentrated working class. 7 Along with a concurrent trend toward professionalization in the white-collar professions, the economic changes spurred by ISI also led to the expansion of the middle class. In many cases its members strained against existing political and economic arrangements. Disliking the fact that a small oligarchy dominated the best economic opportunities and wielded political power, they voiced their discontent by participating in the founding of new political parties that challenged the conservative and liberal establishments. By the outset of World War II, the structures that had long dominated Latin American politics, limited and elitist democracy in some countries, military rule, or other forms of despotism in others, were showing signs of wear. 8 American influence also came in for a challenge. Anti-Americanism in Latin America dated back to Bolivar, and had often been expressed as an aversion to U.S. individualism and materialism. This sentiment built during the first 3 decades of the 20th century, as military intervention and U.S. corporate culture became fixtures of the regional scene. Those wary of American influence found a hero in Augusto Sandino, who led resistance to the U.S. occupation of Nicaragua in the late 1920s and early 1930s. An Argentine newspaper called the U.S. occupation of Nicaragua far worse and more unjust than was Belgium's invasion by Germany in 1914. Across Latin America, recounts one scholar, Sandino's struggle concentrated scattered opposition to Washington into a focused movement. 9. Anti-imperialism was prominent among the generation of political leaders that emerged during the 1920s and 1930s. Influenced by Marxist theories of imperialism and the reality of U.S. influence in Latin America, activists like Romulo Betancourt and Victor Raúl Haya de la Torre criticized U.S. acquisitiveness and intervention. Washington, wrote Betancourt, is currently committing, and is disposed to commit at every moment, the worst acts of banditry against our disorganized Latin American peoples. 10. During the late 1920s and 1930s, this opposition merged with pressing economic and strategic concerns to promote a re-evaluation of U.S. policy. Convergent conflicts. 13. Economically, the Great Depression made U.S. policymakers more conscious of the value of Latin American markets, and the corresponding worth of goodwill in the region. Strategically, the threat of European fascism and the proliferation of German military missions in Latin America revived the specter of foreign intrusion in the hemisphere. The result was a series of initiatives known as the Good Neighbor Policy. USOFFICHALES abrogated the Platt Amendment, swore off the right of intervention that Franklin Roosevelt's cousin Theodore had claimed in his 1904 corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, and encouraged U.S. corporations to contribute to the economic well-being of their host nations. The most notable demonstration of this new approach came in 1938, when Roosevelt outraged U.S. investors by refusing to intervene in Mexico following the nationalization of the oil fields. 11. The Good Neighbor was somewhat less a departure in U.S. policy than is often assumed. The United States still exerted considerable diplomatic and economic force in Latin America, the best example being intense U.S. pressure on Central and South American governments to intern German citizens and confiscate their properties. In some cases, too, the Good Neighbor reinforced authoritarian rule along the Caribbean Rim. The same combination of economic interest and strategic concern that made Roosevelt conscious of the need to cultivate better relations with Latin America also made him willing to rely on friendly dictators to protect U.S. interests, a sentiment amply demonstrated by the president's cordial relations with Anastasio Somoza in Nicaragua and Rafael Trujillo in the Dominican Republic. 12. During World War II, however, U.S. policy complemented the anti-oligarchic agitation occurring in Latin America. The emphasis on self-determination that was characteristic of U.S. diplomacy at this time, and the evident unpopularity of dictators like Jorge Ubico in Guatemala and Maximiliano Hernández Martínez in El Salvador, eventually caused Washington to withdraw its support from authoritarian governments it had hitherto supported. The rhetoric and policies of the Good Neighbor conduced to a striking improvement in the tone of U.S. Latin American relations, a change reflected in the late 1940s in the formation of the Organization of American States and the Rio Pact, two institutions that essentially institutionalized American hegemony in the hemisphere. 13. Concrete U.S. policies mixed with the overall tenor of Washington's global diplomacy in encouraging democratization in Latin America. Beginning with the Atlantic Charter in 1941, themes of democracy and self-determination. 14. Convergent conflicts were central to Roosevelt's statecraft. Just as Woodrow Wilson's anti-colonial rhetoric had sparked nationalist sentiment following World War I, this idea of a New Deal for the world had a pronounced ideological impact in Latin America. 14. In Guatemala and El Salvador, demonstrators read from the United Nations Charter. Honduran protesters invoked the Four Freedoms and the Atlantic Charter and wore headscarves bearing the UN emblem. Latin America's movement toward democracy in the mid-1940s was inextricably linked to the broader democratic optimism of that period. 15. It was also tied to the brief Soviet-Western cooperation that prevailed during World War II. In hopes of improving relations with the Grand Alliance, Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin disbanded the Comintern and instructed international communist parties to adhere to a Popular Front strategy. Faithful to Stalin's orders, Latin America's communists moderated their policies and forged alliances with other popular parties, adding breadth to the anti-dictatorial movements. 16 Internal pressures and external encouragement came together between 1944 and 1946 in a remarkable wave of democratization. Popular parties joined with the Marxist left to attack Latin America's dictatorial governments. Authoritarian regimes tumbled across the hemisphere, and democratic leaders initiated agrarian and labor reforms, expanded political rights, and unveiled social security programs. The degree of ambitiousness varied from country to country, but the general trend was unmistakable. 17 This new order was fragile, though, and as it turned out, temporary. Reforms that empowered the lower and middle classes constituted a threat to Latin America's elites. Agrarian and labor reforms entailed a shift in economic influence, while mass political participation meant greater competition for control of state resources. During the late 1940s, the conservative classes mobilized to check the progressive tendency. Trade unions were reined in, communist parties proscribed, and agrarian reforms reversed. 18 The bloodiest example of the conservative reaction came in Colombia. Here the crisis of oligarchic rule during the 1930s and 1940s was symbolized by the rise of Jorge Elier Gaitan, a dark-skinned populist who rallied lower and middle-class support. Gaitan's popularity spooked Colombia's Conservative Party, which following the 1946 elections systematically repressed its liberal opponents. The conservative government and its allies purged liberals from public office and murdered liberal supporters in the countryside, often as a pretext for opening up their land to commercial agri-convergent conflicts. 15. Culture. Peasants formed self-defense groups to protect themselves, and liberal and conservative paramilitaries were soon doing battle in the Colombian countryside. The violence spiraled out of control after Gaitan was assassinated in April 1948. His supporters responded by razing much of Bogotá. Conservatives, in turn, seized upon the rioting to launch a full-scale offensive against the opposition. For the next half-decade, murder, rape, torture, and mutilation raged unchecked in many districts. La Violencia ultimately claimed perhaps 200,000 lives. It also led to the installation of a military dictatorship, placing Colombia firmly in step with the broader democratic retrenchment at work in Latin America. 19 If world events and U.S. policy contributed to the opening of Latin American politics in the 1940s, did they choke off that apertura later in the decade? The emergence of the Cold War certainly heightened ideological polarization, debilitating the Popular Front and leading to a rash of anti-communist legislation in countries that had only recently been ruled by social democratic coalitions. U.S. support for Popular alliances cooled as well, and few of the military governments that came to power found it difficult to establish good relations with Washington. Fletcher Warren, the U.S. ambassador to Venezuela, praised strongman Marcos Pérez Jiménez for his constant concern toward the problem of communist infiltration, and an American official in the Dominican Republic called Trujillo an authentic genius. President Dwight Eisenhower downplayed violations of political freedoms and human rights in Latin America, and even presented Pérez Jiménez with the Legion of Merit. 20 Yet U.S. policy hardly determined the conservative ascendancy. The military dictators that seized power beginning in the late 1940s, and the governments that imposed new restrictions on economic reform and political activity, needed little prompting from the United States. While rising Cold War tensions provided a climate conducive to the consolidation of conservative regimes, these leaders were reacting mainly to the expansion of working and middle-class power that the democratic opening had encouraged. As the best survey of this period concludes, to the extent that U.S. policy figured in the conservative restoration, it was as a matter of neglect and indifference, rather than pro-authoritarian intervention. 21 In fact, there remained a degree of flexibility in U.S. policy toward Latin America. U.S. policymakers viewed Latin America through a Cold War lens, but this did not always compel a rigid approach to the region. In 1948, the 16 convergent conflicts Truman administration hardly responded to an incident in Bogotá in which rioting crowds threatened to turn their anger against visiting Secretary of State George Marshall. 22 In 1952-1953, both Truman and Eisenhower supported Bolivia's National Revolutionary Movement, a revolutionary regime that nationalized the mines, expropriated U.S. properties, and enjoyed the support of the Communist Party. After Bolivian leaders made clear that they had no sympathy for Moscow and somewhat moderated their domestic course, US officials made the MNR government the only regular South American recipient of US economic assistance during the 1950s. 23 Yet in other parts of Latin America, this Cold War framework gave a more reactionary tone to US policy. In Guatemala, the governments that succeeded Ubico promulgated a progressive labor code, expanded peasant rights, and initiated an agrarian reform that struck at the holdings of Guatemala's landed elite and the U.S.-owned United Fruit Company. Contrary to some earlier scholarship, these internal reforms did not determine U.S. hostility to the government of Jacobo Arbenz. When United Fruit officials schemed to overthrow the regime in 1952, the Truman administration helped kill the initiative. What ensured that Washington became antipathetic to Arbenz, even as it supported the MNR, was a series of indications that he was moving toward Moscow. Following a well-worn path in U.S. policy toward Latin America, the Eisenhower administration concluded that it could not tolerate the establishment of an entry point for external INF aliens in the hemisphere. The CIA cooperated with dissident elements of the Guatemalan military to mount an anti-Arbenz sabotage campaign and launch an invasion through Honduras and El Salvador. In July 1954, Arbenz fled the country, allowing the installation of a conservative, pro-US regime. 24 It would oversimplify matters to say that the United States overthrew Arbenz. Although Washington's psychological campaign unnerved some Arbenz supporters and the United States provided strong support for the post-coup government, in reality the U.S. role in this episode was less decisive than is often assumed. 25 The president faced mounting opposition from Guatemalan conservatives and certain sectors of the military, and violence had erupted in the countryside even before the coup. 26 As the most detailed history of U.S. operations in Guatemala has concluded, it was these factors, rather than the dismal performance of the U.S.-backed forces, that caused the collapse of Arbenz's government. 27 Convergent conflicts. 17. Regardless of what precisely forced Arbenz's ouster, U.S. complicity in this outcome was a serious misstep. Washington's blatant intervention in Guatemala reactivated the anti-Americanism that had lain dormant since the early 1930s. Protesters demonstrated outside American embassies, and Chilean socialist politician Salvador Allende wrote his condemnations of U.S. policy to a greater national following. Assistant Secretary of State Henry Holland later conceded that Washington paid a price in terms of prestige and goodwill. 28 U.S. intervention in Guatemala mixed with other Eisenhower-era policies toward Latin America, most notably Eisenhower's decision to direct U.S. economic assistance elsewhere and his support for unpopular dictators to produce a broader alienation from American power. The bad feelings were best symbolized in Caracas in 1958, when a crowd of Venezuelans chanted, "We won't forget Guatemala," and nearly lynched Vice President Richard Nixon. In other capitals, similar incidents occurred. 29 While many Latin American politicians were less eager for a confrontation with the United States than these events might have indicated, they recognized the benefits of exploiting anti-Americanism and the dangers of opposing it. By mid-1958, the National Security Council identified Yankeephobia as a primary threat to U.S. standing in Latin America. 30 If opposing Arbenz exacted a price in U.S. standing with Latin Americans, it also marked a turning point with respect to the tactics of the left. Until 1954, the World War II-era Popular Front remained the dominant strategy among Latin American leftists. While the repressive climate of the late 1940s led some to question this approach, it was the coup against Arbenz that truly energized radical dissent. To many younger activists, the bloody end to Guatemala's democratic path showed the futility of peaceful methods. Arbenz could have given arms to the people, but he did not want to, wrote Argentine Marxist Escobedo Che Guevara, who had been in Guatemala in 1954, and now we see the result. Only by waging war against the elite and its U.S. backers, he concluded, could Latin America liberate itself from the hostile governments and social conditions that do not permit progress. The struggle begins now, he asserted. 31 This sentiment was present in other countries as well. In the late 1950s, Colombia's Communist Party approved the development of popular armed resistance and the guerrilla movement. 32 Broader global currents also called forth this shift in tactics. Following World War II, the exhaustion of the imperial powers produced an upsurge in nationalist movements and the collapse of Europe and colonialism. Some 218 convergent conflicts. Dozen new countries became independent in the late 1950s and early 1960s alone. Decolonization and the spread of anti-colonial struggle had a deep ideological impact in Latin America. For observers on the Marxist left, where Leninist theories of imperialism had long promoted the view that Latin America was no less an exploited region than Africa or Asia, the anti-colonial wars in Indochina, Algeria, and elsewhere illustrated the role of political violence in achieving liberation. These conflicts helped create a sense that the time had come for more dramatic action in Latin America's struggle against national oligarchies and U.S. imperialism. Uruguay's communists followed every step of the Algerian conflict, one militant later recalled, from its birth to the final triumph. 33 Decolonization also encouraged new thinking regarding Latin America's place in world politics. As decolonization proceeded, the notion of the Third World increasingly came to connote underdevelopment rather than non-alignment. 34 This evolving definition made it possible for Latin Americans to identify with the movement in a way that would have been unlikely only a decade earlier. If Latin America was hardly non-aligned, it was certainly underdeveloped, giving the region a similarity to the rest of the Third World that various observers were quick to point out. During the 1960s it became common to assert that Latin America belonged more to the group of underdeveloped nations than to the inter-American community led by the United States. 35 Decolonization and the course of U.S. Latin American relations constituted sources of growing conflict. During the 1950s, the evolution of the region's internal political scene had a similar effect. Just as the conservative tide seemed to be waxing in the early 1950s, Latin American politics transitioned back toward greater openness. The late 1950s did see greater authoritarianism in countries like Guatemala, but in most of Latin America the golpismo of the preceding years faded. The military regimes that had come to power struggled with economic difficulties and the pressures that had fostered the democratic opening in the first place, and during the 1950s a series of dictators either were overthrown or relinquished power. Civilian rule was restored in Bolivia in 1952, and in Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, and Argentina between 1956 and 1958, leaving Alfredo Stroessner's Paraguay the lone dictatorship in South America. 36 Yet this rapid shift in political arrangements created new fissures and divisions. The democratic institutions that emerged during the 1950s were convergent conflicts. 19. As subsequent events would demonstrate. In many countries, the military possessed a veto on government policy and pressured civilian leaders to keep working class movements and leftist parties excluded from national politics, and agrarian reforms were limited in comparison with the opening of the 1940s. For Latin America, Brazilian Foreign Minister Santiago Dantas commented in 1962, "Democracy remained much more an aspiration in the true sense of the word, than a political and social stage that we have achieved." U.S. diplomats reached the same conclusion. "There are few dictatorships left in the area," commented State Department analysts, although it cannot be said that the seeds of representative democracy have yet taken deep root in most countries. 37 The exclusionary tendency was most pronounced in Argentina. Since the mid-1940s, Juan Perón and the movement that bore his name had dominated Argentine politics. Perón rose to prominence in a military coup in 1943, and subsequently consolidated his position by forging an alliance with the trade unions and the downtrodden, the descamisados, or shirtless ones. Perón granted wage increases, the right to collective bargaining, and other favors to organized labor. The unions, in turn, provided armies of supporters that he could call into the streets. Perón's government was corrupt, authoritarian, and clientelistic, but it nonetheless brought about political and economic advances for the working class. For Perón's opponents, it also brought about the specter of economic collapse and class warfare, and Perón fell victim to a military coup in 1955. The generals sought to purge Argentine politics of Peronism, banning the party and jailing many pro-Perón union leaders. Elections held 3 years later restored democracy, but only of a limited sort. Elected with Peronist support, President Arturo Frondizi eased the outright repression instituted by the military government. Frondizi remained beholden to a strongly anti-Perón military establishment, however, and the Peronists were forced to remain on the periphery of Argentine politics. Frondizi's austerity measures rolled back some of the working-class economic gains made under Perón, and the Peronists were banned from competing in elections. When Peronist candidates did run for and win OFFICE in the early 1960s, the military annulled the results. What one foreign diplomat called that great force of 2 million Peronist voters was in limbo, excluded from meaningful participation in a system that was only nominally democratic. 38 As the plight of the Peronists showed, Latin American democracy was more conservative and less inclusive than it had been a decade earlier. To 20 convergent conflicts persuade the military to return to the barracks and avoid antagonizing the business community, populist parties throughout Latin America tacked right. In Venezuela, Betancourt's AD forged a pactocracy with the other mainstream political organizations, pledged to respect private enterprise, and marginalized the influential Communist Party. Peru's Haya, long considered one of Latin America's more radical populists, shocked supporters by moderating opera demands for agrarian and labor reform and pledging to support a conservative presidential administration in exchange for an end to the ban on the party. 39 This rightward shift caused schisms within many popular parties. Hugo Blanco, an opera dissident, charged that the party has moved toward the dominant classes, away from the masses, and led an exodus of left-wing operistas. Opera rebelled, a splinter group, would eventually renounce electoral politics and turn to guerrilla violence. 40 In Venezuela and Colombia, the packed democracies achieved in the late 1950s created widespread disillusion in trade unions, student organizations, and other groups where communist influence was strong. Similar dynamics were at work in Argentina, Costa Rica, Ecuador, and elsewhere. The return to electoral democracy in the late 1950s bred fragmentation rather than stability. 41 The fluidity of Latin American politics increased due to a series of economic, demographic, and social changes occurring at mid-century. With respect to economics, the 1950s demonstrated that ISI had been at best a partial success. Despite accelerated industrialization, most of the region's economies remained highly dependent on commodity exports. When prices plummeted after the Korean War, a prolonged recession set in. Between 1955 and 1958, prices for Latin American exports dropped by nearly 10%, and the region's terms of trade fell by somewhere between 10 and 20%. For agricultural workers, this meant depressed wages and fewer employment opportunities, a situation exacerbated by the expansion of commercial agriculture. The concentration of arable land and increasing mechanization that accompanied commercial agriculture reduced full-time employment in the countryside and further skewed Latin America's unequal property holding patterns. 42 In Peru, 0.1% of the population now controlled 3/5 of the land under cultivation, leading to growing popular demands for corrective action. 43 God does not will that some shall enjoy extravagant riches, a Santiago Conference on Rural Life declared, while others lack even the barest necessities. 44 Convergent conflicts. 21. These economic patterns went hand in hand with striking demographic shifts. Latin America experienced a population boom in the mid-20th century, growing from 125 million inhabitants in 1940 to more than 200 million in 1960. As economic opportunities diminished in the countryside, urban populations swelled, increasing by roughly 5% annually between 1940 and 1960. Many urban migrants sought industrial employment, contributing to the nearly 75% jump in union membership between World War II and 1960 and the consequent growth of a politicized working class. Others wound up unemployed. Either way, these trends created tense conditions in Latin American cities. 45 An equally important development of the 1950s was a region-wide boom in higher education. The growth of the middle class in the mid-20th century led to an explosion of university populations, symbolized by the construction of the National Autonomous University of Mexico's massive university city. Between 1950 and 1960, college enrollments shot up across Latin America, with most countries registering a jump of somewhere around 100%, and signaled the beginning of a sustained boom that would become even more marked during the 1960s and 1970s. The outcome was a growing concentration of young people, many of them coming from a middle class that opposed the authoritarianism and oligarchic arrangements that had long persisted in Latin America, in universities that enjoyed autonomy from government supervision and had traditionally served as repositories of leftist thought. The potential political consequences of this situation became evident in Venezuela between 1956 and 1958, when students played a key role in the protests that brought down the military dictatorship. 46 Demographic, social, and economic trends were reinforcing Latin America's political ferment, accentuating fault lines in regional affairs. The unsettled nature of Latin American politics was well matched to the context of international relations as a whole. The late 1950s and early 1960s witnessed fundamental changes in the Cold War. The traditional superpower struggle became sclerotic, nuclear stalemate, and the emergence of a balance of power in Europe restricted opportunities for maneuver and promoted a cold peace of sorts in what had formerly been the Cold War's chief areas of struggle. Added to the concurrent collapse of Europe and colonialism, these trends increasingly pushed U.S. Soviet conflow ICT into the underdeveloped world. Areas once locked safely into the Western camp were now up for grabs. In accord with the zero-sum logic of bipolar politics, Washington and Moscow 22 convergent conflicts competed fiercely for Third World loyalties. They vied for access to the straitgic real estate and resources of the underdeveloped countries, and looked to gain Third World support in forums like the United Nations. Just as important, the White House and the Kremlin sought to use the Third World to demonstrate the attractiveness of their particular methods of organizing society. For the United States, this meant showing that democracy and liberal capitalism could serve as a path to wealth and political stability. For Moscow, it meant proving that state-directed socialism could bring about economic equity and social justice. The FIGHT for the Third World revolved around ideology no less than economics or strategy. 47 Moscow and Washington did not simply barge into the underdeveloped regions, in many cases they were invited. The nationalist leaders that came to power in the 1950s and 1960s often looked to the superpowers for support in fashioning post-colonial arrangements and institutions. Many of them viewed the United States and the Soviet Union as sources of economic aid, and were eager to play the Cold War game. Moreover, the Soviet model of development had considerable attraction for Third World leaders. You have been pioneers in many fields and you have transformed the vast tracts of your country before our eyes with a speed that has astonished humanity, India's Jawaharlal Nehru told Soviet officials in 1947. Inevitably, when we want to produce great changes in India, we want to learn from your example. In this sense, the superpower presence in the Third World was constructed from below, rather than imposed from above. 48 During the 1950s and 1960s, the United States and the Soviet Union strove to mold the internal development and external orientation of the Third World. We were guided, Soviet intelligence officer Nikolai Leonov later recalled, by the idea that the destiny of world confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union, between capitalism and socialism, would be resolved in the Third World. 49 Nikita Khrushchev made Soviet intentions clear in January 1961, pledging support for the mighty upsurge of anti-imperialist, national liberation revolutions taking place in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Soviet economic aid, technological support, and arms sales to the Third World grew exponentially under Khrushchev's government, and the KGB developed a Third World strategy to destabilize unfriendly regimes and bring pro-Soviet elements to power. 50 While Khrushchev and his advisors had initially concentrated mainly on expanding Soviet influence in Southeast Asia, by mid-decade they had moved to exploit opportunities in other regions. Convergent conflicts. 23. Soviet diplomats supported the Bandung Conference of Non-Aligned States in 1955, forged an alliance with Egypt's Gamal Abdel Nasser, and sought to capitalize on this momentum during the late 1950s by mounting a massive trade, aid, and technological effort in the Third World as a whole. 51 Decolonization, Khrushchev declared in 1961, would bring imperialism to its knees. 52 U.S. policy followed much the same trajectory. John Kennedy anointed the whole southern half of the globe as the great battleground for the defense and expansion of freedom. Today 53 The focus of U.S. foreign aid programs shifted from Europe and East Asia to Latin America, Africa, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia, and new institutions like the Peace Corps and the U.S. Agency for International Development sponsored economic and social development programs. U.S. interventions in the underdeveloped world shot up during the 1950s and 1960s as well. As the Third World took shape, so did the contours of a new Cold War. 54 By the late 1950s Latin American affairs had reached a sensitive juncture. Within the region, there was significant potential for conflow ICT. During the 1940s and 1950s the structural changes of the early and mid-20th century combined with an evolving international environment to cause rapid shifts in Latin American political arrangements. The pendulum was swinging toward democracy in the latter half of the 1950s, but it was a form of democracy that entailed few advantages for those groups most affected by the social, economic, and demographic trends of the period. The exclusion of leftist organizations and working-class parties like the Peronists left substantial constituencies marginalized. The expansion of the middle class and university populations created growing bodies of citizens that clamored for more meaningful political participation and a deepening of democracy, and the spread of commercial agriculture combined with the decreasing emphasis on agrarian reform to dilute democracy's benefits for many rural residents. In addition, trends in international politics such as decolonization and U.S. intervention in Guatemala in 1954 had begun to weaken the appeal of the Popular Front and promote a greater attraction to revolutionary violence. In late 1950s Latin America, the prevalence of elections and electoral democracy concealed deep rifts and rising instability. The region's external relations were also in flux. The course of U.S. Latin American relations in the 1950s had undone the equilibrium established by the Good Neighbor and tapped into the reservoir of anti-Americanism in the 24 convergent conflicts region. Similarly, decolonization and the changing shape of the Third World encouraged ideological shifts regarding Latin America's place in international affairs. Finally, the evolution of the Cold War raised the prospect that Latin America's unsettled internal situation would increasingly interact with a more acute superpower competition over the Third World. By the close of the 1950s local, regional, and global conflowists had begun to coalesce in and around Latin American affairs, creating a volatile situation. It was in this context that the Cuban Revolution occurred. The revolution originated in 1953 as a middle-class revolt against dictator Fulgencio Batista. It subsequently gained more of a class element, as Guevara joined the leaders of Fidel Castro's July 26 movement and the rebels sought to cultivate support among the rural poor in the Sierra Maestra mountain range following a 1956 defeat at the hands of Batista's army. Castro's advocacy of agrarian reform and economic redistribution proved effective. The uneven development of Cuban agriculture over the previous decades meant that economic insecurity was a fact of life for many rural groups. By 1957 the anti-Batista struggle had become a cross-class phenomenon that drew on a variety of economic, political, and social grievances. Batista's authoritarianism and brutality merely added to his unpopularity, and the dictator soon faced opposition from Castro's movement, an urban underground, student organizations, and various political parties. In 1957-1958 a series of victories by Castro's rural wing of the July 26 movement combined with the misfortunes of other rebel groups to leave Fidel at the front of the revolutionary coalition. In the second half of 1958 Batista's demoralized army, crippled by a U.S. arms embargo meant to disassociate Washington from the weakened dictator, disintegrated before a multi-front offensive. The dictator fled Havana on New Year's Eve, leaving the country to the rebels. Over the next 2 years, Fidel and Raúl Castro, Guevara, and their supporters outmaneuvered other leaders to gain control of the new government and purged Cuba of Batista's followers and other political enemies. They displayed a strong antipathy toward the United States, moved Cuba rapidly to the left socially and economically, and eventually concluded an alliance with the Soviet Union. 55 During the late 1950s and early 1960s the Cuban Revolution interacted dynamically with the circumstances in which it occurred. At the broadest convergent conflicts 25 level, the anti-Batista movement was an expression of the issues that challenged governments across Latin America during this period. Middle-class discontent with authoritarianism, the political mobilization of student groups, the social effects of uneven economic development, and the way that the events of the 1950s radicalized revolutionary leaders like Guevara all figured prominently in Batista's ouster. The Cuban Revolution did not simply draw on the growing militancy at work in Latin American affairs, it amplified it as well. While Castro's revolution would undoubtedly have had a powerful impact on a region as plagued by poverty and inequality as Latin America regardless of when it occurred, the particular social and political context of the late 1950s gave it an especially powerful appeal. The revolution exerted its strongest influence on many of those groups affected by the rapid changes of recent decades. Amid falling wages, decreasing access to land, and the defeat or reversal of most agrarian reform movements, the triumph of a revolution with such a pronounced emphasis on rural redistribution had a catalytic effect in the countryside. In Brazil and Guatemala campesinos burned crops, held pro-Cuba demonstrations, and invoked Castro's exploits in calling for land reform. 56 In Chile Castro's victory energized efforts to organize rural workers. 57 In Peru upper dissidents praised Castro's example as they turned toward land invasions, peasant organization, and even guerrilla violence. 58 Cuba became a mecca for agrarian reformers, hosting numerous conferences where they established contacts and studied the Cuban experience. We Costa Rican campesinos also want a revolution like Cuba's, declared one rural organizer. 59 In agrarian matters Cuba's revolution crystallized dissatisfaction with the status quo. Among students and intellectuals, the revolution had a similar effect. Its anti-dictatorial nature and stress on economic redistribution proved popular with an expanding student class traditionally sympathetic to leftist ideas and skeptical of their prospects for advancement in an elite-dominated system. When Castro and Guevara visited Latin American universities during 1959 and 1960, huge throngs greeted them, and the Argentine University Federation announced that a second front will open up in the streets if the United States attacked Cuba. 60 In Mexico student groups mobilized the popular appeal of the revolution to press for political and social reform. Every year, student organizations held anti-government demonstrations on the anniversary of the Cuban Revolution. 61 Student leaders made pilgrimages to Havana, and Mexican youths even left school to join the various guerrilla bands active in 26 convergent conflicts. Central America. 62 Dissident leaders of Mexico's Institutional Revolutionary Party took a similar tack, using a pro-Cuba message to rally support with the Mexican left. Ex-President Lázaro Cárdenas helped found the National Liberation Movement, a group that mixed sympathy for Castro with calls for a struggle against the unholy trinity of the dominant oligarchies, the political clergy and North American imperialism. 63. By the early 1960s, rising student and political activism greatly concerned the PRI security apparatus, and one newspaper commented that the Cuban Revolution was responsible for disrupting our political and civil morality. 64. Working class groups also seized on the revolution, seeing it as a more authentic, labor-friendly version of the democracy that prevailed in many Latin American countries. In 1960, a group of Latin American unions gathered in Havana to state their support for Castro's Cuba, for the first time on this continent, a truly democratic state that has the unlimited and unanimous support of the people. 65. Across the region, Cuba's rapid labor reforms led to a demand for similar measures, with some unions advocating violence as the way to obtain these aims. "We think Fidel is right," read one leaflet distributed at rallies in El Salvador in 1960. "He has stood up for his people, cleaning out the capitalists who have no conscience." 66. Cuba's impact in Latin America was all the more important because of the fractionated nature of regional politics in the late 1950s and early 1960s. Where parties like AD and APRA had become more conservative, the Cuban Revolution created a strong temptation for groups marginalized by these changes to adopt more radical tactics. In Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, and several other countries, entire sectors of populist parties defected, either joining with the parties of the left or forming altogether new organizations, many of which were dedicated to violent struggle. 67. In Venezuela, these schisms rent the coalition that had toppled Pérez Jiménez. As Betancourt adhered to a relatively conservative program, student and union groups that had fought to overthrow the strongmen concluded that their struggle had produced only renewed domination by the old dominant classes and power groups. Effecting dramatic social change, they concluded, required the same militancy that had infused Castro's movement. The Cuban Revolution had a determining effect in the sense of orienting our political perspectives of the possible and the desirable, recalled one Venezuelan student leader, motivating the left wing of AD to break away and become the leftist revolutionary movement. 68. As these divisions indicated, the domestic impact of the revolution was nowhere more evident than in the burgeoning struggle for the soul of the convergent conflicts. 27. Left. Castro's triumph turned the gap between those who supported the Popular Front and those who advocated violent action into an unbridgeable gulf. The Cuban example and the subsequent dissemination of Guevara's Foucault theory of revolution shifted the balance of power decidedly toward the radicals. The Stalinist cult was shaken to its very roots, recalled Peruvian communist Hector Bejar. "We all understood in those years that a new revolutionary period had begun." 69. In Paraguay, the Communist Party split as several factions prepared for armed struggle. "The Cuban way," wrote the United National Liberation Front, "has demonstrated to us how a united and determined people can destroy a despotic system." 70. Between 1959 and 1961, guerrilla uprisings modeled on the Cuban example occurred in more than a dozen Latin American countries. 71. Castro supported some of these movements directly, sponsoring exile attacks on Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, and Panama, and promising to convert the Cordillera of the Andes to the Sierra Maestra of the hemisphere. 72. If Cuba stirred up the masses, it positively revolutionized the Marxists. The spillover effects of the Cuban Revolution created widespread apprehension throughout Latin America. Leaders in the region now viewed Cuba as the source of their internal problems and a frightening reminder of the need to restrict domestic dissent. Guatemala's Manuel Itigaraz charged that Castro brought strikes upon us, riots, etc. 73. Colombian diplomats echoed this assessment, and Nicaraguan officials alleged that Havana wished to convert that country into a communist beachhead in Central America. 74. In October 1959, Nicaragua's National Guard fired on what the government called a frankly subversive student demonstration in Leon, causing heavy casualties. 75. As this incident showed, the Cuban Revolution promoted a radicalization of the right similar to that occurring on the left. Following World War II, the professionalization of Latin American militaries and the emergence of the Cold War had led many officers to rethink the dictates of national defense. In institutions like Brazil's Superior War College, lecturers argued that the superpower conflow ICT was not a heavily armed peace, but rather a worldwide war that will decide the destiny of Western civilization. Nuclear weapons made war a pyrrhic alternative, so communist advances would likely come from ideological penetration and subversion. 76 The radicalization of the Cuban Revolution and the outbreak of insurgencies across Latin America reinforced these fears, causing near panic in official circles. Paraguay's intelligence services warned Stroessner that communist agents were seeking to 28 convergent conflicts subject Paraguay to the same process that is observed in Cuba. 77 These perceptions led influential military strategists to advocate severe political restrictions as the price of preventing a Cuban-style revolution. To meet the danger posed by subversion, Brazil's General Galbari do Couto e Silva argued, citizens must abandon the secular liberties, which had been won at such high costs, and place them in the hands of the state, the all-powerful Lord of War. 78 By the early 1960s the Cuban Revolution had stimulated the left, terrified the right, and intensified existing internal conflicts throughout the region. The single dominant rhetorical trope of the Cuban Revolution was the mixture of anti-imperialism and anti-Americanism that characterized Castro's public discourse. Having largely avoided open attacks on the United States prior to 1959, Castro turned the full force of his vitriol toward Washington once in power. He pledged to liberate Cuba from its semi-colonial status, and in one of his more vivid declarations, promised 200,000 dead gringos if the United States invaded the island. 79 The anti-American flavor of the revolution came from several sources. In one sense it grew out of political expediency. Casting the revolution as a struggle between Cuban liberation and U.S. imperialism allowed Castro to paint his political opponents as Washington's lackeys and rally nationalist sentiment in support of his domestic program. As Felipe Pazos, the head of the Cuban National Bank, put it, it was good politics to have someone as a whipping boy. Yet Castro's rhetoric, and that of other Cuban leaders, also drew on deeply held convictions about Washington's role in Latin America. For Guevara, a mixture of Marxism and a direct experience with U.S. power in Guatemala produced a decided antipathy to Washington. For his part, Castro viewed U.S. political and economic sway in Cuba as a manifestation of imperialism and a chief cause of the island's impoverishment. Cubans were never before free in truth, he announced shortly after Batista's downfall. They had traditionally been the victims of the powerful influence of the United States in the destiny of our country. 81 Moreover, Washington's long-standing support for Batista infuriated Castro. When I saw the rockets being fired at Mario's house, he wrote in 1958 after Batista's U.S. supplied planes had strafed rebel targets, I swore to myself that the Americans would pay dearly for what they convergent conflicts. 29. Are doing. 82 The same perceptions of imperialism, exploitation, and support for dictators that informed regional anti-Americanism were thus present in the Cuban case as well. If Cuba's new leaders stressed anti-Yanquismo, they were also part of the growing tercermundista movement in Latin America. Guevara boasted that Cuba's new government was one with the uncontainable forces of the revolutionary movement, which has also shaken the colonial pillars in Asia and Africa, where there are 1,600,000,000 people who support us with all their strength. Over the next decade and after, Castro and Guevara would give substance to this ideological connection, sponsoring revolutionary movements in various African countries and offering to send combat troops to Vietnam. 83 Once in power, Castro's rhetoric and policies gave a significant boost to both anti-Americanism and third-worldism. As U.S. Cuban relations deteriorated in 1960-1961, Castro sought to mobilize Latin American opposition to these miserable imperialist gringos. Latin America will soon march united and victorious, promised the Declaration of Havana in 1960, free of the ties which convert its economies into riches alienated by North American imperialism. 84 Coming just a few years after U.S. intervention in Guatemala had decisively undone whatever remained of the warm feelings from the good neighbor era, these sentiments found a receptive audience. Trade unions, student groups, communist and socialist parties, and other groups trekked to Havana, declaring their backing for the revolution and their opposition to U.S. imperialism. 85 An estimated crowd of 200,000 demonstrated in favor of Castro in El Salvador, chanting Cuba Si, Yanquis No. 86 In Uruguay, communist leader Rodney Arizmendi declared, "We are a single force, the force of anti-imperialism in Latin America, whose heart beats in the Cuba of Fidel Castro." 87 Held in Mexico City in March 1961, the Latin American Conference for National Sovereignty, Emancipation, and Peace provided vivid testimony to the anti-imperial sentiment evoked by the revolution. Thousands of students, laborers, and white-collar professionals attended the event, presided over by Cardenas and other prominent regional figures. In his keynote address, Cardenas declared that the achievements of the Cuban Revolution show the way to put an end to foreign domination, and pledged to defend Cuba against all aggression. 88 When conference organizers displayed the flags of the Latin American countries at the outset of the gathering, the crowd complimented 30 convergent conflicts, the now standard chant of Cuba Si, Yanquis No, with cheers of Mexico Si, Yanquis No. Other events at the conference emphasized non-alignment and resistance to U.S. power, creating a sense that the gathering represented a Latin American Bandung. 89 As this appellation showed, the Cuban Revolution deepened the burgeoning ideological links between Latin America and the rest of the Third World. The rhetoric of speakers like Guevara and Castro popularized the idea that Latin America's history of economic exploitation and political subordination gave it much in common with the underdeveloped countries, a notion that was at the center of the dependency theory movement that would sweep Latin American universities during the 1960s. More specifically, historian Alan McPherson has detailed how pro-Castro sentiment and an emerging anti-colonial discourse infused Panamanian efforts to reclaim sovereignty over the Canal Zone. In riots that broke out in 1959 and 1960, shouts of "Viva Fidel Castro" complemented anti-colonial slogans in encouraging popular opposition to the U.S. presence in Panama. During the 1960s, Cuba would host conferences of students and revolutionaries from Africa, Asia, and Latin America in order to strengthen the bonds between activists in these regions. 90 Castro's effective mobilization of anti-imperial and Third World sentiment soon sharpened the crisis of U.S. hegemony in Latin America that had become evident with Nixon's close call in Caracas in 1958. Latin American statesmen, even those who detested Castro privately, found that it had become politically dangerous to support Washington as U.S. Cuban relations grew more acrimonious during 1960-1961. To do so, wrote one Mexican diplomat, would cause difficulties of internal order in various countries. 91 In the first months of 1961, several Latin American leaders distanced themselves from U.S. policy. Brazilian President Jânio Quadros called the revolution the just and powerful aspiration of a people for economic and social emancipation, and refused to follow Washington in breaking relations with Havana. 92 Mexican President Adolfo López Mateus publicly praised the revolution as one more step toward America's greatness, and Mexico's public diplomacy came down firmly on Cuba's side. 93 As Castro's ideological influence rose, Washington's power in Latin America declined, and USOFFI. Chale soon came to view the charismatic Cuban as a grave threat to American interests in the region. Castro has been able to develop a great and striking personality throughout Latin America, Kennedy conceded. 94 The Cuban Revolution had convergent conflicts. 31. Helped unsettle internal affairs in Latin America, and now exerted an equivalent effect on the region's external relations. Nowhere was this fact more evident than with regard to Castro's most controversial post-revolutionary initiative, the decision to seek an alliance with the Soviet Union. While the predominant view of historians has long been that Havana's overtures to Moscow constituted a defensive response to U.S. pressure, it now appears that Cuban policy owed primarily to reasons internal to the revolution. Guevara and Raúl, Fidel's most powerful advisors, were strongly attracted to the Soviet model. Raúl had secretly been a member of Cuba's Communist Party for years, and initiated contacts with Soviet intelligence officials during his Mexican exile. 95 Guevara belonged to the cohort of anti-imperial leaders who, like Nehru, looked to the Soviet Union as an exemplar of modernization and progress. In Mexico during the mid-1950s, Guevara asked his Soviet contacts about the concept of Soviet man. How do they think? How do they live? Additionally, amid the internal jockeying that followed Batista's ouster, Guevara and Raúl envisioned a partnership with the Soviet Union as a way of isolating non-Marxist members of the government and forcing them to the side. 96 As for Fidel, he viewed Soviet support as proof of the legitimacy of the revolution. "We are revolutionaries," Castro exclaimed to a Soviet official in 1959. "Go. Tell Mikoyan what kind of revolution this is, that it's worth him coming." 97 Driven largely by ideological and political considerations, the move toward Moscow began well before the breakdown of U.S. Cuban relations in late 1959 and early 1960. Moscow helped the July 26 movement acquire arms in late 1958, and in April 1959, Raúl obtained Soviet aid in orgianas in Cuba's security and intelligence services. After mid-year, the two governments exchanged secret envoys and arranged for the FIRST Soviet delegation to visit Cuba in February 1960. 98 From a Soviet perspective, an alliance with Cuba was attractive for a number of reasons. On one level, it was just the sort of bold maneuver that Khrushchev so loved to employ. In an ideological sense, too, Cuba's steady move to the left during 1959 thrilled Soviet leaders who, under Stalin, had become accustomed to exporting socialism at the point of a gun. "We have been waiting all our lives for a country to go communist without the Red Army," Soviet 32 Convergent Conflicts diplomat Anastas Mikoyan exclaimed. "It has happened in Cuba, and it makes us feel like boys again." 99 Cuba also looked to be an invaluable asset in the emerging superpower struggle for the Third World. Cuban socialism would present a striking contrast with the exploitation and underdevelopment present in much of Latin America and act, Khrushchev explained, as a magnet that would attract other Latin American countries to socialism. 100 More broadly, supporting Castro would allow Moscow to position itself as the patron of anti-imperialist social and economic change throughout the Third World. According to Soviet diplomat Yuri Pavlov, the Kremlin government envisioned Cuba as a model socialist country, which would illustrate the advantages of socialist way of development and thereby help to force revolutions in other countries. 101 For Moscow, Cuba could be the key that unlocked the door to the Third World. Mikoyan's visit to Havana in February 1960 marked the unveiling of Soviet-Cuban cooperation. Fortuitously for proponents of the alliance, Mikoyan's trip occurred just as U.S.-Cuba relations began a steady downhill slide. In January 1960, in response to Castro's anti-U.S. diatribes and the seizure of several U.S.-owned firearms, Eisenhower asked Congress for the authority to suspend Cuba's sugar quota. These actions undermined opponents of a Soviet alliance within Cuba, and, from Castro's perspective, provided an additional rationale for cooperating with Moscow. Mikoyan took full advantage of the opening, promising to purchase Cuban sugar, give Havana $100 million in economic and technological assistance, and establish full diplomatic relations with Castro's government. 102 This accord initiated a cycle of Cuban-Soviet cooperation and U.S.-Cuban discord. In March, Eisenhower approved a CIA plan to aid anti-Castro exiles in overthrowing the Cuban government. At mid-year, U.S.-owned oil companies in Cuba refused to process Soviet crude delivered as part of Moscow's assistance package. In response, Castro nationalized the companies and all other U.S. properties on the island without compensation. Ike reacted by suspending Cuba's sugar quota, and the CIA stepped up its assistance to the marauding exile groups. 103 By late 1960, Castro quite justifiably feared a U.S. invasion, and was frantically arming 300,000 civilians in anticipation. "All the reactionary forces in the hemisphere are plotting against our revolution," he declared. 104 Castro deepened Cuba's economic ties with the Soviet Union, publicly praised Moscow's policies, and urgently requested arms deliveries from the Kremlin. The Kremlin responded by sending tanks and other heavy weapons to Cuba. Convergent conflicts. 33. And Khrushchev promised that the Soviets would support the Cuban people with their rocket fire if the United States invaded the island. Seizing on the revolution as the symbol of Moscow's aid to the underdeveloped world, Khrushchev publicly touted Cuba's triumph over the tyrannical regime supported by U.S. imperialism as the type of Third World revolutionary struggle that Moscow would henceforth support. "Can such wars flr up in the future?" he asked. "They can. Can there be such uprisings?" "There can." 105 The Cuban-Soviet alliance brought superpower conflict over the Third World to a new level. Khrushchev viewed Cuba as a particularly potent weapon in East-West ideological competition, while the KGB saw the revolution as a bludgeon with which to beat the hell out of Washington in Latin America. 106 For the United States, the alliance revived the old strategic dilemma of extra-hemispheric penetration, this time in the context of a global contest for INF aliens in the Third World. The threat presented by the Soviet-Cuban alliance was evident in the hyperbolic language used by U.S. analysts. The Joint Chiefs of Staff forecast disastrous consequences to the security of the Western Hemisphere, and the CIA labeled Cuba an opportunity of incalculable value for the Kremlin. Kennedy put the matter most directly, arguing that Latin America was now the most dangerous area in the world. 107 Even more so than the events of the 1950s, the Soviet-Cuban alliance brought the various conflicts involving Latin America to an intersection. Internally, the alliance added an East-West dimension to concerns about Cuban subversion and created fears that the Soviet presence in Latin America would encourage the violent left. "Cuba has been invaded by the henchmen of all Moscow's satellites," wrote a contributor to Guatemala's Prensa Libre. "From there they are preparing their blows in order to overthrow the genuine and representative governments of our continent." 108 Similarly, Brazil's Inter-American Studies Society stated that Cuba and its powerful sponsors were preparing a subversive blitz by Castroite, Communist, Soviet, and Chinese agents. 109 In regional terms, the fact that Castro combined his angry denunciations of the United States with a move toward Moscow raised the prospect of a link between anti-Americanism and Soviet gains in the Western Hemisphere. In this atmosphere of radical change, erratic leadership, and anti-US sentiment, wrote the CIA, the most dangerous aspect is the opportunity given to international communism to strengthen its position in Cuba and the Caribbean. 110 Beyond intensifying anti-Americanism, tercermundismo, internal 34 convergent conflicts conflict, and superpower competition over the Third World, the Cuban Revolution and its aftermath made these issues inseparable from one another. That Cuba had emerged as the focus of the conflicts affecting Latin American affairs became evident with the Bay of Pigs invasion in April 1961. During 1960 and early 1961, a multilateral coalition led by the CIA prepared an operation meant to provoke a civil war in Cuba and destroy Castro's regime. Anti-Castro organizations in the United States and Central America provided the men, the CIA supplied money and arms, and the Guatemalan and Nicaraguan governments contributed bases for training and air support. On April 17, 1961, a force of roughly 1,200 Cuban exiles went ashore at the Bahía de Coquinos, or Bay of Pigs. The rationale for the Bay of Pigs drew on the same themes that the Cuban Revolution had helped bring together. For a number of Latin American leaders, the Bay of Pigs represented a chance to remove an incitement to domestic upheaval. As early as March 1960, Nicaragua's Luis Somoza had urged joint action with Guatemala against the growing threats of international communism. Guatemalan officials called for the extirpation of communism in Cuba and continually pushed Washington to take more drastic action against Castro. For USOFFI Chales, the invasion offered the possibility of decapitating the anti-US movement in Latin America and reversing Moscow's recent gains. The Bay of Pigs occurred at the intersection of Latin America's domestic upheaval and the regional and international crises of the early 1960s. 111 The invasion was a disaster. Within hours of hitting the beach, the invaders were trapped, and it was clear that the operation would fail without direct U.S. support. Kennedy had never been inclined to go this far, a reluctance surely reinforced when Khrushchev threatened to give Castro all necessary help to repel armed attack on Cuba. The president decided to cut U.S. losses, and abandoned the invaders to their fate. More than 100 were killed, all but a few of the rest captured. 112 The Bay of Pigs had been conceived as an all-purpose solution to the crises converging in Latin America, but it ended up worsening each of the issues it was meant to resolve. Internally, the invasion complicated the delicate domestic balancing act being performed by many Latin American governments. The invasion trampled Latin American sensitivities regarding U.S. intervention, and incited pro-Cuba, anti-U.S. demonstrations from Mexico to Chile. Convergent conflicts. 35. Student groups in Colombia proclaimed themselves to be with Cuba to the death. 113 Mexican students organized volunteer brigades to aid Cuba, and governments with close ties to Washington came under a barrage of criticism. 114 The Bay of Pigs might have failed to undermine internal order in Cuba, but it succeeded in doing so almost everywhere else. The fiasco also deepened the Soviet-Cuban alliance and Moscow's presence in Latin America. Castro publicly declared himself a communist, and Cuban OFFI Chales told their East German counterparts that the island was passing from the stage of the anti-imperialist agrarian revolution to the stage of the socialist revolution. 115 Internal opposition to Cuba's alliance with the Kremlin vanished. Whereas Cuban students had earlier protested Mikoyan's visits to Havana, waving banners that read "Cuba Remember Hungary," there was now unprecedented enthusiasm for accepting Soviet protection. The Mexican embassy reported that Havana was covered in red stars and socialist slogans, and that the entire country remained on high alert for a follow-up invasion. 116 Guevara subsequently rubbed the noses of several U.S. OFFI Chales in this outcome, telling them that he wanted to thank us very much for the invasion, that it had been a great political victory for them. 117 Soviet arms shipments to Cuba increased dramatically, with the island now receiving sophisticated fighter planes and air defense systems. Moscow had become a major player in the hemisphere, a fact about which Khrushchev taunted Kennedy when the two leaders met at the Vienna summit in June 1961. 118 By mid-year, Cuba had joined Berlin as the most important issues in U.S. Soviet relations, becoming, as Guevara put it, the country in which the interests of both camps meet head-on. 119 The Bay of Pigs revealed the degree to which the Cuban Revolution had brought the major trends at work in Latin America to a crossroads. In the period following 1959, the revolution sparked new levels of internal unrest and anti-Americanism, and linked these long-running issues to newer themes such as decolonization, tercermundismo, and the changing shape of the Cold War. The immediate result was to place Cuba squarely at the center of these struggles, giving rise to the multilateral EFF or to topple Castro at the Bay of Pigs. Rather than providing a quick solution to the overlapping problems dramatized by Castro's revolution, however, the invasion merely exacerbated these issues, contributing to the same volatile processes it had been meant to curb. 36 Convergent conflicts. From a longer-term perspective, the Bay of Pigs and the events surrounding the Cuban Revolution marked the transition from the period of accumulating conflict in the 1940s and 1950s to the more pronounced strife of the succeeding decades. During the 1960s and after, the combination of issues described above would give rise to escalating superpower and Cuban intervention in Latin America, intense and increasingly violent polarization internally, and important shifts in the region's diplomatic climate. The conflicts that resulted would take on a ferocity that at times better resembled a hot war than a cold one. Thomas Mann, Washington's foremost Latin America hand, captured the climate of urgency and militancy that would prevail for much of the next 30 years in a comment made shortly after the Bay of Pigs: "We are at war." 120. 2. Intervention and the limits of power. The Third World was a Cold War battleground during the 1960s. U.S. policies toward the underdeveloped regions became increasingly militarized, culminating in the invasion of the Dominican Republic in 1965 and the deployment of more than 500,000 troops to Vietnam. Soviet policymakers, emboldened by the gains of the 1950s, expanded Kremlin influence and supported revolutionary movements in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Latin America. Cuba and China took on similar roles, backing Third World revolutionaries and competing for power in the developing countries. Around the world, outside actors strove to mold the internal development and external orientation of the global South. Latin America was at the center of this contest. Responding to the unrest that had built during the 1950s, Moscow, Havana, and Washington engaged in parallel quests to shape Latin American politics and society. Havana and Moscow supported insurgencies and looked to transform Cuba into what one Soviet official called a beacon of Latin American revolution. Washington encouraged economic growth and social reform via the Alliance for Progress, and combated the left through counterinsurgency, covert operations, and military intervention. This intense competition informed the Cold War's most perilous moment, the Cuban Missile Crisis, as well as myriad other confrontations, and gave substance to Kennedy's characterization of Latin America as the most dangerous area in the world. The initiatives launched by the superpowers and Cuba traced similar arcs. Geopolitically, all three powers had much to gain in Latin America. Moscow. 38. Intervention and the limits of power hoped to hammer on an American weak spot. Havana meant to win allies and a respite from U.S. pressure. Washington looked to shore up its traditional hemispheric buffer and contain or eliminate Castro's Cuba. In each of these cases, too, policy toward Latin America passed through a strong ideological filter. Modernization theory, the intellectual framework that structured U.S. policy toward the Third World during the 1960s, shaped the Alliance for Progress as well as certain aspects of counterinsurgency. Guevara's Foucault theory, an attempt to extract universal principles of revolution from the Cuban case, guided Havana's endeavors. For its part, Soviet policy was strongly influenced by Khrushchev's ideological predilections and Marxist-Leninist ideas about Third World development. Importantly, each of these paradigms centered on a belief that the Soviet, Cuban, or American path to economic growth and social modernization could be replicated in other countries. Moscow, Havana, and Washington looked to gain influence in Latin America by remaking the region in their own images. Ultimately, however, universalistic aspirations ran up against the entrenched realities of Latin American affairs. Guevara's Foucault theory proved terribly suited to the political, social, and cultural context of most countries, and in conjunction with the decline of the Soviet-Cuban alliance during the mid-1960s, led to disaster for the region's guerrilla movements. The development of Cuban socialism failed to exert much appeal, and generally made that island's example less rather than more attractive to mainstream observers. On Washington's side, the disappointing course of the Alliance for Progress exposed the contradictory nature of U.S. objectives and the flimsiness of American beliefs about the malleability of Latin American societies. Initiatives like counterinsurgency and military intervention seemed more effective, but often had unexpected and deeply counterproductive results. By decade's end, neither Washington nor Moscow nor Havana had attained its desired ends in the region, and the ideological and intellectual paradigms that had guided their policies had been either weakened or overturned altogether. A decade defined by intervention wound up revealing the limits, rather than the extent, of foreign influence in Latin America. Latin America's accumulating internal tensions provided the backdrop to U.S., Soviet, and Cuban policies during the 1960s. Violence and polarization were widespread. Guerrilla uprisings occurred in more than a dozen intervention and the limits of power 39 countries, and there were sustained insurgencies in Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, Guatemala, and Bolivia. In Paraguay, dissidents from the Communist and Colorado parties sought to emulate the example of the noble Cuban people and launched an invasion of that country from Argentina. The only form of struggle that of the guerrillas, said one participant. 3 Radical Peronists adopted a similar strategy following leader John William Cook's trip to Cuba in the early 1960s. Nowadays, Cook wrote in 1961, nobody thinks that national liberation can be achieved without social revolution. For in Colombia the widespread rural bloodshed of the 1950s took on an increasingly ideological flavor as several pro-Cuba groups swung into action. 5 Colombia began with bandits and now confronts an endless guerrilla war, lamented one OFFI Chale. 6 The situation was most dire in Venezuela and Guatemala, reaching the point where Kennedy was prepared to send in the Marines should matters get out of hand. 7 Venezuela's guerrillas, who pursued a strategy of urban violence before switching to rural insurgency, consisted mainly of Democratic Action and Communist Party dissidents and had some support within the armed forces as well. With conservative OFFICers concerned that Betancourt could not stem this unrestrained criminal wave, it seemed likely that even if the guerrillas could not topple the government, their actions might cause a right-wing coup that would. 8 In Guatemala a group of nationalist military OFFICers rose against Itigeras in November 1960. Come on general, they taunted, and come personally to the massacre. 9 Loyalist forces put the revolt down, but several rebel leaders escaped to lead an insurgency. In 1962 demonstrations rocked Guatemala City, causing some observers to fear for the survival of the regime. Overall, CIA analysts predicted that there is a good possibility that a few of the governments in Latin America will be overthrown and replaced by regimes which draw inspiration from the Cuban Revolution and look to the Soviet bloc for outside support. 10 Even among the majority of Latin Americans that wanted little part of guerrilla violence, dissatisfaction was widespread. In several countries average food consumption was less than 2,000 calories daily, and infant mortality was above 25%. Roughly 5 to 10% of Latin Americans dominated 70 to 90% of the land, and in some places the distribution was considerably more skewed. In Brazil more than 4 million farmers lacked access to arable soil. 11. 40. Intervention and the limits of power. While misery and inequality were nothing new, what made the early 1960s such a tenuous juncture was that these conditions were now coupled with a demand for immediate relief. As described previously, the Cuban Revolution encouraged a belief that rapid change was both possible and necessary in areas like rural land holding and labor rights. Cheap radios disseminated Castro's exploits widely and stoked desires for similar reforms. 12 According to one poll, up to 75% of respondents in several South American countries voiced significant grievances about their socio-economic situation, and similar proportions demanded immediate land and tax reform. U.S. analysts summarized the general feeling as a high level of dissatisfaction with current standards of living, coupled with extremely optimistic expectations for improvement. 13 The widespread unrest of the early 1960s created a sense that Latin America was on the verge of profound internal transformations. The CIA warned that revolution or attempts at revolution are definite possibilities in 12 of the 23 countries to our south. Guevara agreed, "We are deeply convinced of the possibility of seizing power in a number of Latin American countries." This perception created strong incentives for foreign intervention. 14 Beginning in 1960-1961, Moscow and Havana eagerly looked to exploit Latin America's turmoil and foster additional revolutions. From a Cuban perspective, this desire mixed strategy and ideology. In an ideological sense, Cuban leaders viewed themselves as liberators who were destined to help the exploited nations of Latin America break free from imperial domination. Guevara advocated a life-and-death struggle against imperialism from the very first moment, and referred to Cuba as the hope of the unredeemed Americas. 15 In 1958 the July 26 leadership declared that it would fulfill the need proclaimed long ago by Bolivar and Martí for the nations of America to become united, and Castro predicted that a war with the United States was his real destiny. 16 During the 1960s and after, this missionary impulse drove Cuban intervention not only in Latin America but in various African countries as well. Intervention also served strategic purposes. From 1960 onward, Castro viewed promoting revolution as a counter to U.S. hostility and a means of diverting Washington's attention. If the United States believes it has the right intervention and the limits of power 41 to promote counter-revolution and reaction in Latin America, he declared in 1961, Cuba too feels it has the right to encourage the revolution in Latin America. 17 Another revolution in Latin America, explained Cuban official Blas Roca in 1963, would mean that we will cease to be the solitary Caribbean island facing the Yankee imperialists, and we will have a nation on the continent to back us up. Even if these efforts were not fully successful, the chaos wrought by internal violence would force the United States to focus on containing Latin America's turmoil, rather than snuffing it out at the source. Washington will not be able to hurt us, Castro forecast, if all of Latin America is in flames. 18 Soviet officials were ambivalent about Castro's interventionism, worrying that it might provoke a U.S. invasion of Cuba. Nevertheless, Khrushchev decided to support Cuba's revolutionary ambitions. In part he did so because Soviet officials wished to keep their foremost Third World ally happy at a time when Beijing had begun to compete with the Kremlin for the loyalties of the socialist world. 19 More important, Soviet leaders saw real benefit in Castro's activities. At any time other Latin American countries may follow after Cuba, Soviet official Sergei Pavlov argued. Venezuela may blow up at any moment. There are mass strikes in Chile. The same applies to Brazil and Guatemala. Successful revolutions would presumably bring pro-Soviet governments to power, and would force Washington to reallocate diplomatic and military resources from other areas. In 1961 the Politburo approved a KGB plan to spur armed uprisings against pro-Western reactionary governments in Latin America with the aim of diverting the attention and forces of the United States. 20 Soviet policy also fit squarely within a Marxist-Leninist framework. Cuba's revolution exhilarated Soviet leaders, reviving the thesis that the Third World would inevitably turn to socialism. The revolution, Mikoyan remarked, is a great success of Marxist-Leninist theory. Khrushchev felt similarly, viewing Cuba not simply as an ally but as validation of Soviet ideology and a revolutionary example to the rest of Latin America. During the 1960s the prospect that other countries might follow the Cuban model helped override whatever worries Kremlin officials had about antagonizing the United States. Socialist revolution in Latin America should develop and strengthen, Mikoyan told Castro in 1962.21 Moscow and Havana pursued a two-pronged approach to Latin America. First, they cooperated to build up Cuba's defenses against external attack and 42. Intervention and the limits of power make it a shining example for the rest of the region. Cuba was a beacon of Latin American revolution, said Mikoyan. It must develop more rapidly in every respect and give a decisive example for mobilizing other peoples for struggle. 22 Moscow sent heavy machinery, oil, and other industrial components to Cuba, purchased Cuban sugar at above market rates, and gave Castro generous credits. The Kremlin also delivered massive quantities of arms, giving Castro advanced fighter planes, tanks, and air defense systems, and allowing him to pursue a more assertive foreign policy. 23 Castro and Guevara undertook a crash program designed to spur industrialization and economic diversification, raise Cuba's standard of living, and demonstrate the achievements of Cuban socialism. By virtue of the example it sets, Guevara wrote in 1962, Cuba casts light for all the peoples of America to see. 24 The second prong consisted of wide-ranging programs meant to destabilize existing governments and aid insurgent movements. Castro allowed Venezuelan guerrillas to set up their headquarters in Cuba, and regularly welcomed insurgent leaders to Havana. 25 Moscow arranged for East Bloc countries to transfer tens of thousands of infantry weapons to Cuba for the needs of the revolutionary movements in Latin America, and Cuban and Soviet money helped sustain movements in at least 12 countries. 26 The amount of support varied by case. Castro gave Paraguayan communist leader Agustin Goiburu $300,000 in 1961, Cook's wing of Justicialismo received $750,000, and Moscow provided lesser sums to the nascent Sandinista movement in Nicaragua and other organizations. 27 Pro-guerrilla student groups and trade unions also received funding, and Havana disseminated copies of Guevara's book Guerrilla Warfare throughout the hemisphere. 28 Perhaps most important was Cuban and Soviet operational assistance. Thousands of Latin American guerrillas traveled to Cuba for training, including at least 1,000,1500 in 1962 alone. 29 As one Cuban official later recalled, the central part of the country resembled a frenzy of liberation. Under the aegis of a program known as Operation Manuel, Soviet and Czech intelligence operatives transported these trainees to safe houses in Eastern Europe, providing them with fake passports for the return trip to their home countries. Between 1962 and 1967 nearly 1,000 Cuban-trained operatives passed through Czechoslovakia, and others were repatriated through Algeria or the Caribbean. 30 Cuban advisors sometimes accompanied these guerrillas into combat. Guevara's ill-fated Bolivian trek is the best-known example of direct Cuban involvement in Latin intervention and the limits of power. 43 America, but Che's colleagues undertook similar tasks in Argentina, Paraguay, Venezuela, and elsewhere. 31 In most cases Moscow played a secondary role to Havana in designing and implementing these programs. Guevara and Manuel Pinheiro, head of the Americas Department of the Russian General de Inteligencia, selected targets and vetted applicants for Cuban support. Cuban leaders viewed Peru, Colombia, Bolivia, Guatemala, and to some extent Argentina as excellent prospects for revolution, but their highest hopes centered on Venezuela, referred to by the Cuban press as the Vietnam of Latin America. This country had numerous guerrilla groups, a record of internal turmoil, and a President Betancourt whom Castro loathed. In conjunction with Cuban efforts in the Andes, a guerrilla offensive in Venezuela would allow Havana to mount what one intelligence officer called a two-pronged attack on South America. Finally, Venezuela possessed immense oil wealth, which in the hands of a friendly government would be a godsend for the Cuban economy and the revolutionary movement as a whole. When the people of Venezuela achieve their full independence from imperialism, said Roca in 1963, then all Latin America will be ablaze. All America will move forward, all America will free itself once and for all from Yankee imperialism. 32 Ideologically and strategically, Guevara's FOCO oriented Havana's revolutionary proselytism. Influenced by what one historian terms the science of Marxism, Guevara set out in the 1950s to find the unalterable principles of revolution. 33 After the July 26 movement toppled Batista, he composed the lessons of that conflow into the FOCO. In Guerrilla Warfare, the Bible for a generation of Latin American revolutionaries, Guevara argued that the Cuban revolt represented a change in the old dogmas concerning the conduct of the popular masses of Latin America. It demonstrated that revolutionary violence could precede, rather than follow, the creation of revolutionary consciousness among the masses. No longer was it necessary to wait until all conditions for making revolution exist. By inciting the masses and exposing the debility of the reactionary forces, the insurrection can create them. In essence, Guevara proposed a shortcut to revolution. 34 The FOCO dominated Cuban policy during the 1960s. Convinced that the FOCO has a context approximating the universal, Guevara made ideological conformity the price of Cuban support. Revolutionary conduct is a mirror of revolutionary faith, he wrote. When someone who calls himself a revolutionary 44. Intervention and the limits of power does not behave as such, he is simply a charlatan. Latin America's socialists must therefore forsake the muddle-along strategy of the Popular Front and launch the guerrilla struggle immediately, focusing on the rural areas. 35 There is only one path, Castro declared. Those movements that sought Cuban aid must adhere to the science of revolution. 36 Fortunately for Havana, there were plenty of groups willing to do so. Coming at a time of ideological ferment and internal conflow, the FOCO had a transformative impact on the left. Guevara explicitly directed his arguments against the defeatist attitude of revolutionaries or pseudo-revolutionaries who remain inactive and take refuge in the pretext that against a professional army nothing can be done, and those Marxists who had argued against the Popular Front now seized on the foco. The Cuban example caused a continental explosion, one Venezuelan guerrilla said. In every young man, there took root a Fidel Castro, wanting to tie up his horse on the gate of Miraflores. By the early 1960s there were dozens of Foquista guerrilla organizations active in the region, many of them drawing on Cuban support. 37 As the 1960s progressed, Cuban interventionism became more strident. It is not for the revolutionists to sit in the doorways of their houses waiting for the corpse of imperialism to pass by, stated the Second Declaration of Havana in 1962. The role of job doesn't suit a revolutionist. At mid-decade, Havana convoked meetings of the Latin American Solidarity or GANization and other such groups in hopes of achieving closer cooperation between the region's revolutionary movements. His approach is direct and simple, the CIA wrote of Castro in 1967. Stop talking, get out there and fight, and this action will sooner or later create the conditions for success. 38 Seeking both strategic gains and affirmation of its own experience, Havana undertook a major offensive in Latin America. U.S. policy toward the region was little less ambitious. The boldest move Kennedy made in Latin America during 1961 was not the Bay of Pigs, but rather a speech he gave at the White House in March. Kennedy announced a vast cooperative effort, unparalleled in magnitude and nobility of purpose, to satisfy the basic needs of the American people for homes, work and land, health and schools. This Alliance for Progress was to be a 10-year program to aid committed Latin American leaders in stimulating economic growth and better distributing its benefits. The alliance would complete the revolution of intervention and the limits of power. 45 The Americas, redressing the region's pervasive underdevelopment and inequality and, in the space of only a decade, transforming it into a stable, prosperous area. By comparison, attempting to overthrow Castro seemed downright pedestrian. 39 The alliance, a greatly expanded version of an aid program begun under Eisenhower, was primarily the result of the Kennedy administration's liberal anti-communism. Alarmed by guerrilla violence, the administration concluded that only thoroughgoing improvements in social and economic conditions would alleviate the tensions underlying this turmoil. Rising expectations and intense dissatisfaction meant that there was bound to be some sort of revolution in Latin America, wrote advisor Adolph Burley. Washington's task was to divorce the inevitable and necessary Latin American social transformation from capture by overseas communist power politics. Alliance reforms would channel social change into a middle-class revolution, thereby lessening the chances of a workers' and peasants' revolution led by Castro. Kennedy himself put it succinctly, "Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable." 40 The Kennedy administration was hardly alone in drawing this conclusion, as certain Latin American leaders were moving in the same direction. "The campesino has awoken from his centuries-long hibernation," wrote Betancourt, "and urgently requests not only lands, but also credits, schools, roads, and rural aqueducts." Frondizi offered a similar assessment. "What is required is a basic attack on the conditions that produced Castro." The alliance was to partner U.S. anti-communism with the reformist inclinations of leaders like Betancourt, Frondizi, and others. 41 The alliance was also the product of Kennedy's preoccupation with the anti-Americanism that had grown during the Eisenhower years. "You remember those people who threw rocks at Nixon," he remarked to an aide. "I'd like to believe it was just Nixon's personality, but they were sending us a message." 42 Politicians like Betancourt skillfully reinforced this perception, telling U.S. officials that money would go far in redressing the hurt feelings of the 1950s. "Nixon's near lynching in Caracas," he said, "was the result of communist tactics which found a ready atmosphere because when they said, 'Nixon, no,' there was nobody in Venezuela who was prepared to say, 'Nixon, yes.'" 43 Fears of communism and anti-Americanism provided the rationale for the alliance, but modernization theory gave the program its shape and ambition. Developed by social scientists like Wald Rostow, Max Millikan, and Lucian. 46. Intervention and the limits of power. Pi. Modernization theory was a body of ideas centered on the notion that there was a single, linear path to economic development. Due to their liberal institutions and early industrialization, the United States and its Western allies had gone farthest down this path, reaching the apex of social and economic development. In other countries, however, the persistence of feudal social arrangements and the lack of economic infrastructure had retarded progress and created the frustrations conducive to radicalism. With respect to U.S. foreign policy, modernization theory implied that spurring growth and thus stability was a relatively simple matter. Social patterns and institutions in most underdeveloped nations are extremely malleable, an administration paper stated. By encouraging underdeveloped countries to abolish feudal institutions like tenant farming, and by helping them increase agricultural output, attract investment, and build infrastructure, Washington could propel these nations towards social and economic modernization. As one reviewer of Rostow's seminal work, The Stages of Economic Growth, put it, modernization theory was a shaft of lightning through the murky mass of events which is the stuff of history. Guevara had come up with one way of accelerating history, Rostow proposed another. 44 Modernization theory was central to U.S. foreign policy during the 1960s. It appealed to the need for a formula that would allow Washington to shape the internal development of the Third World while avoiding the taint of formal colonialism, and held out the prospect of replicating the American experience throughout the Global South. Modernization theory underlay initiatives as diverse as the Peace Corps, the Strategic Hamlet Program in Vietnam, and the Alliance for Progress. The point of the alliance, wrote Aide Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., was to help Latin American countries escape their agrarian, semi-feudal economic structure and thrust them toward Western-style industrialization. The extent to which American officials aimed to replicate the U.S. experience in Latin America was evident from the language they used. What we are asking is that the philosophy of Jefferson and the social reforms of FDR be telescoped into a few years in Latin America, said Undersecretary of State Chester Bowles. Cuba was to be Moscow's exemplar of socialist development, the alliance was Washington's counterargument. 45 The Alliance for Progress took shape in 1961. U.S. officials promised to provide $20 billion in loans, grants, and investment over the next decade to pay for infrastructure, education and health programs, and an expansion of profitable activities intervention and the limits of power. 47 Like commercial agriculture and light industry. Latin American governments would undertake measures, such as land and tax reform, to ensure that the resulting growth benefited all strata of society. At the level of implementation, the alliance was supposed to resemble the Marshall Plan, with Latin American governments taking the initiative in designing and enacting programs. In practice, the Kennedy administration realized that strong U.S. pressure would be required to convince those threatened by economic reform that a moderate amount of pain now was preferable to infinitely greater trauma later. This job is not just the administration of billions of dollars, said Alliance Chief Teodoro Moscoso. It is a job of evangelizing. 46 If the Alliance for Progress represented Kennedy's hopes, other aspects of U.S. policy reflected his fears. From the start, U.S. officials worried that the alliance alone would be insufficient to prevent revolution. Reform would take time, and would have to be carried out amid turmoil and violence. 6 Damon tablets, said Secretary of State Dean Rusk, will not save a man set upon by hoodlums in an alley. 47 Even if these programs were successful, they would disrupt the balance of economic and political power in Latin America, generating additional instability. Between the shattering of the old mold and its consolidation into a viable modern state, wrote U.S. officials in 1962, a modernizing state is vulnerable to subversion and insurgency. The alliance might represent the long-term salvation of Latin America, but in the short term it would be necessary to find additional ways of restraining upheaval. 48 This concern underlay two essential elements of U.S. policy. The THIRD was an effort to bolster Latin America's internal defenses. Following Khrushchev's Wars of National Liberation speech in January 1961, US officials identified subversive insurgency rather than overt aggression as the tip of the communist spear in the Third World. 49 To meet this challenge, Washington developed a wide range of counterinsurgency programs. The U.S. Military Assistance Program kept Latin American militaries and security services well supplied in arms, helicopters, and infrared technology, while institutions like the School of the Americas and the Inter-American Defense College provided doctrinal and operational training. U.S. military missions traveled to 20 Latin American countries, supported the creation of regional defense and intelligence networks like the Central American Defense Council, and sometimes accompanied counter-guerrilla units into the field. 50 Counterinsurgency is sometimes thought of as a U.S. invention imposed upon Latin American governments. 51 This is incorrect. Many Latin American 48. Intervention and the limits of power militaries. THIRD learned counterinsurgency techniques from French and British trainers. 52 More generally, amid the insurgencies that erupted following the Cuban Revolution, no Latin American officer needed to be told to be anti-communist. Brazil's Galbari wrote in 1959 that Latin America now faces threats more real than at any other time, and that country's Inter-American Studies Society warned of a new subversive network taking shape. 53 The Guatemalan chiefs of staff termed the well-organized coordination between revolutionary groups truly terrifying, and Guatemalan officials estimated that up to 700 exiles had received training in Cuba and were preparing a guerrilla offensive for 1963. 54 Having seen how the Cuban Revolution had impacted that country's armed forces, Latin American military men had an extra incentive for vigilance. The prominence of counterinsurgency was less a function of U.S. pressure than the natural response to a growing threat. 55 Counterinsurgency was not simply about neutralizing the left militarily. It also drew on the same ideas about social and economic development that underlay the Alliance for Progress. The military officer operating in a less developed part of the world, Defense Department official Alexis Johnson told Latin American officers, must be concerned with the economic and sociological demands for reform if he is going to be totally successful. An integrated counterinsurgency program would couple anti-guerrilla operations with civic action projects like irrigation and road building. These initiatives would simultaneously win the support of the rural population and break down the isolation that impeded modernization. In every country, Administration of Fichales wrote of Latin America in 1961, there are problem areas susceptible to attack by indigenous military forces in a civic action role. In this sense, counterinsurgency was less a replacement for than a complement to the alliance. 56 Yet what if invigorated counterinsurgency programs were not enough to hold back the left? Both Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson after him viewed the prospect of a second Cuba with terror. A Soviet-Cuban ally in Central or South America, US officials feared, would endanger the Panama Canal, provide an improved base for subversive activities, and allow Moscow to blackmail Latin American leaders. 57 It would also lead to ruin for the president who had allowed this to happen. Kennedy predicted that the American people would not stand for a situation which looked as though the Soviet Union had leapfrogged over Cuba to land on the continent in the Western Hemisphere. Intervention and the limits of power. 49. Johnson harbored the same fear. If Castro and communism had succeeded in a larger state in Latin America, why all of you would have been writing about it longer than you have about China, he told reporters in 1965.58 Both Kennedy and Johnson resolved to do whatever necessary to keep a second Cuba from coming to pass. How many troops could we get into the Dominican Republic in a 12, 24, 36, 48-hour period? Kennedy asked Defense Secretary Robert McNamara. How many into Honduras? How many into Venezuela? In 1963 the President declared that the United States would use every resource at our command to prevent the establishment of another Cuba in this hemisphere. Johnson made a nearly identical statement in 1965. If alliance reforms and counterinsurgency could not keep the left in check, American military power would. 59 Kennedy was determined to prevent a second Cuba. He was no less adamant about destroying the THIRD. During 1961-1962 the CIA launched Operation Mongoose. "My idea," said Bobby Kennedy in 1961, "is to stir things up on island with espionage, sabotage, general disorder." The administration sponsored industrial sabotage and exile raids, sought to have Castro assassinated, and apparently considered decisive U.S. military intervention to topple the regime. 60 Mongoose assumed such proportions that it discomfited even Johnson, who termed it a damned branch of murder incorporated in the Caribbean. 61 Washington's stance toward Latin America was driven by the fear of revolution, but it also reflected the supreme confidence of superpowerdom. Kennedy's policies featured not just a willingness to use U.S. diplomatic and military power, but also the sincere belief that Washington's economic and ideological alliance was sufficient to thrust Latin America into the modern age. In this sense US officials had much in common with their Soviet and Cuban counterparts. Each of these powers sought not simply to influence Latin America, but also to make that region a showcase for its own model of social and economic development. Yet Moscow, Havana, and Washington all failed to spur the changes they sought in Latin America. Soviet and Cuban programs encountered obstacles from the start. As Operation Mongoose unfolded in early 1962, Soviet officials worried that socialism in Cuba itself, let alone in Latin America as a whole, might not survive. Wildly aggressive powers in the USA, wrote Soviet Ambassador A.I. Alexeyev, were pushing for the most decisive actions against 50. Intervention and the limits of power. Cuba. 62 For Khrushchev, this was a sobering prospect. If Cuba fell, he later explained, other Latin American countries would reject us, claiming that for all our might the Soviet Union hadn't been able to do anything for Cuba. If Cuba went, in other words, so would the chances of attracting other Latin American countries to socialism. 63 Accordingly, Khrushchev decided to undertake an offensive policy for protecting Castro. In mid-1962 Moscow began transporting ballistic missiles to Cuba. 64 This gambit backfired when U.S. spy planes discovered the missiles in mid-October, triggering a diplomatic showdown. The Cuban Missile Crisis was the closest that Latin America's Cold War and the Cold War in general ever came to touching off a nuclear conflagration. In Washington, Kennedy and his aides feared that a weak response to Moscow's endeavor would expose the administration politically, encourage Soviet probes in Berlin, and destroy U.S. prestige and credibility in Latin America. If the missiles are not removed or eliminated, said Treasury Secretary Douglas Dillon, the United States will lose all of its friends in Latin America, who will become convinced that our fear is such that we cannot act. 65 On October 22 Kennedy announced a blockade of Cuba and initiated preparations for military action. After a week of tense diplomacy, caution and compromise ultimately prevailed. We do not want to unleash a war, Khrushchev told the Politburo. We only wanted to threaten them. On October 27 Khrushchev agreed to remove the missiles in return for a promise not to invade Cuba and a secret pledge to withdraw U.S. missiles from Turkey. 66 While the no-invasion pledge constituted a victory of sorts for Castro and Khrushchev, the missile crisis was crippling to broader Soviet and Cuban aims in Latin America. 67 First, it gravely weakened hopes that Cuba might become an attractive model for the rest of the region. During the early 1960s, Castro's ideological capital among Latin American moderates had steadily eroded. Castro's alignment with Moscow, widespread use of the death penalty for crimes against the revolution, and limiting of political and civil liberties caused formerly sympathetic observers like Free to label Cuba's regime a totalitarian government. 68 Similarly, the decision to accept Soviet missiles horrified most observers. The OAS gave strong support to the United States during the crisis, and Adolfo López Mateos of Mexico called the missiles a grave intervention and the limits of power 51 threat not only for the security of the peoples of the American continent but also for the peace of the world. 69 Moscow had hoped that its support would heighten the attractiveness of the Cuban model, but the end result was just the opposite. The Latin American reaction to the crisis was emblematic of the thoroughly counterproductive nature of Cuban diplomacy. While Castro had come to power at a time of rising anti-Americanism, his alliance with Moscow and attempts to subvert Latin American governments soon convinced many observers that Cuban imperialism was more dangerous than the U.S. variant. In 1962 the OAS adopted a Colombian proposal to expel Cuba from the Organization, and 2 years later the discovery of a Cuban arms cache in Venezuela led that body to impose sanctions on Havana. 70 When, in 1964, the Mexican government learned that Cuban agents were in contact with anti-PRI elements, Mexico secretly joined the anti-Castro coalition, imposing unpublicized travel restrictions on the island and sharing information on Cuban affairs with the United States. 71 Economic underperformance undermined any remaining appeal that Castro's revolution might have had. During the early 1960s Castro's economic program failed badly. Agricultural output fell off, and poor management and a shortage of spare parts derailed the experiment in industrialization. The government, admitted President Osvaldo Dorticos, had made undeniably costly errors. 72 Cuba reverted to a heightened reliance on sugar, but this strategy produced dislocations in other sectors and culminated in the disastrous failure of the 10 million ton harvest of 1970. By the early 1970s Cuba was completely reliant on Soviet aid and isolated within the Western Hemisphere. Far from establishing an attractive, independent model of development, Castro swapped one form of dependency and dictatorship for another. 73 A second effect of the missile crisis was to produce serious strains within the Soviet-Cuban alliance. Castro considered Khrushchev's retreat a betrayal. The whole of Cuba was ready for defense, he told Mikoyan. And suddenly concessions. Nikita, you fairy, chanted crowds in Havana, what you give you can't take back. 74 Soviet officials recoiled at Castro's recklessness during the crisis. We do not want to die beautifully, Mikoyan told Cuban officials. Socialism must live. 75 The missile crisis pushed Khrushchev and Castro in different directions concerning the struggle for influence in Latin America. Khrushchev, hoping. 52. Intervention and the limits of power to dampen tensions with the United States, throttled back Soviet support for the guerrillas. Revolution is not brought from outside on bayonets, he said. Castro took precisely the opposite lesson. Moscow could not be counted on to defend Cuba, we must not go on expecting from anyone but ourselves. Following the crisis, Castro became more determined to win allies via support for revolutions abroad. 76 These divergent strategies gradually drove Cuban-Soviet relations toward the breaking point. After Guevara issued his call for 2, 3, or many Vietnams in 1966, Leonid Brezhnev termed Cuban policies dangerous. By this time Cuban and Soviet leaders regarded each other dimly. Brezhnev thinks that Castro is some kind of idiot, CIA analysts wrote, and Castro probably isn't very fond of Brezhnev either. 77 During the late 1960s Moscow decreased economic support to Cuba and Castro publicly criticized Soviet timidity. The alliance survived, but the cooperation of the early 1960s had broken down. 78 The deterioration of the alliance weakened prospects for radical change in Latin America. An even greater obstacle was the FOCO itself. From early on, the FOCO emerged as a divisive force among Latin America's leftist organizations. The pro-Soviet communist parties dismissed the FOCO as a perversion of Marxism and a dangerously premature call to arms. It is impossible to create a vanguard arbitrarily or artificially, warned Luis Corvalán, the General Secretary of Chile's Communist Party. 79 They also feared that the FOCO's glorification of violence would leave them marginalized within the leftist hierarchy. Sure enough, the Foquistas now portrayed themselves as Latin America's authentic socialists, dismissing the contributions of the old guard. Those who deny the role that violence decisively plays in social transformations have no right to call themselves Marxists, declared one pro-guerrilla group. The possibility of a peaceful way in Venezuela is absurd, argued that countries mirror these groups' ideological convergence with Castro gave them access to the reservoir of Cuban support, and the old guard found that its INF alliance was on the wane. 80 During the mid-1960s the INF alliance of the FOCO combined with the ideological fallout from the Sino-Soviet split to provoke a series of clashes within the left. In Venezuela, Castro's denunciations of the communist leadership and his support for a breakaway faction under Douglas Bravo led to open polemics. The rightist leadership of the Venezuelan party, Castro declared, has succeeded in practically becoming the enemy of the revolutionaries and an instru intervention and the limits of power. 53 meant of imperialism and oligarchy. The Venezuelan Central Committee replied in kind, mocking Castro as a revolutionary pope. 81 In Bolivia, Guevara's insistence on directing the revolutionary struggle alienated the communists and caused them to disown the guerrilla movement. The Bolivian Revolution and the armed struggle must be planned and directed by Bolivians, they insisted. 82 The Bolivian left split into pro-Chinese and pro-Soviet wings of the Communist Party, a revolutionary workers' party that characterized Cuban policy as a service to Yankee imperialism and worldwide counter-revolution, and other organizations. 83 Across the region, accusations of revisionism and Trotskyism flew. 84 The resulting discord was present on a region-wide scale at the Tricontinental and OLAS conferences in 1966-1967. Castro denounced the Popular Front and even urban violence as stupid and a crime. Those who say in any place in Latin America that they are going to achieve power peacefully will be deceiving the masses, he announced. 85 The old guard retaliated by aligning with Moscow and temporarily blocking agreement on an OLAS resolution calling for violent struggle in Latin America. At roughly the same time, 7 communist parties declared that each party has the right to pursue its own line in accordance with the conditions prevailing in the country, a clear swipe at Castro's domineering approach. 86 Rough out the region, ideological divisions played havoc with attempts to mount an effective revolutionary struggle. In Colombia, the Communist Party broke relations with Cuba and expelled deviationist leaders. The competing wings of the party rarely cooperated with either each other or guerrilla groups such as the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia or National Liberation Army, leaving the violent movement markedly disjointed. 87 The situation was similar in Guatemala. The rebel armed forces later admitted that, after its split with the Guatemalan Labor Party in 1968, there was no unity of action. 88 In Venezuela, the divisions among the left led to constant leadership disputes and complicated logistical matters. 89 In Paraguay, one faction of the Socialist Party took to assaulting and even murdering its rivals. 90 The mobilization encouraged by the FOCO widened the internal gaps that had emerged during the 1950s, throwing the left into chaos. Even more problematic than the divisions accentuated by Focismo was the fact that the theory was not relevant to Latin American societies. There had always been sleight of hand involved in the FOCO. One of Guevara's motives in elaborating the theory was to outmaneuver his rivals for power in Cuba. 54. Intervention and the limits of power, which led him to exaggerate the role of the rural guerrillas in the anti-Batista struggle and overstate the possibility of popular support for such movements. During the 1960s, events demonstrated this essential superficiality of the theory. Time after time, Foquista groups took up arms and waited for the campesinos to follow. Time after time, the campesinos kept them waiting. 91 Why such disappointing results? For one thing, Latin America's peasantry was never as coherent a group as the FOCO implied. Land tenure was a problem in nearly every Latin American country, but the extent of the crisis varied considerably. In some regions of Guatemala, landless tenant farmers constituted 15–25% of the population, in others the number was only 4–5%. Where most poor farmers had some access to land, the insurgents were viewed as troublemakers rather than liberators. In 1962 peasants in Huetenango helped round up the guerrillas and deliver them to the army, and between 1959 and 1967 there were similar happenings in Bolivia, Paraguay, Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, and El Salvador. In terms of its willingness to cooperate with the guerrillas, the peasant class that Guevara spoke of did not exist. 92 Even where levels of tenancy were relatively high, revolutionary violence often had little appeal. In areas of Venezuela, Peru, Bolivia, and Colombia where land distribution was highly skewed, the initiation of agrarian and other reforms convinced many observers that local needs were more likely to be met by the government than by the guerrillas. After Betancourt oversaw the redistribution of 100,000 parcels of land and the expansion of sanitation and education services, peasants were reported to take up arms against the guerrillas. Civic action and rural development programs had a similar effect in Colombia, and even in Peru, where the agrarian reform stalled, the possibility of land redistribution diminished rural support for the insurgents. 93 The guerrillas' failure to relate to the basic needs of the rural poor indicated a broader cultural divide. The FOCO identified the countryside as the only acceptable location for guerrilla struggle, but most insurgents had little in common with residents of these areas. Guerrilla organizers were mainly urban, mestizo, and middle class. They rarely spoke the languages of the countryside, and considered the rural masses to be politically ignorant. 94 This condescending attitude combined with the history of inter-ethnic exploitation in Latin America to provoke mistrust and hostility from the rural poor. Security officials exploited these feelings, establishing networks of rural military intervention and the limits of power. 55 Commissioners that gathered and distributed information on insurgent activities. 95 The guerrillas soon found themselves isolated. As one Venezuelan leftist later admitted, "We saw the reality of the country through the eyes of Liceo and university students, and we forgot that in the working class and the peasantry we had no support." 96 Guatemalan guerrillas also eventually acknowledged that the great mass of the people did not participate actively in the revolutionary armed struggle. 97 A final error of Focismo was its emphasis on exemplary violence. There has long been a cult of romanticism surrounding Guevarism, but the reality is that the Foquistas were generally quite thuggish. Reflecting Guevara's call for rivers of blood and the belief that violence itself would revolutionize the masses, the guerrillas engaged in actions that were, quite simply, terroristic. 98 Venezuelan insurgents threatened to murder anyone who voted in the 1963 presidential elections, a stance that only alienated the 90% of registered voters that participated anyway. Guatemalan guerrillas murdered businessmen and other public figures and dissipated their support in the armed forces by executing 18 soldiers in 1965. In Bolivia, Guevara became so frustrated with the peasantry that, by the time of his death, he favored using violence against them to compel their cooperation. Such tactics rarely endeared the guerrillas to the broader public, and instead left them even more unpopular than before. 99 In fact, the FOCO was better suited to radicalizing the right than radicalizing the masses. In no case during the 1960s did a Latin American guerrilla movement achieve sufficient strength to seize power, but Foquista violence and Cuban support provided militaries, security services, and conservative elites with both a reason and a pretext for internal repression. Whether as genuine fear or cynical rationalization, the notion that Guevara and his allies sought to spark, as Guatemalan military intelligence officers phrased it, a revolution of the Cuban type, was elemental to the wave of anti-left violence that swept Latin America during the 1960s and after. 100 While it is often argued that U.S. intervention and counterinsurgency were decisive in defeating the radical left, the reality is that the guerrillas did an excellent job of beating themselves. Lacking popular support and weakened by ideological divisions, these movements were easy prey for counterinsurgent forces. The guerrilla was short-lived, boasted one Peruvian general. We had infiltrated them thoroughly. 101 Venezuela's mayor admitted in 56. Intervention and the Limits of Power 1964 that the correlation of forces in Latin America is favorable to imperialism at this time, and in 1967 Guevara himself was captured and executed at the close of a disastrous campaign in Bolivia. 102 By the late 1960s the rural guerrilla movement had ground to a halt, done in by internal disagreements, tactical errors, and the very ideas that had helped spur these initiatives in the first place. The failure of the guerrilla challenge had a pronounced effect on the left's subsequent approach to the region. While in many ways the left would never get beyond Guevarism, later guerrillas would shift the FIGHT to the cities in an effort to avoid replicating the disaster of the 1960s. Diplomats in Moscow and Havana also changed tactics. For Soviet officials, the frustrations of dealing with Castro and the collapse of the guerrilla movement caused a turn toward a less ambitious policy centered on building political and economic ties with governments of all ideological inclinations. In Havana Castro certainly never abandoned efforts to export revolution, but Cuban officials would dilute the stridency of the Guevara era and emulate Moscow in building relations with non- and even anti-communist governments. The strongly ideological content of the policies of the 1960s would be tempered by a less romantic pragmatism in the years that followed. If the travails of the left constituted a victory of sorts for the United States, they also obscured the fact that Washington's initiatives in Latin America had been no more successful than those of its rivals. The Alliance for Progress symbolized this mediocre record. While the launching of the alliance temporarily pushed anti-US sentiment into the background, more substantively the program left much to be desired. Per capita income grew at less than 2% annually during the 1960s, and as economic and social reforms stalled, inequality increased in many countries. 103 In 1968 the CIA concluded that while revolution seems unlikely in most Latin American countries within the next few years, over the next decade, we see conditions developing throughout the area which will be much more conducive to revolution. Another U.S. official called the region a time bomb almost certain to explode a few years hence. 104 Why did the alliance fare so poorly? Low commodity prices depressed growth and produced balance of payments problems. USAID struggled to find employees with SUF intervention and the limits of Power 57 Ficient language or technical skills to oversee development programs. U.S.-owned corporations opposed initiatives that might jeopardize their labor practices, privileged tax status, or land holdings. And as the Vietnam War escalated during the mid-1960s, US aid to Latin America fell off. "We're just too damned anxious to give money away," said Johnson. 105 Beyond these problems, the very ideas that drove the alliance ended up weakening it. The one-size-fits-all approach to development promoted by modernization theory led to programs that were poorly fitted to their cultural or economic settings. USAID administrators in Bolivia concluded that it was extremely difficult and expensive to extend agricultural credits to scattered campesinos, and cooperated with Bolivian authorities to move the farmers into hastily organized cooperatives. Predictably, the campesinos abandoned the cooperatives at first chance. In Costa Rica, USAID-sponsored production increases glutted the agricultural market, drove down prices, and impoverished small farmers. Our knowledge of what is economically productive and what is not is fundamentally deficient, reported one perceptive observer. 106 In fact, the course of the alliance gave the lie to the central premise of modernization theory. U.S. planners had assumed that development would breed stability, but in a number of instances the opposite was true. Projects meant to empower long marginalized classes, while rarely carried through fully, upset internal power dynamics and provoked instability. The promise of reform and redistribution energized both opponents and defenders of the status quo, leading to polarization and exacerbating the very turmoil these programs were meant to control. The pressures among organized groups and peoples for positive and radical changes in the inequitable and backward socio-economic structures and for gains in levels of living are mounting steadily, the CIA reported in 1964. The hazards of governing may be increasing rather than lessening in Latin America. 107 During the early 1960s these pressures combined with economic crises, long-standing political rivalries, and fears of insurgency to cause military coups in several Latin American countries. While not all the juntas that came to power during the 1960s were reactionary, in many cases they slowed or weakened domestic reforms. Nonetheless, Washington generally supported the golpistas, enthusiastically in some cases and with varying degrees of embarrassment in others. The military, wrote State Department Higher UPS after one coup, constituted a strong bulwark against possible disorders fomented by the 58. Intervention and the limits of power extreme left. 108 Driven by the exigencies of anti-communism, USOFFI Chales weakened the progressive impulse at the heart of the alliance. The instability provoked by economic and political change and the consequent marginalization of reform had no better illustration than U.S. dealings with the Dominican Republic between 1961 and 1966. In 1961 Kennedy worked to oust Rafael Trujillo, an erstwhile ally who had fallen into disrepute. Fearing, as U.S. Consul Henry Dearborn put it, that Trujillo's totalitarian rule was softening up the DR for leftist extremists, Kennedy sought to have the Generalissimo killed to open the way for a transition to democracy. 109 A group of Dominicans murdered Trujillo in May, and Kennedy dispatched a U.S. flotilla to guard against either a communist takeover or a restoration of the old regime. In 1962 the freest elections in Dominican history resulted in the ascension of Juan Bosch, an ambitious reformer who declared, "Agrarian reform is the Dominican Revolution 110 within months," though, Kennedy had cooled to Bosch and wavered in his support for Dominican democracy. Bosch proved friendlier to the left than Washington had expected. USOFFI Chales called him a lousy president whose tolerance of communist activities in the Dominican Republic is a dangerous risk. 111 Bosch's agrarian reform was highly polarizing, as it galvanized landless farmers and aroused the anxieties of Dominican conservatives. In September 1963 the Dominican military overthrew Bosch, earning a wink from Kennedy. Yet Bosch would not go away. In April 1965 he sought to return to Santo Domingo at the head of a revolt within the military. Fearing that the Castroites are taking over, Johnson sent in 26,000 Marines to pacify the island. After helping defeat the pro-Bosch forces, the Marines oversaw elections that brought Trujillo-era holdover Joaquim Balaguer to power. The outcome satisfied Johnson. "We did a pretty good job there," he remarked. 112 The events of 1965-1966 capped a momentous shift in U.S. Dominican relations, and in American policy toward Latin America. At the outset of this period, Kennedy had identified right-wing authoritarianism as a breeding ground for left-wing extremism, and thus pursued an equal opportunity assassination policy that targeted dictators on both ends of the political spectrum. 113 Yet when reform and democratization, thought to be the antidote to internal upheaval, turned out to be themselves destabilizing, Kennedy and later Johnson shunted the progressives aside. A preference for the right and a proclivity for intervention came to characterize American policy. Kennedy intervention and the limits of power. 59 Himself explained the basis of this shift amid the turmoil after Trujillo's death. "The United States wanted a democratic regime in the Dominican Republic, failing that we would prefer a friendly dictatorship, and the last thing we wanted was a Castro-type regime. Reform was preferable, but stability was essential." 114 This dilemma confronted USOFFI Chales in any number of cases during the early 1960s, and in the vast majority, reform lost just as badly as it had in the Dominican Republic. This trend underlay U.S. support for military coups, as well as Washington's stance on initiatives like land reform. While USOFFI Chales understood that land reform was the central element of the Alliance for Progress, ideological concerns led Washington to temper its initial enthusiasm. Congress declined to fund agrarian reforms, with conservatives terming these programs an attempt to export socialist ideas to Latin America. In Brazil, the suspicion that the radical left had infiltrated the government's reform led U.S. diplomats to withdraw their support for the initiative. In this and other cases, anti-communism compromised the reformist zeal on which USOFFI Chales had always known the alliance would rise or fall. 115 Counterinsurgency fight the same pattern. To control the pressures released in the early 1960s, Kennedy and Johnson placed increasing importance on counterinsurgency as the decade progressed. American training and supply programs expanded rapidly, and in 1962 alone, 9,000 Latin American officers and soldiers graduated from institutions like the School of the Americas. 116 Under the aegis of CONDECA, U.S. advisors provided aerial surveillance and advanced telecommunications equipment in support of border sweeps and arms interdiction missions. 117 U.S. money-funded organizations like El Salvador's National Democratic or GANization, which oversaw the creation of a network of rural informers tied to the government. By the mid-1960s these programs were at the center of the battle against the insurgents. It was a U.S. trained Ranger Battalion that eventually captured and killed Guevara. The episode shows the soundness of our preventive medicine assistance, wrote National Security Advisor Walt Rostow. 118 During Operation Cleanup, a counterinsurgent sweep in Guatemala in March 1966, a U.S. mission led by former FBI agent John Longan provided state-of-the-art communications technology and real-time intelligence to the government forces. The operation netted scores of detainees who were interrogated, tortured, and executed. As economic development failed to provide internal tranquility, more coercive tactics came to the fore. 1960. Intervention and the limits of power. Even counterinsurgency was overshadowed by the rising prominence of covert and military intervention. Both Kennedy and Johnson made good on their pledge to use drastic measures to forestall any leftist takeover. Aside from backing the putsch against Bosch in 1963, US officials supported a coup against their old ally Itigeras in Guatemala. We should be grateful for the coup, concluded U.S. Ambassador John Bell. 120 Kennedy also engaged in a prolonged campaign to bring down British Guyana's Cheddi Jugun, who had received aid from Castro and predicted that communism would sweep throughout the world. 121 Kennedy was no slouch when it came to intervention, but Johnson made the deceased president look like a piker. In 1964 Johnson backed a military coup in Brazil, spent millions to support Eduardo Frei in Chile's presidential elections, and had U.S. troops put down riots in the Panama Canal Zone. The next year, the Marines quashed the pro-Bosch revolt in the Dominican Republic, and in 1966 the United States sought to swing elections in Costa Rica. We either got the power or we haven't, explained Johnson, and if we got it, I'm gonna use it. 122 Kennedy had initially conceived of intervention and counterinsurgency as complements to rather than replacements for internal reform. In practice, however, these methods sometimes debilitated hopes for evolutionary social change. Washington's reliance on military and covert intervention made Moscoso's job of evangelizing nearly impossible. For elites already inclined to resist far-reaching reforms, the knowledge that the Marines would come to the rescue helped weaken the fear of revolution and, by extension, the imperative to liberalize. Even high-level U.S. advisors realized that sending in the troops was but a palliative for Latin America's unrest. We could easily have a few more revolutions even if we get San Domingo patched up, commented NSC aide Robert Comer in 1966. 123 Counterinsurgency proved even more corrosive to democratic reform. As Operation Cleanup showed, counterinsurgency could be a brutal business. Many U.S. and Latin American officials took a Manichean view of the Cold War and a no-holds-barred approach to counterinsurgency. An Argentine general declared that insurgency today represents the clash between two civilizations. 124 CIA agents advocated torture as a means of extracting information from detainees, and one official recommended that the Colombian government utilize death squads to execute paramilitary, sabotage and/or terrorist activities against known communist proponents. Latin American intervention and the limits of power. 61 Military officials needed little encouragement, and such practices became common. 125 These tactics exerted a chilling effect on Latin American democracy. The security services used violence and terror not simply against the guerrillas, but against anyone that challenged the privileges of the dominant elite. This was especially true in Central America, where close ties between the military and the oligarchies made counterinsurgency a tool of political control rather than national defense. In Nicaragua, the response to what Luis Somoza termed the threat of atheist communism was tinged with familiar racial and class overtones. One commander reacted to a series of land invasions by threatening to leave Indians hanging by the same barbed wire that they cut. 126 The tactics used against Union leaders, agrarian reformers, and other communist sympathizers by paramilitary groups such as ORDEN and Guatemala's National Liberation Movement were indistinguishable from those long deployed by elites to protect their holdings. Any individual with apparent leftist inclinations is a potential victim, reported the Canadian Embassy. 127 By the late 1960s, Longan acknowledged that the Guatemalan security forces were often used not so much as protectors of the nation against communist enslavement, but as the oligarchy suppressors of legitimate social change. 128 Here as elsewhere, May assures originally intended to create space for reform actually helped make such changes less likely. To assign the United States the primary responsibility for the course of events in Latin America during the 1960s, however, is to miss the point. While this decade saw a major diplomatic, economic, and military offensive on Washington's part, American officials found the region more resistant to U.S. influence than they had assumed. American policy toward military coups, for instance, owed not simply to anti-communism but also to a frank recognition of the limits of U.S. leverage. Kennedy had initially opposed the Peruvian coup of 1962, calling it a ruinous setback and suspending aid to the junta. 129 Before long, though, Kennedy realized that he had no good options for reversing events in Peru. The Peruvian officers knew that Washington could not long shun an anti-communist government. When the U.S. knows exactly the reasons for our attitude, predicted one officer, it will not only accept the gulp but will support us. 130 Moreover, withholding recognition, terminating aid to Lima, or following Betancourt's advice in convoking an OAS meeting to halt this contagious epidemic of coups d'état would undoubtedly be construed by many observers as unwarranted interference and probably do little to reduce. 62. Intervention and the limits of power. The staying power of the government. Brazilian Foreign Minister Alfonso Araújo, for instance, made clear that his government had no interest in interventionist measures. 131 We must not be deceived by myth of U.S. omnipotence, warned U.S. Ambassador Richard Loeb. Kennedy restored aid to the Peruvian government after it pledged to hold elections, and the administration concluded, as one official put it in 1963, that a U.S. frown doesn't deter others from committing what we consider to be political sins. 132 Pressuring military regimes to give up power was not simply unwise, Kennedy believed, it was also unrealistic. A tiff with Ecuador in the mid-1960s illustrated the dangers of too forward a stance on the Alliance for Progress. When Ecuadorian conservatives succeeded in weakening a tax reform measure by 30%, Washington reduced a $10 million loan to that country by a similar proportion. The Ecuadorian government cried foul, harshly criticized Johnson at a hemispheric summit, and snubbed certain subsequent alliance measures. If not pressuring governments to honor their alliance commitments was a losing strategy, taking the opposite tack seemed little more rewarding. 133 The Ecuadorian and Peruvian cases hit on a fundamental reality of the alliance, that it was generally Latin American actors that determined how development and aid projects played out. Where fairly progressive leaders could move strongly in support of reform, U.S. Latin American cooperation produced decent results. In Venezuela, Washington supported Betancourt's agrarian reform, civic action, and rural infrastructure initiatives, all of which weakened the insurgency. In Chile, U.S. officials strongly supported a relatively successful agrarian reform, the enfranchisement of the rural poor, and an expansion of campesino labor rights. In Peru, while agrarian reform stalled amid political gridlock during the 1960s, this initiative nonetheless played an important role in undercutting the guerrillas. As one former insurgent put it, once the agrarian reform had begun, the slogan "Land or Death" no longer had such urgent meaning. 134 These cases, however, were exceptions to the more common scenario. Governments with strong ties to the oligarchies supported the alliance publicly, but in private they worked to ensure that reform would fail to alter the balance of economic and social power. Bowles had predicted in 1961 that many Latin American governments would make no more than a gesture in the direction of meaningful agrarian reform. Events subsequently confirmed his analysis. 135 Intervention and the Limits of Power. 63 The upshot was the perversion of alliance programs. As U.S. planners had hoped, a number of governments used alliance funds to expand commercial agriculture and light industry, a strategy that promised strong macroeconomic growth and benefited U.S. investors. El Salvador and Nicaragua saw surges in gross national product during the 1960s, with the latter country averaging 6.2% annual growth. Industrial production rose by up to 100% in Central America, and South American countries like Brazil, Paraguay, and others registered impressive agricultural gains. 136 With redistributive projects having been gutted, however, this growth strengthened the oligarchies and weakened the poor. The increasing mechanization that came along with commercial agriculture depressed employment opportunities for agrarian workers, as did the shift of resources toward light industry. More dramatically, when not offset by land reform, the concentration of holdings characteristic of commercial agriculture worsened the plight of the rural poor. 137 By 1970 the top 10% of landowners controlled 81.4% of Guatemala's arable land. In El Salvador the numbers were roughly the same. 138 The campesino, complained one Paraguayan, no longer had a single piece of land for his labors. 139 As implemented by many Latin American governments, alliance programs actually decreased the availability of land to the rural poor. We still haven't found a formula by which we can be sure that whatever we're doing is really getting through to the people, admitted one alliance supervisor. 140 Throughout the region, USOFFI Chales found that the progressive spirit evident at the founding of the alliance did not translate into practical measures. The problem was hardly a lack of reformist leaders. Politicians like Betancourt, Alberto Lleras of Colombia, and Fernando Belaunde in Peru understood the need for redistributive programs, if only as a means of keeping themselves in power. The problem was that Latin American inequalities were so entrenched as to render even relatively bold reforms ineffectual. In Colombia the government's plan to distribute 20,000 farm plots per year was barely enough to keep pace with rural population growth. 141 Given the limited quality of Latin American democracy during this period, moreover, even reformist leaders often lacked the latitude necessary to take these steps. Frondizi constantly clashed with the military over reintegrating the Peronists, a conflict that eventually led to his ouster. The packed nature of Colombian democracy kept reforms in that country limited, and Belaunde also struggled to overcome opposition from Haya and Peruvian conservatives. When Itigaras. 64. Intervention and the Limits of Power tried to allow Juan José Arevalo, a veteran of the 10 Years of Spring and a proponent of democratic socialism, to participate in presidential elections in 1963, the military overthrew him. 142 Scholars have often faulted Kennedy and Johnson for not putting greater force behind their desire for reform in Latin America. 143 This criticism is certainly valid in that U.S. policymakers consistently chose anti-communism over potentially destabilizing reforms. But, insofar as this tendency is cited as a chief cause of the alliance's demise, it ignores two essential realities. First, it makes the unreasonable assumption that U.S. browbeating could force Latin American governments to do something that they were convinced would lead to their own ruin. Second, even had U.S. pressure been capable of producing such an outcome, the Ecuadorian case indicates that reaching this destination would have required Washington to use the same heavy-handed tactics for which it is so often criticized. All told, seeking to compel alliance-style reform would have surely produced considerable opposition and diplomatic outrage, and might well still have failed to produce the desired results. Economic elites were not the only actors that obstructed reform. In Chile the movement of the revolutionary left, which opposed the May-assured pace of Free's initiatives, conducted illegal land seizures and effectively allied itself to the right in opposing government programs. In other cases, indigenous communities resisted land reform because it resembled the measures that had been used during the 19th century to break up their communal holdings. 144 The frustrations attached to the alliance were in few cases more apparent than in Brazil. The extreme poverty of Brazil's urban slums and Northeast made that country a key focus of U.S. concern in the early 1960s, and on the surface, President João Goulart supported many alliance ideals. During 1961–1962, U.S. and Brazilian representatives met to discuss alliance projects and Goulart's development program. 145 By 1963, however, U.S. Brazilian relations had come apart. In some may assure this falling out resulted from the anti-communism of US officials in Brazil, who viewed Goulart's proposals to enfranchise illiterate voters and his threat to use violence against Brazil's landowners as demagoguery and worried that his policies might empower the radical left. 146 Goulart also refused to back interventionist measures against Castro, frustrating US diplomats. 147 Equally important, though, was that Goulart often seemed determined to make cooperation with the United States impossible. Even as he and his ad intervention and the limits of power 65 visors sought U.S. aid, they condemned the alliance publicly, hoping, as one official put it, to ride the nationalist wave. 148 Even more damaging, Goulart had little grasp of economic affairs. Remarks one scholar, he knew little about the subject and tended to view economic matters almost solely in terms of their political ramifications. 149 This approach led to a disastrous macroeconomic policy that caused massive debt and skyrocketing inflation, and brought the country to what the U.S. Embassy termed the brink financial catastrophe. 150 This profligacy, combined with an aversion to Goulart's politics, led Washington to adopt an Islands of Sanity program that bypassed the national government and worked directly with state and local offices. The decision infuriated Goulart, and U.S. Brazilian relations declined steadily until the 1964 coup. 151 As these cases indicate, the fundamental reality of the alliance was that its success hinged on a degree of cooperation and mutual effort that was in too many cases not forthcoming. This is not to understate the degree to which modernization theory, anti-communism, and other aspects of U.S. policy undermined the alliance. Across Latin America, though, the success or failure of reform programs flowed most directly from the political, social, and economic conditions in which they were implemented. Even Juan Bosch, who had plenty of reason to blame Washington for the failure of Dominican reform, chose instead to explain this phenomenon as a result of the Latin American character, and our historical shortcomings. As Bosch recognized, it was local resistance to reform, rather than the flaws and contradictions of U.S. policy, that ultimately obstructed meaningful change. 152 The same could be said of counterinsurgency. It is beyond debate that U.S. counterinsurgency programs contributed to the erosion of Central American democracy. In general, though, it was the local context rather than U.S. aid that determined how counterinsurgency programs played out. While the highly oligarchic nature of Central American society gave counterinsurgency a conservative, repressive flavor, in other countries the doctrine fit within a more democratic framework. In Venezuela, which received more counterinsurgency attention from Kennedy than any other Latin American country. 153 These programs led not to a reactionary but a democratic outcome. Driven by Betancourt's anti-communist reformism, the Venezuelan government partnered. 66. Intervention and the limits of power counterinsurgency with civic action programs. And as recent scholarship has shown, counterinsurgency provided the Venezuelan armed forces with the high-profile mission they had lost following the overthrow of the dictatorship in 1958, and was therefore crucial to consolidating an imperfect democracy. Counterinsurgency greatly affected Latin American politics, but its impact varied considerably according to local conditions. 154 Even with respect to covert and military intervention, the areas in which American influence was seemingly at its greatest, the dynamics of U.S. Latin American relations were more subtle than one might have noticed at first glance. The frequency of U.S. intervention during the 1960s, and the fact that Cuba remained the sole communist state in the region, obscured the reality that American initiatives often produced dubious results. Washington's efforts were only minimally responsible for the outcomes in Chile, where Free's victory owed almost entirely to the decision of Chile's conservatives to abandon their own candidate in order to block Allende, and in Brazil, where the military moved so efficiently that U.S. plans to support the uprising never went into effect. In other cases U.S. policy was simply ineffective. Castro remained in power, and Washington's candidate failed to win the Costa Rican elections of 1966.155 even where U.S. policy was more decisive, as in Panama, the Dominican Republic, and British Guyana, American intervention often missed the mark. In British Guyana the government that replaced Juggins eventually turned to Castro for support, the very outcome that Kennedy had feared. In Panama and the Dominican Republic Johnson's fear of a Castro operation was misplaced, as Cuban involvement was basically non-existent. 10.156 in the charged atmosphere of the 1960s, though, even a glimpse of Castro's shadow was enough to override Johnson's reluctance to intervene. "I'm in a hell of a shape either way," he commented during the Dominican crisis. "If I take over, I can't live in the world. If I let them take over, I can't live over here." Time and again, Johnson's fear of another Cuba and the same superficial understanding of Latin American affairs that had long characterized U.S. policy produced a hair-trigger approach to intervention that slighted the complexity of events on the ground and brought only marginal benefit. 157 overall, the course of U.S. policy demonstrated that Washington's power in Latin America was not so great as it appeared. The Alliance for Progress, counterinsurgency, and military or covert interference had deep resonance in Latin American politics, but their meaning often corresponded more to the intervention and the limits of power. 67 Political and social context of the region than the intentions of U.S. planners. Modernization theory implied that it would be fairly simple for Washington to shape a dramatic departure in Latin American affairs. Events on the ground told a different story. By the late 1960s U.S. policy in Latin America had become unsustainable. Even in the short term, intervention weakened rather than strengthened Washington's position. While many governments were not necessarily opposed to the idea of intervening in the Dominican Republic, and a few countries later contributed troops to a peacekeeping force, they heatedly objected to Johnson's blatant disregard for OAS norms in deploying the Marines unilaterally. 158 Radomiro Tomic, Chile's ambassador to the United States, noted that Washington's policy was pregnant with the worst threats for the inter-American system, and a Colombian official called the incident the water Waterloo of the OAS. Sure enough, the fallout from this episode kick-started the evolution of the OAS from a tool of U.S. policy to an increasingly anti-U.S. or GANization. Johnson's policies helped wreck the very system Washington had constructed 2 decades earlier. 159 Indeed, the Panamanian and Dominican interventions prompted a resurgence of the anti-American sentiment that had so troubled U.S. policymakers a few years earlier. In 1964 Free criticized Washington for its prolongation of a form of colonialism in Panama, and Panamanian activists seized on the imperial overtones of the incident to mobilize worldwide diplomatic support. 160 In 1965 Uruguayan diplomat Carlos Maria Velázquez called the Dominican invasion a new corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, while the Venezuelan press condemned this return to the big stick. Colombian demonstrators invaded the U.S. embassy, chanting, "Down with Yankee imperialism." 161 By the latter part of the 1960s Washington was diplomatically isolated in Latin America and again seeking to deal with the rising tide of anti-imperial sentiment. The United States avoided further gains by the left during the 1960s, but upon closer inspection this victory was a Pyrrhic one. The bankruptcy of U.S. policies toward the region, evident in the stymieing of the alliance and the outrage prompted by the Dominican episode, was confirmed by the rapid disappearance of modernization theory from Washington's stance toward Latin America. By the time that Richard Nixon took office in 1969, modernization theory was largely discredited, its faith in the possibility of exporting the American model replaced by a feeling that such projects were neither 68. Intervention and the limits of power feasible nor necessarily desirable. We can't do too much in the region, commented Nixon. 162. As with the FOCO, the failures and naivete of modernization theory led to its replacement by a more pragmatic alternative. The superpower and Cuban initiatives of the 1960s were impressive in their scope, but less so in their effectiveness. The bold policies of that decade exerted considerable force on Latin American politics and society, but usually not in the way that their creators had intended. Khrushchev, Castro, and Guevara utterly failed to drive radical change in the region, and the Alliance for Progress was hardly more successful in spurring the thoroughgoing transformations envisioned by its founders. Naive and simple-minded policies, derived not from an accurate reading of conditions in Latin America but from the ideological imperatives of the US, Cuban, and Soviet systems, proved utterly incapable of transforming a region as large and complex as Latin America. Time and time again the complexities of regional affairs punctured the illusions of foreign officials. In this sense the real story of the 1960s was perhaps not the extent of outside interference in Latin America, but the way in which the stubborn realities of hemispheric affairs exposed the essential superficiality of these programs. For Moscow, Havana, and Washington, this was a decade in which grand ambitions proved not simply unrealistic, but self-defeating as well. Each power sought to expand its own influence and check that of its competitors, but did so in ways that were thoroughly counterproductive. Castro's clumsy interventionism ensured his diplomatic isolation, and the FOCO did the left more harm than good. Khrushchev sought to spread socialism in Latin America, but his methods frightened and repelled the very audience he meant to woo. Washington avoided a second Cuba, but its military interventions provoked a powerful backlash that more than cancelled the limited gains accrued by sending in the Marines. By the end of the decade the superpowers and Cuba were thus grappling with the blowback from their own ambitions even as they struggled to meet the challenge posed by their opponents. The diplomacy of the 1960s had an ironic result. The Soviet Union, Cuba, and the United States attempted to contain one another, but wound up containing themselves. Even so, the superpower and Cuban policies of the 1960s left an immensely influential legacy. In the unsettled domestic and international climate of the mid and late 1960s, the fallout from these initiatives would contribute significant intervention and the limits of power 69 to the evolution of Latin American politics. Superpower and Cuban intervention might not have fulfilled the aspirations of officials in Washington, Moscow, and Havana, but it nonetheless figured in forging the new landscape of conflict that would shape regional affairs during the 1970s and after. 3. From crisis to crisis. The decade that began with the Cuban Revolution seemed to end with a whimper. The ebbing of the guerrilla threat and the Soviet-Cuban challenge eased the fear of revolution that pervaded the early 1960s, and lent an air of relative calm to regional affairs. Whereas in 1965 the CIA had predicted that up to 12 Latin American countries might soon confront revolutionary turmoil, 3 years later the agency offered a more sanguine assessment. The fact is, analysts wrote, that the establishments which now control the larger Latin American countries are much stronger than any proponents of revolutionary violence. If Latin America looked to be evolving toward greater equilibrium, the impression was misleading. On the surface the prospects for internal strife seemed to be fading, but at a deeper level the social and political tides were running in the opposite direction. In dominating the regional stage during the 1960s, the travails of the left masked the rise of subtler, but no less momentous, influences that greatly increased the potential for turmoil. These forces drew on a complex combination of sources: the effects of the Vietnam War and slow Third World economic growth, the internal and diplomatic conflicts dramatized by Castro's revolution, the blowback from superpower and Cuban interventions, and would soon thrust Latin America toward convulsions far more intense than those of the 1960s. While the experience of the 1960s was, in important ways, one of diversity rather than uniformity, there were three such phenomena that stood out in their impact on hemispheric affairs. The THIRD was the emergence of national from crisis to crisis. 71. Security doctrine, a set of ideas that dominated Latin American military politics as the decade went on. Centered on the premise that Latin American countries were now menaced by the twin dangers of subversion and insurgency, national security doctrine inspired numerous coups and augured the arrival of the assertive, ideologically driven military regime. The second was a region-wide political and social mobilization, symbolized by the growth of student and union activism in the cities and the surging influence of liberation theology in the countryside. The third was the ascent of dependencia de ore, an intellectual current that both reflected and drove a rising tide of tercermundismo and north-south conflow. By the late 1960s, these forces and the events they informed had come to dominate the regional agenda. That these influences would have such a wrenching impact was due to two factors. The first was that national security doctrine, liberation theology, and dependencia theory channeled the various grievances and fears at work during the 1960s into more ideological and therefore more potent form. National security doctrine molded the anxieties provoked by revolution and upheaval into an encompassing, culturally charged worldview at the heart of military affairs. Liberation theology fused the power of religion to long-standing disputes over poverty and social injustice. Frustrations with slow economic development and ambivalence toward U.S. power found a new vocabulary and a social scientific cast in dependencia theory. The events of 1960s crystallized issues like anti-Americanism, fears of revolution, and economic deprivation into powerful ideological frameworks that lent fire to the region's social and political affairs. The second reason that these forces were so significant was that they were so incompatible. The North-South antagonism highlighted by dependencia theory rubbed against the reality of U.S. power in Latin America and the recent record of American interventionism. More dramatically, the hyper-stable vision of society emphasized by national security doctrine clashed sharply with the protest, dissidence, and affinity for leftist ideas that characterized popular mobilization. By the late 1960s, these influences were grating against one another, producing spasms of conflow that foretold the profound violence and upheaval of subsequent decades. The 1960s were a bad stretch for democracy. Juntas came to power in El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, Panama, Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, Brazil, Argentina. 72. From crisis to crisis and the Dominican Republic, and the military controlled a veto on government policy in several other countries. After coming to power in 1969, Richard Nixon referred to Latin America's leaders as the dictators, a label both derisive and essentially accurate. Point 2. Why were military coups so prevalent during the 1960s? Civilian control of the military had always been weak in Latin America. Historically, the generals had rarely hesitated to take the state house in order to remove inept politicians or advance their own ambitions. Argentina's Juan Onganía, who would seize power in 1966, captured this notion that the military was above electoral politics and thus elected politicians in a speech given 2 years earlier. Military obedience is ultimately owed and directed to the Constitution and its laws, he said, never to the men or political parties which circumstantially hold power. Added to long-standing rivalries between the armed forces and parties like Peru's APRA and Argentina's Peronists, this attitude created a climate conducive to military takeovers. Point 3. The instability that followed the Cuban Revolution turned this long-standing civil-military discord into the rampant golpismo of the 1960s. Rising expectations and demands for reform fostered growing internal tensions. Simultaneously, the emergence of Soviet and Cuban-backed guerrilla movements portended a revolutionary threat from within. Brazilian General Antonio Carlos Murasi feared that Havana and Moscow sought to turn his country into a new China, and Paraguayan officials alleged that Castro aimed at the unleashing of insurrection in Latin America. Four Guatemalan authorities wrote of Guevara's weakly disguised effort to provoke revolt, and pointed to the tremendous danger that Castro represented for all America. 5 Guerrilla violence and internal turmoil elicited an assertive reaction by the military. Fearing that the politicians would be unable to control this turbulence, officers in a number of countries decided that they must preempt the communist threat. A Chilean officer referred to free as a Kerensky, language echoed by Brazilian officials before the 1964 coup. 6 An Argentine officer captured the general attitude, arguing that in the face of subversion and unrest, we cannot continue on the defensive. 7 The Cuban Revolution and subsequent guerrilla offensive failed to incite revolution, but succeeded in provoking an anti-revolutionary response. This fear of revolution was evident in the rise of national security doctrine during the 1960s. A collection of ideas based on the need for a central from crisis to crisis. 73. Integrated approach to fighting subversion. National security doctrine suffused Latin American politics following the Cuban Revolution. It influenced coups in Peru in 1962 and 1968, Brazil in 1964, Argentina in 1962 and 1966, and various other countries as well. Even in Stroessner's Paraguay, often derided as an anachronistic backwater, national security doctrine and the fear that communist agents sought to foment revolution at any price informed a marked expansion of the national intelligence apparatus, to the point that government operatives reported the content of Sunday Mass. 8 Intellectually, national security doctrine was rooted in the characteristics of the post-war international system. The Cold War, many Latin American strategists argued, was a worldwide ideological struggle, a permanent war between communism and the West. There is no longer a clear distinction between where peace ends and war begins, wrote Brazil's Galbari. In this contest, traditional conquest had been replaced by subversion as the chief string in the communist bow. It was therefore necessary to prevent the outbreak of actual violence by taking a proactive, comprehensive approach to the problem. One must not wait for the illness to advance, one Argentine officer wrote. It is necessary to proceed preventively, operating with all possible means within our reach and making sure to remove the contaminated organs completely. 9 National security doctrine coupled this fevered emphasis on combating subversion with an expanded definition of what subversion was. Having witnessed Castro's unexpected turn toward communism, and convinced that Moscow sought to weaken its enemies through ideological penetration, many officers looked askance at any activity that challenged internal stasis or was even remotely connected to the left. A terrorist is not just someone with a gun or a bomb, said one Argentine general, but also someone who spreads ideas that are contrary to Western and Christian civilization. 10 In this worldview, trade unions, student groups, and other organizations became suspect, a potential wolf in sheep's clothing. 11 To meet this threat, national security theorists called for stringent restrictions on individual freedoms in order to limit the spread of pernicious ideas. In certain cases, this broadened view of subversion created a belief that domestic politics had become a kind of internal war, to be conducted with the same urgency as traditional military conflict. ICT. The principal enemy of our civilization and way. 74. From crisis to crisis of life is to be found in the very heart of our national communities, concluded one report, and must be rooted out. 12 If the threat was broad, so was the appropriate response. From a professional perspective, national security doctrine had its origins in the late 1940s and 1950s with the creation of institutions like Peru's Center for Higher Military Studies and Brazil's Superior War College. In these academies, officers took courses in a wide array of subjects, including geopolitics, economics and development, and political and social issues. Following the Cuban Revolution, the expanded worldview that resulted from this education informed a belief that combating subversion required using all facets of national power. There could be no division between military, economic, and political initiatives. All must be geared toward the goal of internal security. 13 The economic policies of the golpistas FITFIRMLY within this paradigm. Argentina's Onganía government, which associated domestic instability with the working class activism of justicialismo, attacked Peronist financial power by holding down wages, prohibiting strikes, and opening the economy to foreign competition. 14 In Peru, the juntas that took power in 1962 and 1968 took a more redistributive approach to weakening the left. The Peruvian soldier must be a fighter against underdevelopment, said one officer. 15 In Brazil, economic policy fell somewhere between these two poles, featuring dirigiste programs aimed at rapid industrial development as well as restrictions on unions and the working class. 16 Across the region, economic policy was part of a multi-pronged approach to national security. Geopolitics and diplomacy fit the same pattern. The global nature of communist subversion, military strategists argued, demanded an equally internationalist response. When it is a matter of continental defense, said Brazil's Arthur da Costa e Silva in 1965, borders pose no limit. 17 During the mid-1960s and after, various South American governments took the anti-revolutionary FIGHT beyond their national borders. In 1964 the Argentine generals, led by Onganía, quietly threatened war with Chile should Allende win the presidency. In 1965 Brazil proposed the creation of a defensive hemispheric alliance to intervene in regional hotspots, and a few months later Brazilian troops led an OAS peacekeeping force in the Dominican Republic. Shortly thereafter, the Argentine and Brazilian militaries tag-teamed a political crisis in Uruguay, threatening to invade if the government did not put down labor unrest. 18 Brazil would almost certainly send in military forces if considered from crisis to crisis. 75. A communist takeover to be imminent, US officials reported. 19 In 1967 Brazilian, Argentine, and Paraguayan officers promised their Bolivian counterparts aid in fighting Guevara's guerrillas, and conducted frequent border sweeps to this end. By the early 1970s the Paraguayan and Argentine armies had concluded secret protocols on intelligence and operational cooperation. 20 For proponents of national security doctrine, internal and external defense were one and the same. The ideas that came to dominate Latin American military thinking had cultural and ideological significance as well. Like many Latin Americans, most officers viewed communism as more than a political threat. To them it was an atheistic, nihilistic creed fundamentally at odds with Christian values. Military regimes, especially those in Brazil and Argentina, portrayed themselves as defenders of Christian morality, and the Catholic Church hierarchy supported several coups during the 1960s. 21 In certain cases this convergence of religion and anti-communism led to the conclusion that, at the deepest level, eradicating subversion meant addressing the moral and cultural decay thought to encourage extremist politics. The war that we confront is preeminently a cultural war, said one Argentine general. 22 The goal of communism was to capture the minds of the people, commented another officer, the goal of the state must be to prevent this from happening. 23 National security doctrine was thus as much an ideological and cultural project as a political one, and had implications for all realms of public affairs. Brazil's transition to authoritarianism after 1964 served as a model for how these ideas worked out in practice. Following the Cuban Revolution, Brazilian military politics became highly charged ideologically. In 1961 the military withdrew its support from President Jânio Quadros after he publicly honored Guevara, an act that one general called a violent shock for the armed forces. 24 Many conservatives were even more suspicious of Goulart, Quadros' successor. One newspaper editor warned that Goulart was simply a pawn in a plan to make Brazil a Soviet beachhead. Once Goulart took office, his economic and labor policies and populist rhetoric created fears that the country might be Bolshevist or devolve into anarchy, while his meddling in military affairs provoked concerns about communist infiltration and subversion in the armed forces. 25 Tensions rose dramatically in early 1964, as rumors of a coup led Goulart's supporters to talk of popular resistance and a counter-coup. In March 1964 General Humberto Castelo Branco urged his colleagues to end this subversive agitation and prevent Goulart from subjecting Brazil to Moscow's 76. From crisis to crisis communism. Several days later, the military overthrew Goulart and purged thousands of OFFICers loyal to the ex-president. 26 Following the coup, the Brazilian OFFICers set about constructing a new, protected system based largely on national security doctrine. Although there was initially considerable hesitation and disagreement within the high command over what course to follow, by the late 1960s the hardliners and softliners reached an uneasy equilibrium that allowed them to move ahead. After adverse results in early elections, the junta closed down the existing political system, creating new arrangements that preserved military dominance behind a facade of competition. The government reversed what Muricy called the complete handover of the unions to the communists, arresting union leaders and clamping down on labor rights. 27 The junta created new security and intelligence agencies, including the virtually all-powerful National Intelligence Service, launched broad anti-subversive sweeps, and instituted the widespread use of torture against political opponents. Finally, Castelo Branco sought far-reaching economic changes. He launched an austerity program designed to hold down inflation, opened the country to greater foreign investment, and used the centralized control afforded by military rule to promote certain capital goods industries deemed central to the long-term maturation of the economy. While divisions within the armed forces often gave government policy a somewhat improvisational character, the Brazilian generals nonetheless established a paradigm of military politics that would ultimately take hold on the broader continental stage. 28 One early adherent was Onganía. Convinced that Argentina's vulnerability to internal turmoil stemmed from the persistence of the Peronist problem, Onganía looked to break the stalemate with justicialismo and thereby destroy the threat. His government heavily censored Argentine arts and literature, passed measures to confront a subtle and aggressive communist penetration in all fields of national life, created a National Security Council charged with coordinating the anti-subversive effort, and met protests with violence. 29 Aiming to bring about discipline in labor and weaken the Peronists, the High Command outlawed strikes, took a hard line in union negotiations, and unveiled a radical austerity program. 30 Onganía looked to overhaul Argentine politics as thoroughly as his counterparts had done in Brazil, proposing a quasi-corporatist system known as participacionismo. The language used to describe these measures captured their intended scope. Onganía termed his 4-year dictatorship the Argentine Revolution. 31 From crisis to crisis. 77. In Peru the junta of Juan Velasco Alvarado also pursued dramatic domestic changes, but of a different sort. Because much of the OFFICer corps came from lower and middle class origins, Lima's variant of national security doctrine revolved around economic development and redistribution rather than the more conservative anti-communism seen in Argentina and Brazil. 32 Following the Cuban Revolution, many OFFICers concluded that Peru's vulnerability lay in its deep ethnic divisions and inequalities. As one said, the country had 10 million inhabitants but very few Peruvians. 33 What was needed, wrote Colonel Christian Sanchez, was to furnish assistance to the citizenry in order to improve the standard of living and reduce suffering, with the end, among others, of earning for the armed forces the respect, support, and loyalty of the people. 34 This belief guided the agrarian reform launched after the 1962 coup and gained strength after the guerrilla uprising of 1965. The guerrillas rang the bell that awakened the military to the reality of the country, recalled one of FICER. 35 After conservative opposition stymied Balanda's reforms, the military exploited a dispute with the U.S.-owned International Petroleum Company to remove him from power. The U.S. Embassy deplored the incident as an old-fashioned palace coup, but Velasco's dictatorship wound up being most remarkable for its reformist nature. Velasco nationalized foreign-owned companies, placed military OFFICers at the head of major agencies and enterprises, initiated land and labor reforms, and took other measures that, one Ford Foundation fellow in Lima commented, represent many of the major promises which progressive politicians in Peru have been unable to put into practice over the years. 36 At the same time, Velasco mimicked the more restrictive measures tested in Brazil and Argentina, shutting down the electoral system. jailing opponents, and creating new social and political organizations designed to keep mass activism within acceptable bounds. The Peruvian Revolution featured a reformist yet thoroughly anti-revolutionary centralization. 37 The variations within national security doctrine bear emphasizing, if only because the doctrine is so commonly treated as a monolith. In the main, though, it was the shared elements of national security doctrine that made it of such signal importance to Latin American affairs. 38 National security doctrine represented the coalescence of anti-revolutionary sentiment into an expansive and ideologically charged worldview. It produced a new type of junta, one that pursued transformative policies in the name of national security and subordinated individual and group rights to the need for internal cohesion. By 78. From crisis to crisis, the late 1960s national security doctrine was on the rise, shaping military policies toward domestic society and the world at large. When thrown together with the growing internal dissatisfaction of the period, it would feed the massive traumas that followed. The pervasive INFLiance and dramatic EFFX of national security doctrine require no exaggeration. Unfortunately, precisely this tendency toward caricature has long been present in scholarly interpretations of military politics. Of all the myths and misconceptions surrounding national security doctrine, none has proven more durable than the idea that the doctrine was a creation of the United States. Almost since the birth of national security doctrine, the idea that this phenomenon was a U.S. invention foisted upon Latin America has been a staple of public and academic discourse. In 1971, Uruguayan official charged that Washington had created military Frankensteins. 39 Historians and other writers have variously termed national security doctrine a U.S. export, labeled it a U.S. imposed doctrine that Washington assigned to its Latin American allies, and termed Latin America a laboratory for U.S. anti-communism. 40 While specialists in Latin American military politics dispute this notion, the consensus remains that the ascendancy of national security doctrine within Latin America's armed forces was, above all, the result of U.S. resolve to prevent communist revolution in the hemisphere. 41 There is little question that U.S. policy and national security doctrine shared the same basic thrust. The essential themes of national security doctrine, a preoccupation with subversion and the corresponding need for an energetic and even brutal response, were precisely those that often guided U.S. efforts to hold back the left. Moreover, even a superficial survey of U.S. policies reveals apparently damning links to the ascendancy of national security doctrine. Institutions like Peru's CAEM and Brazil's ESG received U.S. funding from the late 1940s onward as Washington became the chief foreign sponsor of Latin America's militaries. The coup plotters of the 1960s had in many cases spent time in the United States prior to seizing power, either as military attaches or as participants in training and professional development activities. The counterinsurgency programs of the 1960s emphasized certain ideas that would later inform the policies of the military regimes, and from crisis to crisis. 79. Washington only rarely dithered in backing successful military takeovers. In this sense, Washington's aggressive anti-communism found its equivalent in national security doctrine. It is incontestable that U.S. policy fostered a climate friendly to the ideas that shaped Latin American military politics during the 1960s. Yet correlation is not causation, and upon closer inspection, the argument that the United States created or was otherwise responsible for national security doctrine falls apart. For one thing, the professionalization of Latin America's militaries, the institutional backdrop against which national security doctrine played out, was practically complete by the time the United States became the dominant foreign interlocutor of the region's armed forces. Just as European trainers FIRST instructed Latin American soldiers in counterinsurgency, it was French and German officers that oversaw the rise of the region's professional militaries during the 1930s and the 1940s. To the degree that Washington was involved with this process, it was as a latecomer rather than as a catalyst. 42 The connection between U.S. counterinsurgency programs and national security doctrine is also weaker than it initially appears. Latin American strategists identify insurgent violence as the primary threat to their countries in the late 1950s, well before Kennedy made counterinsurgency a focal point of U.S. relations with the region. Galbraith issued his warning that Latin America now faces threats more real than at any other time in 1959, 2 years before Kennedy's inauguration. 43 The ideas that characterized national security doctrine did not derive from U.S. counterinsurgency initiatives. In many cases they predated these programs. From a doctrinal perspective, in fact, Latin American officers were as likely to reject or adapt U.S. ideas on counterinsurgency as to embrace them. While Latin American officers were happy to accept U.S. equipment and training, they were often skeptical of the doctrinal advice that came along with this largesse. A number of Latin American theorists considered American conceptions of counterinsurgency to be flawed and incomplete. General Ramon Camps of Argentina preferred the French variant, honed in Algeria. The French approach was better than the North American, he recalled. It pointed to an all-around conception of the problem of subversion, whereas the latter focused exclusively, or almost exclusively, on its military aspects. 44 Insofar as Latin American officers 80. From crisis to crisis drew on foreign ideas in constructing national security doctrine, they did so selectively and independently. The thesis that U.S. military assistance was decisive in the evolution of Latin American military politics fails to withstand scrutiny in other ways as well. The fact that Washington ramped up its military aid to Latin America just as a wave of coups swept the region has often obscured the reality that the relationship between these two variables was less direct than many scholars believe. Venezuela, for instance, received more military assistance during the early 1960s than any other country in Latin America, but its armed forces became steadily less interventionist as the decade progressed. In Peru, on the other hand, where the armed forces chafed against U.S. INF alliance, cultivated new foreign suppliers, and even disbanded the units that American advisors had helped train during the mid-1960s, there were 2 coups in the space of 6 years. The argument that military aid programs were the primary factor in spurring coups becomes even harder to sustain when evaluated at the regional level. A detailed statistical analysis of the relationship between U.S. military assistance and the incidence of coups reveals that those countries receiving less assistance were more likely to experience a military takeover. 45 In other words, to argue that there was a straight line between the arrival of U.S. advisors and the rise of golpismo is to assert a correlation that, statistically speaking, simply did not exist. The limits of U.S. INF alliance in shaping Latin American military politics are even more clearly demonstrated by the fact that the governments inspired by national security doctrine often pursued policies that were sharply at odds with Washington's interests. The Peruvian variant of national security doctrine revolved around an assumption of antagonism toward rather than comity with the United States. The CAEM courses of the 1950s and 1960s taught not that Lima and Washington shared an affinity based on anti-communism, but that Peru was the victim of a dangerous economic dependency on the United States. The sad and depressing reality, one report stated, is that in Peru real power is not held by the executive, legislative, judicial or electoral branch of government, but by the large landowners, exporters, bankers, and North American companies. 46 The statement provided the intellectual foundation for the fiercely nationalistic policies of the Velasco regime. When the junta took power, Velasco promised the definitive emancipation of our homeland, and declared that Peru must stop being a colony of the United States, the government nation from crisis to crisis. 81. Alizade U.S. owned FIRMS and industries, opened commercial, diplomatic, and military relations with Moscow, and evicted the U.S. military mission. 47 These policies provoked serious tensions with Washington, and US officials considered Velasco more of a nuisance than an ally. While the Peruvian junta was decidedly anti-communist, it was hardly passive or subservient vis-a-vis the United States. In Argentina and Brazil, conservative anti-communism conduced to more congenial relations with the United States, but here too assertions of diplomatic autonomy were common. These governments challenged Washington on economic and political issues and bought Europe and military supplies in order to lessen their dependence on American manufacturers. Brazilian policy, the U.S. Embassy judged in 1970, was one of increasing independence of and divergence from that of the United States. 48 The tension that often existed between Washington and the South American military regimes led Nixon to worry about the emergence of a different kind of military leader, one who pursued nationalistic policies rather than cooperation with the United States. 49 The fundamental weakness of the argument that military politics in Latin America responded to the whims of U.S. policymakers is that this thesis slights the agency of the region's soldiers, treating them as mere ciphers that needed to be prompted to be anti-communist. This depiction badly misses the mark. Latin American officers needed no coaching on the dangers of internal violence and upheaval. The reality of Cuban-sponsored insurgency and the example of what had happened to Batista's army provided all the motivation they required. The alliance between Cuba and its powerful sponsors, wrote Brazilian officials in 1960, represented the birth of a new subversive network that threatened the stability of countries throughout the continent. 50 Drastic May assures, a close advisor to Stroessner argued around the same time, constituted the only salvation from the danger that we currently confront in the most critical days of our fatherland. 51 The Brazilian junta was so worried about the threat of ideological infiltration. One general later commented, that it prohibited a visit by the Bolshoi Ballet as if it were a battalion of Russian paratroop. When Latin American officers complained about Washington's policies, in fact, they often did so on the basis that these policies were not anti-communist enough. 52 Why are there no coups d'état in the United States, goes an old Latin American joke. Because there is no U.S. embassy there. This joke, with its 82 from crisis to crisis themes of powerlessness and dependency, well captures the thrust of much of the scholarship on U.S. Latin American relations. 53 Too often this work reduces Latin Americans to mere pawns of the empire and depicts U.S. officials and economic magnates as the real movers of history. This tendency to deny the agency of Latin American actors is puzzling, coming from scholars who so often deplore just this lack of regional autonomy vis-a-vis the United States. With respect to national security doctrine, moreover, it is simply inaccurate. The rise of national security doctrine was not a product of U.S. pressure or omnipotence, it reflected an organic reaction to trends that, for many Latin American military officials, seemed frightening indeed. It was this homegrown nature that gave national security doctrine its ideological power and endowed it with such devastating force. As national security doctrine moved to the center of Latin American affairs, other trends posed a distinct challenge to this vision of an orderly, stable society. During the 1960s, Latin America experienced an upsurge of popular protest in both urban and rural areas. Student groups, labor unions, religious activists, and campesinos embraced the very activities that many military thinkers deemed so threatening. They demanded reform and asserted the need for individual and group mobilization. They drew on the ideas of Marx, Gramsci, and radical Christian thinkers. They appropriated the symbols of Guevara and Mao. Their actions posed major challenges for military and civilian governments alike. Latin America's urban movements drew their strength in large part from social and economic trends. While student populations multiplied up to 15-fold during the 1960s and 1970s, economic stagnation created a large pool of educated young people with few professional outlets. 54 With little to look forward to after graduation, and with tuition at public universities heavily subsidized, students lingered on campus for 6, 7, or 8 years and stridently criticized the system that seemed to limit their opportunities. For bored, frustrated students, political protest offered one of few apparent avenues for a meaningful release of their energies. Myriad political organizations popped up on campuses across the region. Dissent became almost a social necessity. If you were not associated with some group, some acronym, you were thought to be useless, a stray bullet, One former student later recalled. 55 From crisis to crisis. 83. Economic crisis also drove working class and professional activism. In Uruguay, inflation averaged 60% between 1961 and 1967, decimating the earnings of the working and middle classes and causing considerable unrest. The number of man days lost to strikes roughly doubled in the half-decade ending in 1963, and in 1965 intense labor agitation cast the survival of the government into doubt. 56 In Argentina, Ongania's regressive economic policies undercut real wages for professionals and the working class, exacerbating the perennial Peronist problem and producing a surge in labor turmoil. Peronist unions called a general strike in March 1967, and over the next 2 years repeated work stoppages and protests afflicted the automotive industry in Córdoba. When SENIR Union OFFI Chales hesitated to endorse this militancy, they gradually lost power to a new cohort of radicals. 57 Modernization also destabilized existing social arrangements. In countries like Argentina and Mexico, the expansion of the middle class and related socio-economic changes created domestic dislocations. Youth cynicism and disillusion with paternalistic political arrangements became prevalent, and the pull of traditional social institutions like the family declined. Students who chafed at the restrictions imposed by conservative Latin American societies embraced symbols of disobedience like Che and the critique of bourgeois values offered by thinkers such as Gramsci. We concocted a sort of cocktail in which Gramsci coexisted with Guevara and the Chinese Revolution, recalled one former activist. 58 Mexican youths rebelled against a patriarchal political culture, taking refuge in a rock and roll counterculture and burgeoning student activism. Here as elsewhere, these movements gloried in disrupting the established order. It was a party, one participant later said, an explosion after 50 years of good behavior. We slept in the dean's leather chairs, we breakfasted without paying in cafeterias that we'd taken over. We went to the rally feeling like a bullfighter before the pens were to be opened to let in the bull as riot policeman. We boarded the buses to give speeches to people, to sing, to present skits. We fled from the bull, delighted, when a patrol car would stop the bus. At night we'd light camphor residential and sing songs of the Spanish Civil War. We'd form couples, and we'd look for the vacant cubicle to be alone with our lover. We'd swim at the pool without a credential. We did anything without any ticket or any permission. 59. 84. From crisis to crisis. Popular dissatisfaction was no less the product of a restrictive political climate. While relatively open systems survived the 1960s in a few countries, for the most part these years saw a narrowing of Latin American democracy. In the context of economic underperformance and general disillusion, this turn toward authoritarianism fostered a feeling that Latin American governments were illegitimate and unresponsive. In Argentina, alienation was such that only 20% of students voted in elections, and in Uruguay, massive majorities thought the government corrupt and incompetent. 60 As the Brazilian government imposed greater restrictions on political freedom during the late 1960s, it earned the enmity of student groups that fashioned themselves as the vanguard of public opposition to the dictatorship. In Mexico, student leaders complained that graduates had only two options: to join in the exploitation of the most oppressed classes of the population, or to become one more employee who will also be repressed when he makes demands that put the sacred earnings of the owners of capital in danger. 61 Instead of creating stability, the authoritarianism of the 1960s bred dissent. U.S. policies further accentuated this upheaval. As discussed previously, many student organizations, trade unions, and other social groups had rallied around the Cuban Revolution as a symbol of resistance to Yankee imperialism and a foil to inequitable arrangements in their own countries. In these circumstances, Washington's attempts to contain and roll back the revolution sparked large public demonstrations. Following the Bay of Pigs, protesters attacked U.S. government facilities in Mexico and Chile and took to the streets throughout Latin America. One Colombian group resolved that the invasion should be the beginning of our own struggle to liberate the fatherland from foreign oppressors, Sentiments echoed in other countries. 62 Similar events occurred following the invasion of the Dominican Republic in 1965, and incidents of vandalism and arson against U.S. owned companies became more frequent as the decade wound down. 63 As these episodes indicate, Latin America's popular movements were closely tied to the broader international trends of the period. During the 1960s, intense disorders rocked Beijing, Berlin, Berkeley, and points between. Dissidents, the CIA reported, is a worldwide phenomenon. Protesters, students especially, demonstrated against the Vietnam War, social and economic injustice, and ossified political systems. A State Department student unrest study group estimated that student-led turmoil was a significant from crisis to crisis. 85. Factor in upwards of 30 countries and a potentially active element in at least as many more. 64 The same currents that inspired this global upsurge were present in Latin America. The Vietnam War evoked strong responses throughout Mexico and Central and South America. Many students identified with the communist insurgents, seeing their struggle as a fight against the familiar evils of government corruption and U.S. hegemony. Mexican groups formed pro-Viet Cong committees, blending their support for the communist forces with calls for reform within Mexico. Viva el Viet Cong, declared one organization. 65 More striking still, several Costa Rican students reportedly quit their studies and traveled to Southeast Asia to join the fighting. 66 Latin American activists also drew strength from the general tumult of the 1960s. Facing an unsatisfying situation at home, young people looked abroad for inspiration. We all thought that Argentina was going through the same process as that of May 1968 in France and the Revolution of 1959 in Cuba, said one Argentine. Radical students lauded the revolutionary disorder of China's Cultural Revolution, brandishing copies of the Little Red Book and chanting Mao y Perón, un solo corazón. 67 In Mexico, government propagandists depicted the wave of international protest that crested in 1968 as central to that country's own disorders. For those disillusioned with domestic social and political arrangements, the global disruptions of the 1960s presented a thrilling alternate path. 68 Popular dissent reached its peak in 1968-1969. University and labor unrest rocked Montevideo, Buenos Aires, Rosario, and Córdoba. Governments in Brazil, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua faced mass demonstrations. In Mexico, student strikes grew into a nationwide movement that demanded political liberalization, social justice, and the defense of the rights won long ago by our people. 69 Most participants in this movement sought to reform the regime rather than topple it, but their actions nonetheless constituted a worrying threat to a PRI government that prized internal order and portrayed itself as the legatee of the Mexican Revolution. On August 27, 1968, a crowd of 400,000 protesters filed the Zocalo in Mexico City, taunting Diaz Ordaz with shouts of "Come on out, monkey big snout." 70 Rising tensions in the countryside matched this urban upheaval. During the 1960s, the agrarian discontent that had drawn such attention following the Cuban Revolution grew sharper. The move toward commercial agriculture and light industry during the Alliance years produced decent macroeconomic. 86. From crisis to crisis gains for several countries, but worsened inequality and employment opportunities for the poor. Counterinsurgency and alliance programs, meant to provide stability in the rural areas, sometimes aggravated the situation instead. In Guatemala, the army used its prominent role in counterinsurgency to scoop up large tracts of arable land, establishing itself as a new economic elite and killing hopes for agrarian reform. 71 Similarly, Washington's sponsorship of road-building projects furthered the same opening up of the countryside that had such a devastating effect on the rural poor. 72 Growing inequality and marginalization elicited resistance from campesinos who believed, as one Paraguayan put it, that they had been abandoned by the government. 73 There was no better measure of this discontent than the rapid spread of liberation theology. Liberation theology was a collection of dissident Christian ideas that emerged during the late 1950s and 1960s in response to Latin America's crushing poverty and exclusion. The Latin American bishops cannot remain indifferent in the face of the tremendous social injustices existent in Latin America, which keep the majority of our peoples in dismal poverty, which in many cases becomes inhuman wretchedness, stated one Catholic Church document. Aside from offending the conscience, these conditions led religious officials to fear that, in the absence of amelioration, the Church itself might be swept away by revolution. 74 These concerns produced a theology predicated on the notion that the Church must combine its mission of saving souls with an emphasis on economic and social justice. In Latin America, wrote Gustavo Gutierrez, the most influential advocate of liberation theology, the Church must place itself squarely within the process of revolution. Manifestations of liberation theology ranged from Paulo Freire's literacy campaigns in Brazil and Chile to organizing peasant cooperatives and advocating social reform to, at the most extreme, enthusiasm for revolutionary violence. Revolution is not only permissible but obligatory for those Christians who see it as the only effective and far-reaching way to make the love of all people a reality, declared Camilo Torres, who in 1965 left the priesthood to join Colombia's National Liberation Army. 75 Many advocates of liberation theology rejected this emphasis on violence, and support for the doctrine as a whole has frequently been exaggerated. 76 Nonetheless, liberation theology had momentously disruptive implications. It framed everyday disputes in religious terms, adding a strong ideological element to these conflicts. At the level of interaction between local priests and from crisis to crisis. 87. Their parishioners, liberation theology put Latin America's most important social institution on the side of protest and, in some cases, revolt. Third World priests used revolutionary rhetoric in mobilizing the poor. The rich are sucking the sweat of the campesinos, declared one Paraguayan priest. 77 Radical priests linked up with the violent wing of the Peronist movement, and the writings of Freire, Torres, and Gutierrez were influential among the Uruguayan left. 78 Mexican priests pledged to create a consciousness in the people that they are being exploited, and called for the violent overthrow of the PRI. 79 The ramifications of liberation theology were strongest in Central America. During the early 1960s, several Isthmian governments had tried to defuse the volatile combination of rural poverty, swelling cities, and unpopular authoritarianism by instituting a number of reforms. 80 Nicaragua banned presidential re-election and allowed Hernán Somoza to take power. The Salvadoran military instituted proportional representation and a freer press, and several governments undertook modest agrarian and labor reforms. For the most part, though, these measures were swallowed up by economic changes that further impoverished the poor and counterinsurgency programs that strangled political discourse. 81 Central America was thus fertile ground for liberation theology. As one religious worker in El Salvador later recalled, when I first arrived in Tamanique, every time a child died the family would say, "It's the will of God." But after the people became involved in the Christian communities, that attitude began to change. They began to say, the system caused this tendency to attribute misery to oligarchic malevolence rather than divine intent translated into increased rural activism. Priests organized peasant leagues and Christian-based communities and led invasions of large estates. In El Salvador, the Christian Democrats used liberation theology and support for rural unions to garner greater popularity in the countryside. By the early 1970s, liberation theology had begun to undermine the rural order in Central America. 82 More often than not, Latin American officials responded to the surge in rural protest with the same repressive tactics long used to shore up inequitable arrangements. Semi-official death squads targeted religious-based communities and priests in El Salvador and Guatemala. Several hundred bodies have already been found during the past 4 months in various stages of mutilation. 88. From crisis to crisis, and most of these have been directly attributable to the furtive right-wing execution squads, Canadian diplomats in Guatemala reported in 1967. Any individual with apparent leftist inclinations is a potential victim. 83 In Paraguay, Stroessner's agents termed the agrarian communes an extremely dangerous focus of subversion and hostility against the authorities. Paraguayan officials roughed up the members, warning that they would have problems if they did not desist. 84 Farther north, Mexican soldiers murdered agrarian activist Ruben Jaramillo as part of a broader campaign of violence and intimidation. In one instance, federal troops confronted Alfonso Garzon, a Tijuana peasant leader. The U.S. consulate reported, Garzon was given a choice of, 1. Either quieting down and fading into the background, or 2. Becoming a national figure in Mexico, along with Ruben Jaramillo. Garzon chose the first alternative, after some hesitation, being persuaded by the assurance that in his case, he would be martyrized by hanging rather than simply being shot. 85 The response to urban activism was usually the same. While Peru's Velasco sought to co-opt student protest by instituting reforms and embracing a tercermundista foreign policy, most governments opted for coercion. In Argentina and Uruguay, troops and police clashed with student groups, even taking the dramatic step of occupying the universities. Brazilian authorities tortured student leaders and further restricted the political system in an effort to stamp out protest. 86 The most dramatic confrontation occurred in Mexico. As the student movement grew during the 1960s, the López Mateos and Díaz Ordaz administrations employed a two-pronged response, simultaneously wooing and repressing their opponents. López Mateos looked to undercut student dissent by declaring himself on the extreme left within the Constitution and acting as Cuba's chief defender in Latin America. 87 In reality, the administration took these measures largely to avoid making the more difficult changes demanded by the students and, as demonstrated by the experiences of Jaramillo and Garzon, had few qualms about old-fashioned political thuggery. As popular unrest spread later in the decade, Díaz Ordaz relied on the stick rather than the carrot. After first ignoring protests that expanded dramatically during mid-1968, he turned to more extreme measures. Public peace and tranquility must be restored, he declared. 88 In late September, as Mexico prepared to host the Olympics, the government sent troops into UNAM, causing the rector to resign and sparking even larger protests. With the Olympics only days away, the government from crisis to crisis. 89. Moved decisively. The situation will be under complete control very shortly, Mexican officials reported. On October 2, troops surrounded several thousand protesters in Tlatelolco's Plaza de las Tres Culturas and opened fire, killing between 200 and 400 people. 89 The students went back to classes after Tlatelolco, and the Olympics came off smoothly. Yet student protest would surge again in the early 1970s, this time accompanied by a guerrilla movement that robbed banks, kidnapped wealthy citizens, and killed Mexican soldiers. 90 In a deeper sense, Tlatelolco was a self-inflicted wound from which the PRI would never recover. Political violence was nothing new in Mexico, but the killing of hundreds of peaceful protesters ensured that perpetual PRI claims to be the embodiment of a democratic revolution henceforth would ring hollow. The PRI had proven itself irreversibly reactionary, proclaimed one student. The party calls itself democratic, declared another, or GANization, but represses in violent form the right of liberty of expression that the people of Mexico obtained with so much blood and sacrifice. During the revolution, the link between the PRI and the Mexican Revolution, so crucial to that party's domestic hegemony, was irreparably ruptured following Tlatelolco. 91 The fallout from Tlatelolco symbolized the limits of coercion in dealing with popular movements. Repression failed to address the causes of public discontent, and merely reinforced the perception that Latin American governments were illegitimate. Tensions between students, workers, and the authorities grew sharper during the early 1970s. Uruguayan students and union members hurled Molotov cocktails at the police. 92 Disaffected Argentines rallied around the banner of radical organizations that would soon unleash a wave of violence. The People's Revolutionary Army charged that the dictatorship had issued a formal declaration of war against the Argentine people and pledged itself to the concept of the people in arms. Mario Fermanagh, a product of the prestigious Colegio Nacional de Buenos Aires, formed a politico-military group, Montoneros, that glorified guerrilla warfare as the highest level of political struggle. 93 trends in the countryside pointed in the same direction. Deteriorating economic conditions had convinced many campesinos that their situation was becoming intolerable. The repression of their efforts at redress convinced them that they would not escape this predicament through peaceful politics. One effect of liberation theology had been to build an intellectual bridge between two unlikely partners, the guerrillas and the church. In its most extreme 90. From crisis to crisis form, liberation theology related the Marxism espoused by the former to the teachings of the latter. Radical priests told young students that Marxism is not incompatible with Christianity, and declared themselves not merely tactical allies but strategic allies of revolution. 94 In Central and South America, small but growing numbers of rural farmers and laborers moved toward violence. Guerrilla warfare, argued one Orgianas er, was the only thing that could save the campesinos and the poor in general. 95 Both ideologically and in their practical implications, liberation theology and the popular mobilization of the 1960s were fundamentally contradictory to the vision of society contained in national security doctrine. The latter discouraged protest as seditious, the former two INF alliances revolved around just this sort of activism. National security doctrine identified Marxism as foreign and threatening. Liberation theology stressed the relevance of Marxist ideas to the everyday struggle for dignity and survival. The worldviews that emerged during the 1960s were incompatible, and their rise prefigured the polarization and violence of the 1970s. At the opening of the 1970s, these confrontations were already unfolding. One indication was the violence perpetrated against the religious base communities in Central and South America. Another was the bilateral intelligence agreement signed in 1972 by the Argentine and Paraguayan militaries. The accord singled out Third World priests and student organizations as threats to the military, political, economic and/or psychological power of the South American countries, and provided for greater cooperation to contain these groups. 96 The nations that make up the non-communist world see themselves threatened by a totalitarian ideology that seeks their disintegration through subversion, stated Argentine intelligence analysts. Stronger controls would be needed in response. 97 New strains were also becoming evident in Latin America's foreign relations. During the early 1960s, the Soviet-Cuban threat and the launching of the Alliance for Progress had forced conflict between the United States and its southern neighbors into the background. By the second half of the decade, though, anti-Americanism again competed with anti-communism for prominence in hemispheric diplomacy. Even as the rise of national security doctrine ensured that traditional Cold War issues remained relevant, inter-American economic disputes and a growing antagonism toward the United from crisis to crisis. 91. States came to the fore. Largely fixed on east-west lines during the early 1960s, the axis of conflict in Latin America tilted toward a north-south orientation by decade's end. The rise of dependencia theory captured this shift especially well. Argentine economist Raúl Prebys had sketched the basic outlines of dependencia theory in the 1950s, and an adapted version, popularized by writers like Fernando Henrique Cardoso, Enzo Filito, and André Gunder Frank, gained a wide following a decade and a half later. The basic thrust of the theory was that international economic relations were inherently unequal. The underdeveloped countries were excluded from meaningful development by dint of their status as junior members of a system that privileged the industrial core at the expense of the periphery. Because the West controlled access to technology, capital, and markets, it reaped the benefits of international commerce and locked the underdeveloped countries into serving as producers of cheap raw materials and consumers of costly manufactures. Third world countries therefore derived few gains from their abundant natural resources. which served mainly to line the pockets of rapacious foreign investors. 98 Dependency theory represented an attempt to explain why the Third World was struggling economically during the 1960s. As Asia and Africa decolonized, many leaders had looked forward to what Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah called jet-propelled development. 99 In most post-colonial nations, a combination of poor management and structural constraints quickly dashed these expectations. In assigning blame for this outcome, academics and Third World thinkers focused more on the latter cause than the former. A sense of injustice and exploitation soon characterized international economic relations, and during the mid-1960s, organizations like the Group of 77 coordinated demands for a new and just world economic order. 100 Most of Latin America had been independent for more than a century, but this did not prevent similar ideas from taking hold in the Western Hemisphere. The fact that outside interests had long weighed heavily in Latin American economies, while the region itself languished, lent credence to dependentist arguments. Several Latin American countries joined the G77, and leaders like Felipe Herrera and Rafael Caldera called for united opposition to U.S. economic hegemony. Caldera, who would later become president of Venezuela, predicted the emergence of a Latin American bloc, and 92. From crisis to crisis fought against foreign strangulation by pursuing the Chileanization of the copper companies. 101 If the rise of dependency theory flowed from Latin America's lengthy experience with foreign economic influence, it was also an unintended legacy of the Alliance for Progress. The excessive optimism that accompanied the founding of the Alliance had created high and unrealistic hopes for rapid development. When Alliance programs fell short of these goals, the inevitable sense of disappointment led to a widespread rejection of modernization theory and created an ideological vacuum in which dependency theory would flourish. The theory of dependency grows out of the crisis of developmentalist theory, wrote one dependentist. 102 Specify C alliance projects, particularly efforts to increase foreign direct investment, helped drive this transition. From the start, U.S. and Latin American planners argued that foreign investment would spur growth and technological advancement in countries lacking adequate capital. During the 1960s, the creation of the Central American Common Market and the implementation of investor-friendly policies led to a marked rise in FDI. U.S. investment grew by 128% in Central America and by roughly 50% across the region as a whole. 103 This inflow of foreign capital helped bring about gains in light industry, commercial agriculture, and banking. But FDI also displaced local producers, reinforced an already heavy foreign economic presence, and meant that profits reaped from these expanding sectors were partially repatriated to the United States or Europe. 104 Predictably, a backlash set in. Terms like economic imperialism and cultural imperialism became common, and economists like Celso Furtado warned that FDI was simply a tool used to open up new fields for the future expansion of the multinational corporation. 105 FDI was not a means of development and modernization, dependentists argued, but rather a cause of impoverishment. Underdevelopment is not a preparatory stage preceding capitalist development, argued Brazilian professor Hugo Assmann, it is a direct consequence of such development. 106 This growing antipathy to FDI was pungently demonstrated in 1969, when Nelson Rockefeller, the owner of various enterprises in the region, toured Latin America on Nixon's behalf. Demonstrators burned Rockefeller in effigy, and arsonists firebombed his grocery stores in Argentina. Rocky, go home, crowds chanted. 107 To the extent that Latin American observers viewed FDI as an exploitative influence, they constituted a receptive audience for the dependentistas. From crisis to crisis. 93. Dependency theory received a final boost from pure political opportunism. Dependency theory allowed Latin American politicians to blame underdevelopment and poverty on external factors, rather than acknowledging their own failures or confronting regressive economic structures. Luis Echeverría, Mexico's president from 1970 to 1976, relied on this rhetorical strategy. Underdevelopment is not the absence of economic resources, he said, but the burden of unbalanced structures imposed by external domination. 108 In essence, dependency theory drew its power not from analytical rigor but from its relevance to both long-standing and more recent sources of Latin American frustration. Dependency theory offered a psychologically attractive explanation for the region's historical underdevelopment and the disappointments of the Alliance for Progress, and did so through a social scientific discourse that lent authority to its conclusions. Like national security doctrine and liberation theology, dependency theory was influential because it captured the resentments and fears at work in regional affairs and focused them into an ideologically powerful form. Dependency theory swept Latin America in the mid and late 1960s. Dependencia concepts became prominent in universities, in reports issued by the UN Economic Commission for Latin America, and in broader popular discourse. At the policy level, dependency reinforced certain precepts of ISI, contributed to a growing hostility to foreign investment, and helped inspire integration projects meant to pool industrial resources and thereby make participating countries less reliant on the developed world. 109 The founding of the Andean Pact, an attempt at economic integration launched by Chile, Peru, Colombia, Ecuador, and Bolivia in 1969, demonstrated these dynamics. Economic integration had a long history in Latin America, and during the Alliance years enjoyed U.S. support. 110 In the late 1960s, though, dependency theory gave an anti-US flavor to the Andean Pact. The agreement, Velasco explained, was a tool for overcoming Peru's virtual subordination to the hegemonic centers of foreign power. Chilean Foreign Ministry Oficial Aníbal Palma agreed, calling the pact a new form of diplomacy to help the region achieve greater influence in the world order. 111 As such statements indicated, dependency theory was also a force in regional diplomacy. In 1969, 21 foreign ministers presented the State Department with a petition demanding lower tariffs on Latin American goods. 94. From Crisis to Crisis and a Revamping of U.S. Aid Policies. 112 Perhaps more important than the content of the document was that it showed a unity of action that Washington had largely managed to avoid in its previous dealings with the region. By achieving this consensus, wrote one Chilean diplomat, Latin American countries would not allow themselves to be seduced so easily by individual offers. 113 By the early 1970s, dependency-style language and ideas informed the policies of numerous Latin American governments. Mexican diplomat Alfonso Garcia Robles declared, at the UN General Assembly, that the developing countries have been for decades victims of a systematic and growing impoverishment, and the Peruvian junta based much of its foreign policy on dependency-related concepts. 114 Peru's future, Foreign Minister Edgardo Mercado declared in 1969, must not continue to be tied in an economic knot with powerful industrialized countries whose interests are not in accord with those of the Third World. 115 Even as East-West conflow ICT drove the rise of national security doctrine, the North-South tensions emphasized by dependency theory moved to the center of inter-American affairs. The 1960s were a decade of major tectonic shifts. As guerrilla violence and superpower competition captivated the attention of observers within and outside the region, Latin America's political and social terrain moved beneath their feet. National security doctrine, liberation theology, and dependency theory injected ongoing disputes with a strong dose of ideological fervor. They rendered these conflicts more powerful and intractable, and soon began to rub against one another in increasingly dramatic fashion. Accordingly, as the guerrilla and diplomatic dramas of the 1960s wound down, they were quickly replaced by a new set of disruptions. 116 The ferment of the 1960s cast a long shadow over Latin American affairs. The alliances forged amid the foreign intervention, global turmoil, and domestic upheaval of that decade would shape patterns of regional conflict in the 1970s and beyond. The rise of dependency theory heralded a spike in North-South tension that soon became manifest in a major challenge to U.S. influence in Latin America. The friction between the imperatives of national security doctrine on the one hand, and the characteristics of popular protest and liberation theology on the other, drove polarization and bloodshed that from crisis to crisis. 95. Ultimately made the fiery works of the 1960s seem small-scale. The lasting legacy of the decade that saw the defeat of the rural guerrillas and the frustration of the Soviet-Cuban challenge was thus not stability, but rather the sharper confloists that would take form in the early 1970s. Latin America had merely moved from one crisis to another. 4. The Third World War. Rough out Latin America, the 1970s were years of intense upheaval. The tensions that had taken hold in the decade following the Cuban Revolution drove a series of prolonged crises that made the disruptions of the 1960s seem tame by comparison. Internal warfare and political turmoil racked the southern cone, culminating in the establishment of radical military regimes defined by extreme anti-communism and institutionalized atrocity. The first half of the 1970s also saw a spike in diplomatic hostility between many Latin American countries and the United States, producing a sustained challenge to U.S. hegemony and provoking speculation that inter-American relations were on the verge of momentous change. At decade's end, Central America experienced the onset of a maelstrom that would last for more than 10 years and cause a profusion of bloodshed. If the outcomes of the 1960s were instability and rising tension, the legacies of the 1970s would be dramatic confloict and massive body counts. The following chapters cover the aforementioned episodes, beginning with the cycle of revolution and counter-revolution in the Southern Cone. Between the late 1960s and the mid-1970s, the lower half of South America was the locus of a jarring collision between a revitalized leftist radicalism that found expression in urban guerrilla warfare and an intense, often brutal anti-communism embodied by national security doctrine. These antipathetic extremisms interacted potently with one another, causing profound polarization and violence. This relationship played out across the space of roughly a decade. During the late 1960s, leftist radicals like Raúl Sendic, Abraham Guillen, and Mario the Third World War. 97. Fermenic exploited socio-political strains to construct a new revolutionary movement in South America's major cities. Drawing on significant popular backing and a web of international support, the urban guerrillas soon established themselves as a major threat to internal order across the Southern Cone. In combination with the advent of a socialist government in Chile, their successes raised the possibility that the 1970s would be a decade of revolutionary change. There were radical departures from the status quo, just not the type that the urban guerrillas envisioned. The effects of guerrilla violence and internal turmoil mixed with another legacy of the 1960s, the ascendancy of national security doctrine to accelerate the radicalization of the Southern Cone militaries. During the mid-1970s, the armed forces exploited the widespread fear and public disillusion that eventually resulted from left-wing violence to mount a devastating counter-revolutionary response. Juntas seized power in Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile, and initiated dirty wars against the left. They conducted relentless campaigns against not simply the guerrillas, but leftist dissent as a whole. By decade's end, most of South America was under the control of anti-communist military rulers, and the left had suffered wounds from which it would not soon recover. The 1970s had started with the prospect of revolution, they concluded on a very different note. Beyond eviscerating the South American left, the events of the 1970s threw into relief one of the most important themes of Latin America's Cold War. More so than any previous episode, the convulsions of this period illustrated the fundamental interdependence of left and right-wing extremism. The repression of the late 1960s helped sharpen the grievances that fed into urban guerrilla warfare. The violence employed by that ill-fated movement, in turn, called forth the military radicalism that dominated from the mid-1970s onward. Extremism begot extremism, producing vicious internal disputes. Even before Guevara met his fate in Bolivia, the guerrilla's second act had begun. The urban guerrilla movement began in earnest in the mid-1960s, when a group known as the Tupamaros I declared war against the Uruguayan government and its U.S. backers. Led by Raúl Sendic, a Marxist union or GNAZ and failed Foquista, the Tupamaros carried out attacks that steadily escalated in audacity. They began by robbing banks and gun stores, and later graduated to kidnappings, bombings, takeovers of police and military installations, and the 98. The Third World War assassination of Uruguayan and foreign officials. By 1970 the movement had grown to the point that the Uruguayan government identified urban guerrilla warfare as a new form of aggression to destroy nations from inside. Two Tupamaro exploits inspired emulation. Chile's movement of the revolutionary left and a Brazilian group led by Carlos Marialla sprang up in the late 1960s, followed by Argentina's Montoneros and the ERP, Paraguay's politico-military or GANization, and smaller fronts in Mexico, Bolivia, and Colombia. When one Uruguayan official complained that his country had become a laboratory for urban warfare, he was not far off. 3 Ideologically, the urban guerrillas differed little from the Guevarists of the 1960s. Leaders like Marialla, Firmenich, Sendic, and others believed that Latin American governments, whether democratically elected like Uruguay's or self-elected like Brazil's, were irredeemably reactionary and impervious to peaceful political mobilization. One does not crush imperialism with speeches, declared ERP leaders, but rather with struggle. For the OPM, Marialla's National Liberation Action, and Chile's MIR also demanded the establishment of revolutionary governments, with the latter group arguing that even a peaceful transition to socialism was insufficient. 5 Inspired by radical Catholicism, many Montoneros came to support the same basic end, demanding the destruction of the capitalist state and its army, as preconditions for the taking of power by the people. 6 And while Tupamaro ideology was what one observer called a political cocktail of Trotskyism, Castroism, anarchism, and other schools, Sendic's violent Marxism ultimately oriented the group's strategy. 7 The guerrillas railed against the iniquities of capitalism, but few of them actually hailed from backgrounds of crushing poverty. The rural poor were conspicuously absent from this movement, and while the working class was well represented, so were more affluent groups like intellectuals, professionals, and students. Moreover, though groups like ALN and the OPM sprang up in opposition to repressive military regimes, the Chilean and Uruguayan movements took form in 2 of Latin America's most democratic countries. 8 How did these individuals come to head the revolutionary violence that roiled South America? In many ways, the mix of social and ideological currents that had taken shape during the 1960s was responsible. As discussed in Chapter 3, widespread social dislocations fostered a sense of rebelliousness among young people, while INF alliances like U.S. intervention in Latin America, the Third World War. 99. ICA, opposition to the Vietnam War, and solidarity with the global upheaval of the late 1960s pushed important segments of the population toward protest and political activism. The economic downturn that affected the Southern Cone during the 1960s exacerbated these trends. The working and middle classes saw their purchasing power fall dramatically. This relative decline in economic status caused undeniable popular discomfort and mixed with the high degree of unionization in Southern Cone cities to produce a spike in labor turmoil. Economic crisis also hurt the employment prospects of South America's students, leading many to remain in college indefinitely and affording them prolonged exposure to an environment in which leftist ideas had traditionally flourished. The economic setbacks of the 1960s might not have pushed the working and middle classes to the brink of starvation, but they did certainly foster rising political alienation. The crisis gets worse from day to day, declared one Tupamaro communique. It is our best ally. 9 Prominent ideological currents channeled this discontent in more radical directions. Among the heavily Catholic populations of the Southern Cone, the notion of just violence favored by radical exponents of liberation theology struck a chord with students, intellectuals, and labor activists. In Argentina and Uruguay, where labor priests had long propounded similar messages, the students and unionists that served as guerrilla foot soldiers later reported being strongly influenced by the writings of Torres, Gutierrez, and like-minded theologians. 10 Some Montonero leaders had worked with Paulo Freire in Chile. Firmenich was a disciple of Carlos Mujica, a left-leaning Argentine cleric. Firmenich's writings trumpeted the just violence of the oppressed, and when he took the Montoneros public in 1970, he declared that the organization was possessed of a justicialist doctrine, of Christian and national inspiration. From the outset, this extreme interpretation of liberation theology was central to urban guerrilla ideology. 11 Dependencia theory exerted much the same force. Although primarily an argument about the external sources of Latin American underdevelopment, dependencia theory had important domestic implications as well. Foremost among these was the notion that Latin American governments were complicit in the systematic impoverishment of their own people. By forging alliances with foreign corporations and investors, dependentistas argued, Latin America's ruling classes had enriched themselves and their international patrons at the 100. The Third World War expense of their countrymen. In the context of a continuing economic recession, such beliefs lent themselves to rebellious responses. Abraham Guillen, a Spanish exile who became an intellectual godfather to the urban guerrillas, urged Latin Americans to overthrow the collaborationist governments that abetted Washington's domination. A revolutionary war between the two Americas, he wrote, between the plutocratic North and the proletarian South, is virtually inevitable. 12 Montonero ideologues drew explicitly upon dependencia theory, terming the group's actions a form of active solidarity with the Latin American, Asiatic, and African peoples, those of the so-called Third World exploited by colonialism and imperialism. 13 These appeals found a receptive audience. One student later recalled, "We thought that society was divided into two big blocks and that the domination was so powerful that there was no alternative to an armed struggle in order to overthrow the oppressors." In Uruguay, books like Franz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth were popular among the Tupamaros. 14 Like liberation theology, dependencia theory catalyzed Latin American dissent. The final ingredient in urban radicalization was the coercion that many governments employed to limit domestic upheaval. In several countries, the political and social restrictions promulgated during the 1960s simply exacerbated internal tensions. In Argentina, coups in 1962 and 1966 and the military's persistent discrimination against the Peronists pushed disenfranchised trade unionists toward violence. The decision to nullify the 1962 elections undermined leaders willing to work toward accommodation with the military, and lent credibility to the extremists. "There will be a revolution," declared one Peronist candidate. "If blood flows, too bad." 15 The radical ascendancy became more pronounced after the 1966 coup. Meant to lance the Peronist boil, Ongania's revolution robbed the political system of all remaining stability. The junta's regressive economic policies and no-strike stance isolated moderate Peronists and produced a sharp leftward swing among the rank and file. 16 A national plenary dismissed illusory solutions like compromise. Radicals murdered accommodationist union leader Augusto Vander, and groups like the ERP, Montoneros, and others rushed to fill the void. With a regime like this, asked leaders of the revolutionary armed forces, what alternative is there but armed struggle? Perón himself declared that the dictatorship that devastates the fatherland will not yield in its violence but before greater violence. 17 The Third World War. 101. Elsewhere the story was the same. In Uruguay, the administration of Jorge Pacheco responded to labor and student unrest by suspending constitutional guarantees, ruling by decree, shutting down left-wing newspapers, and sending troops into the universities. Amid persistent economic difficulties, these actions simply reinforced public alienation and Tupamaro claims that Pacheco's was a sellout and anti-popular government. 18 Pacheco, declared one Uruguayan senator, has systematically violated the constitution, a charge seemingly confirmed when the president sought to alter that document to permit himself a second term. Pacheco's measures led to violent clashes between student and union groups and the authorities, and completed the radicalization of many Uruguayan activists. 19 This radicalism took the form it did because of a simultaneous shift in the tactics of the violent left. During the mid-1960s, strategists like Sendik, Mariala, and Guillen concluded that rural folkismo had failed. It had isolated the guerrillas from their supporters, thrown them into an unfamiliar element, and resulted in utter defeat. The cities, on the other hand, now these were revolutionary environs. Santiago, Buenos Aires, Montevideo, and other Latin American cities were metropolises populated, Guillen wrote, by a great human mass ruled by the tyranny of private capital. Tactically, the city offered protection and anonymity. The terrain of the urban guerrilla, wrote Mariala, presents the police with a labyrinth that becomes an insoluble problem for pursued. 21 Montevideo, explained one Tupamaro, was a city which we know like the palm of our hand, in which we look like everybody else, and where we go from one place to another with the same ease as do the other million people who live in it. 22 The city would afford the urban guerrilla the sanctuary and support that had eluded his rural predecessor. The city offered favorable terrain, the international situation seemed similarly propitious. Guerrilla leaders saw themselves locked in a struggle against not only their own governments, but also the American empire that propped up these regimes. From this perspective, the global trends of the late 1960s and early 1970s appeared to show a superpower in decline and offered leftists around the world an inspiring example of how guerrilla violence could thwart imperial domination. The Vietnam SA people, wrote ERP leaders, have carried popular war to its maximum expression nowadays, building a powerful army that holds the most powerful capitalist military forces of the earth in check. 23 Along similar lines, guerrilla leaders interpreted signs of Latin. 102. The Third World War. American diplomatic assertiveness vis-a-vis the United States, most notably the creation of the Andean Pact in 1969, as additional evidence of Washington's debility. The pact, the Tupamaros reasoned, would throw a diplomatic, economic, political and military wedge into the gears of the empire. 24 For Marxist rebels, the early 1970s presented an opportune moment for revolutionary action. The urban guerrillas coincided with their Guevarist predecessors in drawing inspiration from Vietnam, but in other respects they differed from this earlier movement. Moving the struggle to the cities was one example of this divergence, guerrilla recruiting and propaganda provided another. In most cases the urban guerrillas sought to move beyond the strident rhetoric and doctrinal myopia that had weakened the Foquistas. While the urban guerrillas never hid their Marxism or revolutionary ambitions, they initially tempered these characteristics in hopes of appealing to a broader public. Words divide us, went the Tupamaro slogan, action unites us. 25 Sendik declined to turn the Tupamaros into a formal vanguard party, a process that would inevitably bring ideological disputes to the fore. The principle that guided them, wrote one Tupamaro captive, was that of FIRST making the revolution and only afterward the party. Early manifestos focused on issues like high prices and the criminal intervention in Vietnam, themes sure to find resonance with students and the working population. 26 Tupamaro pronouncements were cast in broad terms, referring to the group simply as the armed political or Ganization of the students, the laborers, the white-collar workers, the rural wage earners, the intellectuals, the unemployed. 27 Argentine groups took a similar tack. The ERP and Montoneros combined their denunciations of capitalism with appeals to Argentine nationalism, invoking the legacy of José de San Martín no less than that of Guevara. The guerrilla struggle represented a war of the second independence, the ERP declared. 28 Just as the Argentine people did not hesitate in expelling the Spaniard, read 1 FLUR. Neither will they hesitate today in struggling against North American imperialism. 29 Just as important, groups in Argentina and elsewhere assiduously exploited the sense of ennui at work among young people. The Montoneros and ERP recruited heavily in Peronist youth organizations, and Guillen framed guerrilla violence as an escape from bourgeois boredom. The peoples of Latin America must have an heroic sense of life, he wrote, they must abandon a decadent and FLMC nationalism. 30 In the climate of the early 1970s these tactics provided a steady supply of recruits. We the Third World War. 103. Felt that we were part of the revolutionary history of Argentina, said one youth. There was no possibility of being young and not being an activist, it was like a destiny. 31 guerrilla attacks were initially small, hit-and-run operations. To compensate for their numerical weakness, the guerrillas rejected what Guillen called Homeric battles. They undertook operations that stressed speed and mobility, designed to bleed the enemy and augment guerrilla capabilities while not exposing themselves to a devastating counterstroke. We are weak and it is going to be a long struggle, acknowledged one leader. 32 robberies and abductions violed guerrilla ERS and kept their arsenals well stocked. Armed propaganda, which entailed disarming factory guards and lecturing the assembled workers on the virtues of the revolution, provided a pulpit for guerrilla proselytism. The Tupamaros infiltrated and seized isolated government facilities, demonstrating the relative impotence of the Uruguayan authorities. 33 At the outset, these tactics were successful in frustrating the authorities and rallying popular support. Daring guerrilla attacks captured the public imagination and made the Argentine and Uruguayan governments seem at once heavy-handed and incompetent. Robberies of foreign-owned banks and kidnappings of wealthy industrialists caused only slight discomfort to most Argentines or Uruguayans, while the massive yet generally unsuccessful dragnets launched in response occasioned considerably more annoyance. The ERP conducted Robin Hood missions such as forcing factory-owned ERS to raise wages and redistributing the contents of hijacked milk and food trucks. 34 When the guerrillas did shed blood, they did so selectively, targeting objects of widespread opprobrium. The Montoneros announced their presence in 1970 by murdering General Pedro Aramburu, an action that invited a harsh retaliatory blow but garnered significant approval from Peronists Chalistas who recalled Aramburu's role in deposing Perón 15 years earlier. Taking revenge on the general, Firmenich wrote, "Fool led an old dream of ours." 35 The political cachet of these tactics was evident from the growth of the guerrilla movement. By the early 1970s the Tupamaros numbered roughly 2,000 combatants and support troops and had thousands more sympathizers. 36 Estimates of guerrilla strength in Argentina vary widely, but the ERP and Montoneros probably boasted between 15,000 and 30,000 combatants at their peak, with at least twice that number lending active support. By way of comparison, the Argentine army had 25,000 OFFICers and non-commissioned OFFICers and 65,000 conscripts, and this latter group was rife with guerrilla infiltrators. 37 No less impressive, the guerrillas enjoyed substantial public support. The guerrillas' broadened public message, their image as plucky underdogs, and the discretion that they initially showed in using lethal force allowed the insurgents to win the sympathy of that dominant segment of the population that was dissatisfied with the status quo but not necessarily desirous of violent revolution. One poll revealed that 49% of residents in Buenos Aires, Córdoba, and Rosario had some sympathy for these radicals. 38 Clever tactics, shrewd propaganda, and the useful foil of repressive but seemingly hapless governments made the urban guerrillas a force to be reckoned with. During the early 1970s South American governments claimed to be confronted with a continental conspiracy to foment revolution. Subversion recognizes neither borders nor countries, resolved one meeting of South American security chiefs, and the infiltration penetrates all levels of national life. 39 At the time, these allegations were widely disregarded as the paranoid delusions of security-obsessed regimes, and they are still received with more skepticism than credence. 40 In truth, however, there was a crucial international dimension to Southern Cone upheaval. Much like the Foquistas, many urban guerrillas saw themselves as part of a broader regional movement. An early Tupamaro manifesto declared it impossible to think about liberation in national terms, independently from the rest of Latin America, and called for the building and preparation of the continental strategy. Because Latin America was a single economic unit dominated by the United States, insurgent strategists argued, revolution was possible only on a continental scale. The struggle must spread, Guillen wrote, or become choked by the imperialism of the dollar, whether militarily or through an economic and diplomatic blockade. 41 International cooperation had, in fact, been central to guerrilla warfare in South America for years. The Paraguayan guerrilla attacks of 1959–1960 were the Third World War. 105. Staged from Argentine territory, and the violent wing of Justicialismo had long taken advantage of the same porous frontier. 42 This collaboration grew more systematic during the second half of the 1960s. Guillen dispensed wisdom to several groups, and the Tupamaros explored the possibility of creating a common front. 43 To this end, several organizations explored forms of operational coordination at the OLAS and Tricontinental Conferences in 1966–1967. 44 In 1969 Paraguayan intelligence uncovered evidence that guerrillas from Brazil, Cuba, Argentina, and Paraguay were discussing joint operations, including the assassination of military leaders. 45 As the urban guerrillas gradually integrated their efforts, they received support from several Marxist governments. Moscow was not among these. Guillen condemned the Soviets for conducting a rapprochement with imperialism following the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the Kremlin returned the insult by dismissing the Tupamaros as a terroristic petty bourgeois group. 46 Castro took up the slack. While Cuban diplomacy in the 1970s was in many ways more nuanced than during the Guevara years, in no way had Castro relinquished the dream of spreading revolution. Cuba will never renounce her right and her duty to collaborate with those who wish to change society when that is found to be impossible by the democratic method, Cuban official Carlos Rafael Rodriguez stated. 47 Moreover, Castro reasoned, the quagmire in Southeast Asia made it unlikely that Washington could do much to counter Havana's meddling. We had a slight breathing space as a result of the Vietnam War, he later recalled. Our activities in Latin America developed our cooperation with these revolutionary movements was very active. 48 Castro supported the Southern Cone guerrillas by various methods. He hosted a Tupamaro delegation in the late 1960s, and Granma regularly carried guerrilla manifestos. Material aid soon followed. Sometime around 1974, Castro reportedly promised an anti-Stroessner activist named Agustin Goiburu all the aid necessary to orgiana subversive groups in Paraguay. 49 Cuban operatives trained members of the MIR, ERP, and Montoneros, and helped infiltrate the trainees through Mexico and the Caribbean en route to their home countries. 50 According to one estimate, Castro provided training to roughly 1,500 Tupamaros and at least $180,000 to fund their operations. In Chile, Cuban intelligence agents used Havana's embassy to stockpile 3,000 weapons for use by the MIR. 51 Overall, Cuban. 106. The Third World War backing for Latin American guerrillas was hardly less than it had been a decade earlier. From 1970 to 1973, the Chilean government led by Salvador Allende joined Castro as a sponsor of revolutionary violence. The victory of Allende's Popular Unity Coalition in 1970 was one of the signal events in Latin American politics in this era. It took many observers by surprise, and marked the unexpected outcome of a decade that had begun with hopes of constructing a sustainable center in Chile. In 1964, Free's Christian Democrats won the presidency with 56% of the vote. The size of this victory, and the fact that Chile's conservatives had backed the left of center Free in order to defeat Allende, caused US officials to hope that the PDC might serve as a model for non-radical reform in Latin America. American diplomats called the PDC the best hope for popular democracy in Latin America, and during the 1960s Chile received more US aid per capita than any other country in the region. 52 Unfortunately, Free's policies militate against the construction of a viable centrist coalition. Made arrogant by its electoral romp, the PDC dispensed with the trappings of coalition government and decided to rule as the Partido Único. Free launched an ambitious revolution in liberty, designed to spur economic growth while redistributing its benefits, and attacked opponents on both left and right. 53 The upshot was polarization. The government did make strides towards strengthening the labor movement, extending an agrarian reform begun in 1962, and redressing what one government inspector called the awful conditions of unhealthiness in which many tenant farmers lived. 54 Nonetheless, the revolution in Liberty and the Chilean center soon began to crumble. The conservative parties rallied to the defense of economic elites, while the left, accused free of hesitation and backtracking 55 Free now faced what he called an unholy alliance of the extreme right and left, and many of his proposals were stymied. In 1970 the parties of the right backed former President Jorge Alessandri, and younger members of the Unitary Popular Action Movement bolted Free's bloc to support Popular Unity. 56 The beneficiary of this turmoil was Allende. The venerable socialist politician had hardly seemed a winner at the outset of 1970. He barely secured the UP nomination, and even then it remained unclear how fully he actually represented the left. During the 1960s various groups that now composed the Third World War 107 UP coalition had become more radical. In 1965 students at the University of Concepcion founded the MIR, an organization dedicated to armed struggle, and in 1967 Chile's socialists declared that revolutionary violence is inevitable and legitimate. 57 While Allende did not discourage such methods, his own tactics were more in line with those of the communists. 58 Even as Allende reclaimed the leadership of the left, his ability to guide that group was open to question. Despite these splits, the UP coalition held together, and Allende squeaked out a victory over Alessandri and PDC candidate Radomiro Tomic. This victory, it should be noted, represented less of a seismic shift than is often assumed. The 1960s saw a jump in unionization and rural electoral participation, both trends that might have been expected to help UP. The coalition actually lost strength between 1964 and 1970. Of the more than 400,000 new voters registered between the two elections, Allende claimed the support of only 13%, and his overall share of the vote declined from 38% to 36%. Yet if Free's reforms had, to this extent, succeeded in weakening the left, they had weakened the center even more, and Allende's reduced share of the vote was good enough to win. 59 The advent of a second socialist government in Latin America exerted a turbulent effect on regional affairs. It hardened proponents of revolution. Castro called Allende's election the most important event after the Cuban Revolution in Latin America, and closely allied himself with the Chilean leader 60 to defy those on the other side of this issue, provoking hostility from Washington and giving rise to a variety of nefarious schemes to topple the Chilean president. Allende's election also created a new source of solidarity for the urban guerrillas. While Allende was ambivalent about the guerrillas, he did nothing to stop them from exploiting his victory. The Tupamaros openly declared Chile a bridge for logistical supply and base of operations. 61 Chilean officials held meetings with guerrilla leaders from across South America, and the MIR set up training camps for its regional counterparts. Various groups used Chile's long land borders to slip into Argentina and Bolivia, and beginning in 1972 these organizations held meetings in Santiago aimed at achieving greater collaboration. 62. 108. The Third World War. In 1973 these conferences produced the highest evolution of radical cooperation in South America, the formation of the Revolutionary Coordinating Council. The idea of creating a centralized continental command had long appealed to guerrilla leaders. Guevara had advocated forming guerrilla coordinating councils, and as the insurgent movements grew during the early 1970s, their leaders looked to link efforts and thereby maximize the impact of their violence. 63 At a 1972 meeting in Santiago, guerrillas from Chile, Argentina, and Uruguay resolved to unite the revolutionary vanguard in order to open the way to victory for the Latin American peoples. A year later, the Tupamaros, MIR, and Bolivia's National Liberation Army formed the JCR as the strategic command for all South America. Shortly thereafter the JCR issued a chilling manifesto that promised a bloody and prolonged revolutionary war that will make the Latin American continent the second or third Vietnam of the world. 64 The creation of the JCR frightened security services across South America. Guevara's vision of a continental struggle is today a reality, wrote Paraguayan officials. 65 While South America's guerrillas never functioned as one, they did cooperate on matters of substance. Using Goiburu as an intermediary, the JCR established ties to Cuba and apportioned supplies and money to South America's various guerrilla groups. The JCR also created its own press and propaganda organs, doctored passports and other travel documents, and founded joint training camps run by ERP instructors. 66 Illicit arms flowed freely across the Rio de la Plata and the long border between Argentina and Paraguay, and the Montoneros and ERP provided subsidies to smaller groups. 67 After abducting an ESO executive and ransoming him for 18 billion Argentine pesos, the ERP distributed roughly 40% of the sum to comrades in Uruguay, Chile, and Bolivia. By 1975 Argentine police officials privately fretted about the reach that subversion enjoys at the international level in Hispano-America. 68 In spite of this revolutionary integration, not everywhere did the urban guerrillas find success. In Brazil, where there was no economic crisis to drive popular discontent, the movement fizzled. Brazilian President Emílio Garrastazu Medici declared that we are in an undeclared war, but it is a war, and the sophisticated internal security apparatus quickly decapitated the ALN. 69 By the early 1970s Brazil's intelligence organs reported that there was relatively the Third World War. 109. Little receptivity to the movement among students and the population as a whole. 70 In other countries internal order was harder to restore. Limited but persistent violence afflicted Bolivia and Colombia, and the Mexican government declared itself at war with the guerrillas that emerged following Tlatelolco. A 19-year-old girl armed with a submachine gun can be a deadly enemy, remarked one official. 71 In Paraguay the guerrillas pledged themselves to the fundamental order of Compañero Guevara, the creation of many Vietnams. Drawing on financial and logistical support from their Argentine compatriots, they organized into small cells and prepared to launch the same type of attacks: robberies, sabotage, kidnappings favored by other South American guerrillas. 72 Uruguay and Argentina were the countries most affected by urban violence. In Uruguay early successes inspired Tupamaro leaders to embrace bolder and bloodier tactics. The guerrillas killed U.S. Public Safety Advisor Dan Mitrian for his role in teaching the police the art of mass repression and torture, held captives in crude people's prisons, and assassinated police and security officials. 73 By 1970 Uruguayan democracy was teetering. Pacheco's failure to crush the guerrillas undermined public confidence in government, a decline that became even steeper when more than 100 Tupamaros staged a spectacular jailbreak in September 1971. Strikes and violence depressed economic activity and led to a flight of foreign capital. 74 Police morale plummeted. We are on the front line of a war against an invisible and murderous enemy, said one officier. 75 Government officials lamented that guerrilla tactics might prove as effective as those conventional weapons used against fortifications or military installations, and by 1971 Uruguay's political and economic system seemed near collapse. 76 The situation in Argentina was even more precarious. As in Uruguay, guerrilla attacks became more brazen and lethal during the early 1970s. Bank robberies, kidnappings, bombings, and assassinations were commonplace. Acts of political terrorism are committed on a daily basis and the incidence of such acts is increasing, reported the U.S. Embassy. 77 The military allowed Perón to return in 1973 in a bid to stem the violence, but even this failed. Perón had always been more of a caudillo than a revolutionary, and when he pronounced himself a pacifier of spirits upon his return, the guerrillas repudiated him. 78 Firmenich declared that political power comes out of the mouth of the rifle. 79 And the ERP leadership scorned Perón and the sellout bureaucrats of Justicialismo. 80. 110. The Third World War. Far from halting their violence after Perón's return, the guerrillas increased the pace and scope of their attacks. By mid-decade, one writer notes, Argentina was suffering a political killing every 5 hours and a bomb explosion every 3 hours. 81 The Montoneros and ERP mounted joint operations against the Peronist dictatorship and made parts of the country virtually ungovernable. The guerrillas operated with impunity in many areas. Police authorities admitted, the Zarate Campana area had become a liberated zone. 82 Attacks became more audacious, as the ERP ambushed military convoys and the Montoneros sank a Navy destroyer. The ally of the Argentine military eroded badly. Brazil's intelligence service reported growing disbelief and pessimism within the ranks. 83 The perpetually unstable economy veered toward the precipice, with the guerrillas INFL aiming labor management relations by killing factory supervisors and industrialists. Even more so than in Uruguay, the established order in Argentina looked close to unraveling altogether. 84 Not even those states that supported the guerrilla movement were immune from its effects. In Chile, Allende's grudging support for the urban guerrillas earned him little gratitude from groups like the MIR, MAPU, and the Socialists. Technically members of the UP coalition, these organizations wanted little to do with Allende's vision for Chile. Recognizing that more than 60% of voters had opposed his election, Allende initially sought to soothe public fears by promising a gradual, peaceful transition to socialism. He respected democratic practices and throughout his presidency allowed the Chilean press to function freely. Predictably, these measures raised the hackles of the Chilean ultra-left. "We arrived in power, not in order to use the bourgeois state," declared the leader of MAPU in 1970, but in order to destroy the state forms of bourgeois domination. 85 Over the next 3 years, the ultra-left ignored Allende's call for prudence. These groups illegally expropriated thousands of privately owned businesses, alienating the owners and producing sharp social tensions. They murdered one of Free's aides and bypassed the foreign ministry in establishing intimate ties with Havana. 86 The MIR, which had been arming for combat even as Allende took power, accumulated large illegal caches of weapons, and pledged to arm the workers in preparation for the final showdown with the right. The general aim, one Mirista would later recall, was to bring matters to a head. While these measures never produced the same level of violence as the Third World War. 111. In Uruguay or Argentina. They did provoke conflicts that fueled the unceasing polarization of the period. Right-wing groups like Patria y Libertad clashed with the ultra-left, and the threat of internal violence was a constant in 1972 and 1973. 87 Historians continue to debate the extent of internal upheaval and the seriousness of the guerrilla threat in Latin America during the early 1970s. Some see these movements as profoundly disruptive alliances and even harbingers of revolution, others as overblown phenomena exploited by the generals to justify their own eventual seizures of power. 88 As the foregoing analysis makes clear, the urban guerrilla was hardly a specter conjured by paranoid or cynical golpistas. Groups like the Tupamaros, Montoneros, and others boasted thousands of soldiers and supporters, enjoyed significant international support and cooperation, and had war chests filled with earnings from kidnappings and robberies. Their actions drove resurgent violence in several countries, left Argentina and Uruguay in situations that were dire indeed, and combined with the advent of a socialist government in Chile to set much of South America on edge. The revolutionary wave that had crashed following Guevara's death now crested again, this time with greater strength than before. The radical change that occurred in the Southern Cone, however, would be of the counter-revolutionary type. Military coups supported, in many cases, by large swaths of the population toppled governments in Chile, Argentina, and Uruguay between 1973 and 1976, and augured an all-out offensive against the guerrillas and the left as a whole. By mid-decade the Southern Cone was under the control of authoritarian governments linked by a common determination to eradicate leftist dissent. This rapid reversal of fortunes reflected several factors, but there was a common pattern to events across the Southern Cone. In Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile alike, the violence and upheaval of the early 1970s eventually had two profoundly important effects: the alienation of much of the public, and the acceleration of the radicalization at work within the armed forces. This combination boded ill for the continuation of civilian government and set the scene for a rapid rightward shift. This scenario first unfolded in Uruguay. As the Tupamaros grew more violent, the considerable public support that they had initially commanded dropped. 112. The Third World War off rapidly. Mitraian's execution evoked widespread disapproval, and guerrilla actions garnered growing opprobrium. Large crowds in Montevideo chanted Policias, si. Tupamaros, no. In late 1971, and a Popular Front coalition with ties to the MLN garnered less than 20% of the vote in national elections. 89 Why did the guerrillas lose the sympathy they had only recently enjoyed? This would have seemed a paradoxical outcome, at least by the guerrillas' own standards. For all the ways in which the urban guerrillas differed from their rural predecessors, they agreed with the Guevarists on the exemplary value of bloodshed. The Tupamaros, one combatant explained, followed the principle that revolutionary action in itself generates revolutionary consciousness, or ganization and conditions. 90 Escalating violence, the Tupamaros calculated, would demonstrate the possibility of revolution and rally additional supporters to the cause. Yet this logic was no more valid in the 1970s than it had been a decade earlier. Rather than inciting the masses to action, the Tupamaros' increasingly bloody attacks revealed the basic asymmetry between the objectives of the guerrillas and their hard-line supporters, on the one hand, and the broader communities that had initially tolerated insurgent activities, on the other. By and large, this latter group had not supported the guerrillas out of a desire for violent revolution. Polls taken in Uruguay revealed that even amid the difficult conditions of the late 1960s and early 1970s, only 3% of Uruguayans favored such an outcome. 91 They had tolerated the Tupamaros, rather, because the guerrillas had successfully portrayed themselves as a palatable form of opposition to unpopular governments. The Tupamaros had exposed the innate qualities of the Pacheco administration and dramatized the economic plight of the middle and working class, and early on they had done so in a way that was not excessively corrosive to the social fabric. As the guerrillas grew more violent, they lost this crossover appeal. The guerrillas were no longer seen as idealistic rascals, they now exposed themselves as dedicated revolutionaries capable of throwing the domestic scene into chaos. 92 This ability did not endear the guerrillas to masses longing to burst free from oppression, it put them at odds with the vast majority of the population. In Uruguay, polls showed that only 15% of the public would be bothered if the Tupamaros disappeared, and influential Uruguayans called on the armed forces to step in and restore order. 93 The guerrillas claimed to be the army of the people, but their actions drove the people away. The Third World War. 113. The Tupamaros ensured their own demise in more ways than one. The havoc of the early 1970s not only alienated the majority of the population, it also chopped the pillars out from under Uruguayan democracy. Labor strife and economic crisis had badly eroded public support for Uruguay's traditional parties and institutions during the 1960s, and Tupamaro violence created widespread doubts that the existing system could cope with the problems the country faced. In late 1971, U.S. State Department officials reported a widespread sense of malaise and lack of national direction. Opinion polls showed deepening dissatisfaction with the Congress, the President, and the Blanco and Colorado parties, and only the military commanded broad-based public respect. 94 This debasement of Uruguayan democracy occurred concurrent with the radicalization of the military. The Tupamaros had long ridiculed the Uruguayan armed forces as one of the weakest organizations of repression in America, and the military eventually accepted the invitation to disprove this assessment. High-ranking commanders bristled at the idea that the Tupamaros represented a police problem, and as guerrilla violence appeared to spiral beyond the control of the civilian authorities, the military pushed for decisive action to defeat the threat. 95 An opportunity arose in early 1972 when the Tupamaros began an assassination campaign against military officials. This decision ignited the fury of an already alarmed high command, and as one government minister commented, unleashed the undeclared Civil War 96 from 1972 onward, the military operating in conjunction with semi-OFFICHL death squads inflicted severe casualties on the Tupamaros. Uruguayan forces killed and captured more than 1,000 operatives, including Sendic and other high-ranking leaders, and severely depleted the guerrillas' weapons stores. 97 The Tupamaros are under control. Uruguayan OFFICHLs could soon brag. 98 This devastating counterinsurgency presaged even greater changes. The armed forces followed up their offensive against the Tupamaros in 1972 by gradually seizing power the next year. There was little opposition to this coup by stages. The military enjoyed unprecedented prestige after beating back the Tupamaros, and public esteem for the civilian government was at abysmal levels. A few protests marked the effective military takeover in early 1973, but for the most part public outrage was lacking. Even those OFFICHLs displaced by the golpistas accepted their misfortune with equanimity. Neither civilian OFFICHLs appear to have little desire or ability to contest the military's encroachments, US OFFICHLs reported. A civilian president retained nominal. 114. The Third World War control until 1976, but from early 1973 on the generals and admirals ran the show. 99 The trajectory of events in Argentina bore striking similarities to the Uruguayan experience, though in the former country the saga played out with greater intensity. In Argentina as in Uruguay, the guerrillas suffered a severe diminution of their public standing as the turmoil they created came to dominate the national scene. By 1973, one historian recounts, the population had become aware that the armed opposition that arose as a reaction to the military regime appeared considerably more violent than the military. Firmenich basked in the bloodshed. He announced that he would gladly sacrifice the organization in combat in exchange for political prestige. 100 Such statements alienated rather than attracted many Argentines. Public disillusion increased after Perón's return in 1973, when the guerrillas lost what had been their most formidable weapon, the ability to capitalize upon Peronist disenfranchisement. Within a year of Perón's return, much of the population had turned against the insurgents. The fact that the guerrillas were now attacking a democratically elected government, rather than a repressive military junta, produced widespread revulsion. Perón himself soon tired of the insurgents, who had now outlived their usefulness to him. In May 1974 he condemned the Montoneros as stupid, screaming people and ejected them from Justicialismo, depriving them of what mainstream public support they still enjoyed. Over the next 2 years, the guerrillas would find themselves out of favor even with the Peronist unions, which had long been a principal source of solidarity. 101 By the mid-1970s Peronism was at war with itself. Left and right-wing Peronists clashed on the occasion of Perón's return in 1973, and the civilian government subsequently organized a paramilitary group known as the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance to neutralize the left. The AAA targeted ERP and Montonero leaders as well as leftist politicians, aiming at the physical elimination of these individuals. 102 The AAA issued public death sentences and murdered at least several hundred Argentines. We declare war on those elements that disrupt the established order, read one proclamation. 103 Leave, or we will kill you, the AAA told suspected guerrilla sympathizers. 104 Union leaders that had grown wary of the insurgents began to cooperate with the AAA and counter-guerrilla police units. The guerrillas responded by targeting members of the AAA as well as conservative unionists, and called for all-out war on the Third World War. 115. The regime. By 1975-1976 US OFFICHLs reported that the bloodshed AP Pro CHES Civil War dimensions. 105 Besides provoking public repudiation, the guerrillas' actions drove a radicalization of the military even more far-reaching than that in Uruguay. Argentina had long been home to the most extreme version of national security doctrine, and these ideas received a massive boost from the violence and general disorder of the period. The rapid growth of foreign-supported guerrilla movements and internal turmoil, and the apparent impotence of the democratic system, reinforced the notion that breaking the threat from the left required drastic measures. High-ranking officers frequently stated that the Southern Cone had become the central front in a third world war between communism and the West. This is a struggle that entails the destruction of democracy or the annihilation of communism, declared one General. 106. Just as the repression of 1960s lent credibility to advocates of left-wing violence, the upheaval of the 1970s gave voice to those who argued for a draconian right-wing response. Such sentiments probably would have found a receptive hearing in Argentina regardless of the prevailing intellectual climate. Guerrilla violence was significant by any standard, and constituted a challenge that no military establishment could have ignored. By mid-decade Argentine officials warned of a wild orgy of bloodshed, and one admiral feared total chaos leading to destruction of the Argentine state. 107. These worries were hardly unique to military officials. Interim President Italo Luder conceded that the institutional stability of the country was at risk. 108. In these circumstances it is hardly surprising that the armed forces felt an impetus toward a strong response. Yet the particular fire this upheaval sparked within the military also reflected the intellectual context of the period. Many Argentine officers interpreted the events of the 1970s as confirmation of the ideas that had come to INFLian's military thinking over the past decade. This much was evident from a secret military intelligence protocol signed in 1972. The street riots, the urban guerrillas, the kidnappings, the deaths, and the fire residential that in the last months have devastated the principal cities of Latin America have not been caused by spontaneous generation, the authors wrote. On the contrary, they have had and have a careful preparation whose origin is not unknown to our authorities. The fact of the matter was that the nations that make up the 116. The Third World War non-communist world see themselves threatened by a totalitarian ideology that seeks their disintegration by means of subversion. 109. As this document indicated, the worldview promoted by national security doctrine found ample reinforcement in the course of Southern Cone politics. Argentine military thought became increasingly extreme as the decade went on. High-ranking officers identify at a comprehensive assault on the nation's political, social, and cultural institutions. Army Chief of Staff Jorge Rafael Videla warned that international communism had achieved penetration of the schools and even the church. 110. His colleagues agitated for an all-out war on the terrorists, and looked forward to the complete extermination of the guerrillas. 111. They soon got their chance. In February 1975 Luder issued an annihilation decree allowing the armed forces to direct the anti-guerrilla struggle in the province of Tucumán. 8 months later that authority was extended to cover the entire nation. Videla promised the annihilation of subversion in all its manifestations. 112. In early 1976, with INFLation spiraling out of control and internal violence convulsing the country, the military took power in a broadly popular and long-expected coup. Most Argentines were glad to be rid of Mrs. Perón's pathetically incompetent government, the U.S. Embassy reported. Local comment confirmed this assessment. The crisis has ended, declared La Nación. 113. The rightist ascendancy in Uruguay and Argentina had its equivalent in Chile, where another Chief of Staff General Augusto Pinochet mounted another brutal but popular military takeover. Contrary to what is often thought, this outcome was not necessarily foreordained. For all the controversy Allende's election sparked, the UP government had actually enjoyed a fairly auspicious start. The president's pledge to adhere to democratic practices and allow freedom of the press earned him the criticism of the ultra-left, but helped prevent an early blow-up with the center and the right. Across-the-board wage increases stimulated the economy. UP scored follow-up victories in by-elections in 1971, indicating that much of the electorate was willing to consider Allende's Chilean road to socialism. 114. Allende's honeymoon ended quickly, though, and the situation began to unravel. The economy stumbled badly, as Allende's decision to staff crucial ministries with political loyalists rather than competent technocrats led to severe mismanagement. Economics Minister Pedro Fuscovic's wage hikes and loose monetary policy eventually resulted in galloping inflation, causing the Third World War. 117. Real wages to decline by nearly half between 1970 and 1973. 115 Ill-designed price controls made it impossible for farmers to market their goods profitably and led to shortages of consumer products. By 1972 Chile was experiencing severe economic disruptions and a worsening debt burden, leading Allende's ambassador to the United States, Orlando Letelier, to warn of a powerful negative effect on our internal political situation. 116 These problems were not entirely of Allende's own making. Throughout his presidency, Allende faced unrelenting U.S. hostility. Worried that Allende's election would encourage revolutionary activity in Latin America and be perceived as a blow to U.S. alliance, Nixon and National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger schemed to undermine the UP government. The CIA financed anti-Allende unions and press organs and cultivated disaffected military officials. Nixon squeezed the economy by withholding most development assistance, opposing World Bank and IMF loans to Santiago, and discouraging American investors from doing business with Allende. Make the economy scream, he directed. 117 This skullduggery contributed to the Allende's mounting economic difficulties. CIA financial support helped sustain anti-Allende strikers in 1972-1973, and U.S. pressure impeded his search for economic relief. The Paris Club did at one point approve debt rescheduling for Chile over U.S. objections, but Nixon's obstructionism was usually successful in reducing the chances of external assistance. 118 While U.S. officials were not directly involved in the coup that ultimately toppled Allende, Nixon's machinations certainly facilitated the economic destabilization that preceded this event. "We didn't do it," Kissinger remarked in September 1973, but the United States created the conditions as great as possible for Allende's overthrow. 119 As much as Allende suffered from an adverse international environment, his most critical economic wounds were self-inflicted. International financial institutions like the World Bank needed no prodding to refuse Allende loans, because the Chilean leader's economic policies provided argument enough. Nobody in their right mind would make a loan to Chile under Allende, World Bank President Robert McNamara later said. The whole damned economy was being destroyed. 120 Allende further foreclosed the chances of outside relief by refusing to take corrective measures. He would not risk the wrath of his supporters by reducing public spending, a stance that ensured that the international financial institutions remained aloof. 121 All told, Allende did such a good job of wrecking the Chilean economy that Nixon could only pile. 118. Third World War on. The present downward course of the Chilean economy, wrote one State Department advisor in late 1971, is so well defined that the economic pressures available to us will add only marginally to its deterioration. 122 Social conflicts exacerbated the tensions that resulted from this economic instability. Beginning in 1972, extreme right-wing groups exploited Allende's declining popularity to mount a violent anti-government campaign. Organizations like Patria y Libertad attacked Allende supporters and conducted industrial sabotage. The chaos produced by these measures was greatly magnified by the practices of Allende's putative allies. As mentioned above, the ultra-left often seemed determined to undermine Allende and ensure that his promise of a peaceful transition to socialism was completely bereft of credibility. Illegal expropriations, the accumulation of illicit arms, and other such measures provoked such a backlash that communist leader Luis Corvalán accused the Mir of playing reactions game. 123 This was no exaggeration. Miristas, intoxicated with the prospect of revolution, thrilled in provoking the opposition and the military. "I wanted a coup," recalled one Mir member. "I imagined myself as a leader in a liberated zone, fighting a revolutionary war in which the forces of good would sweep away the forces of evil forever." 124 By 1973 the situation had become unmanageable. Mounting economic difficulties led to crippling strikes by truck drivers, farmers, and much of the middle class, and raging political and social tensions produced fears that the domestic order might collapse completely. Even those who benefited from Allende's rule admitted that the wheels had come off. A Montonero who visited Chile in 1973 reported, "I found myself in a desolate and for me, at that moment nearly incomprehensible situation. The road from the airport to the city was practically blocked by trash, trucks, and abandoned buses stretched across the road. The downtown bars without coffee or milk. The sabotage, the strikes, the shortages, had the city and the country paralyzed." 125 As had happened elsewhere, this disorder produced two essential developments. The first was the isolation of Allende's government. Moderate and right-wing tolerance for Allende's socialist experiment, in rapid decline since 1972, evaporated completely the following year. In August 1973, Chile's Chamber of Deputies called for a coup, a stance echoed by newspapers, political parties, and swaths of the population at large. Even supporters referred to Allende's administration as a shitty government, and the UP coalition was close to shattering. The Chilean road to socialism was hitting a dead end. 126 The Third World War. 119. The second development was an evolution of Chilean military thought similar to what had occurred in Uruguay and Argentina. The chaos of the late Allende period produced intense concern that Chile was on the brink of a generalized social breakdown. More alarming still, the emergence of well-armed and foreign-funded paramilitary groups, heated talk of arming the workers and abolishing the armed forces, and the presence of Allende supporters within the ranks made high military officials fear that Chile was becoming a new Cuba. These worries interacted with the pre-existing INF alliance of national security doctrine to create an extreme version of the anti-communism that had long prevailed within the Chilean armed forces. The experience of the UP years, writes one historian, translated intellectual opposition to Marxism into a visceral hatred. 127 Matters came to a head in the winter of 1973. A hastily planned coup attempt in June failed, but nonetheless completed Allende's isolation. Its repercussions have further strained the fabric of Chilean society and threatened to overwhelm what is left of the military and civilian commitment to constitutionality, the CIA reported. 128 In response to the Tencazo, as it was known, Castro urged Allende to use violence against the Chilean right. "Don't ever forget the extraordinary strength of the Chilean working class," he wrote. "In answer to your call that the revolution is in danger, it can paralyze those who are organizing a coup, maintain the support of the fence-sitters, impose its conditions, and decide the fate of Chile once and for all." 129 Allende himself seemed to be leaning in this direction. "If the coup comes, the people will be given arms," he declared. 130 The statement, combined with the fact that the MIR and other ultra-left groups had reacted to the attempted coup by seizing thousands of privately owned businesses, pushed elite and popular tolerance for Allende's government past the breaking point. The principal weapon of the government, Foreign Minister Clodomiro Almeida had said in 1972, is to maintain public order and unconditional respect for legality. If this control is lost, there would be pretext for the counter-revolutionary forces. 131 Almeida was made a prophet in September 1973, when the military moved against Allende. Pinochet, who had refused to do so until the overwhelming majority of the people call for such action, now joined a long brewing plot against the government. 132 The coup occurred on September 11, toppling Allende and resulting in the deaths of at least 1,200 of his supporters. There was thus a basic pattern at work across the southern cone. Internal turmoil reacted strongly with the precepts of national security doctrine. 120. The Third World War accelerating and intensifying the radicalization of the armed forces. At the same time, this upheaval exhausted public tolerance for the radical left. Many officers were now convinced that only bold and in many cases, bloody action could save their countries, and large segments of the population seemed to agree. The result was the series of coups that swept the Southern Cone. The Southern Cone juntas had strong popular backing at the outset, and in Chile, for at least several years thereafter. This support came from a range of groups, Wealthy citizens whose worldviews had been profoundly influenced by fear of kidnapping or assassination, conservative Catholics who viewed the left as an ally of godless communism and a threat to public morality, ambitious politicians who hoped that the military might soon turn power over to them, businessmen who had suffered from robberies, expropriations, and economic instability. A hardline response appealed especially to industrialists, who had long complained that guerrilla exploits made it impossible to maintain discipline among their workers. The insurgents brought about anarchy and disorder, lamented the management of one Argentine enterprise, disrupting the elemental principle of authority. 133 Support for the coups was not only prevalent among elites. These regimes also had good standing with segments of the middle class that had seen their savings and wages disappear amid runaway inflation. Many citizens in Chile, Argentina, and Uruguay had tired of endemic instability and violence, become frustrated with the inability of democratic leaders to set things right, and were willing to give military government a chance. These regimes enjoyed passive legitimacy, a widespread belief that, for all its drawbacks, military rule might be the redress for seemingly insoluble problems. 134 Yet if the Southern Cone military leaders could claim a mandate for defeating the guerrillas and restoring order, they had no intention of stopping there. The golpistas of the 1970s aimed at something grander. Drawing inspiration from the tenets of national security doctrine, they intended to remake their country's politics so as to destroy the internal threat once and for all. Pinochet promised to change the mentality of Chileans to make a recurrence of the Allende years impossible, and Argentine Admiral Emilio the Third World War. 121. Eduardo Massera voiced a similar opinion. The traumas of the 1970s had taken root in the midst of the incredulity of some, the complicity of others and the stupor of many, he declared, and Argentina would not be safe until these weaknesses were corrected. 135 Over the next several years, the Southern Cone governments initiated a multi-front offensive against the sources of public disorder. Determined, as Chilean Admiral Gustavo Lee put it, to cut out the Marxist cancer, they began by decimating the radical left. The Chilean government ripped the MIR, MAPU, and other ultra-left groups apart following the coup. During the next decade and a half, Pinochet oversaw the killing of around 3,200 Chileans and the imprisonment, exile, or torture of tens of thousands more. 136 Even so, Pinochet looked like a moderate compared to the Argentines. The junta in Buenos Aires was responsible for perhaps 25,000 deaths during its 6-year reign. 137 By 1977 Argentine officials could proclaim the virtual annihilation of the subversive organizations, and 3 years later military officers estimated that the Montoneros have no more than 20 activists and 20 sympathizers within Argentina. 138 The guerrillas were hardly the only group to fall victim to government-sponsored violence. For proponents of national security doctrine, the guerrillas were just the tip of the subversive iceberg. The Third World War was a conflict between ideologies, commented Leopoldo Galtieri, the commander of Argentina's notorious Battalion 601, destroying the enemy meant destroying those ideas that contributed to radical dissent. 139 This expansive definition of subversion had always been a key tenet of national security doctrine, but like other aspects of that doctrine, it took on greater viciousness in the 1970s. In Chile and Argentina especially, and in Uruguay and Paraguay as well, the turmoil of the early 1970s had occurred amid growing labor, student, and in some cases agrarian unrest. 140 These trends were deeply disturbing to the military officials who took power between 1973 and 1976. Proponents of national security doctrine had always associated unions and student activists with subversion. The fact that so many guerrillas came from these backgrounds seemed to confirm these suspicions. Despite the fact that by the mid-1970s Argentine Unionists were more likely to oppose the guerrillas than to support them, and that Allende too confronted significant labor hostility as his presidency wore on, the new military regimes were more convinced than ever that these groups were chief sources of the instability they meant to eradicate. 141. 122. The Third World War. The practical implications of this belief were nowhere more explicitly spelled out than in a memo written by Asunción Police Chief Francisco Alcibiades Bertez Borges in late 1975 or 1976. In Paraguay as in Uruguay, Chile, and Argentina, the mid-1970s saw an assault on the left. The decision of the OPM to dedicate itself to armed revolution, and the growth of radical dissent within the universities, the unions, and the agrarian communes, led Stroessner to devise an across-the-board crackdown. 142 in bullet form, Bertez outlined this attack. The authorities must 1. Destroy the subversive organizations. 2. Intervene in religious schools, friendship mission, agrarian leagues and Institute for Integral and Harmonic Development. 3. Energetically attack the causes in order to weaken the EFFX, indoctrinated campesinos, workers, and students. 4. Attacking only the EFFX, the struggle would acquire a state of permanence and the prisons would be filled with campesinos, workers, and students. The vital subversive organizations would remain intact. 5. Deal devastating blows to the subversive organizations and break them up. 6. Act with speed and without hesitation, it will require less effort and cost fewer lives and money. 7. Time will favor the subversives, they will continue indoctrinating. 8. A belated action would be dangerous, it will be difficult to control a coordinated, joint action by campesinos, workers, and students. 9. Avoid at any price that the subversives initiate the armed struggle. It will create a climate of anxiety, worry, and fear across the country, with disastrous consequences. 143 Stroessner's government urgently took up these tasks. The regime targeted the founts of liberation theology and OPM recruiting, taking over prestigious Jesuit schools like the Colegio Cristo Rey in Asunción. The authorities broke up the agrarian communes, arresting hundreds of members, deporting foreign priests, and subjecting detainees to torture and even death. Those lucky enough to escape the roundup were forced to go underground. I have to disappear without leaving tracks, wrote 1.144. Stroessner's government prosecuted this offensive for years, seeking to squelch the spread of dissident ideas and dry up sources of guerrilla support. 145 The Third World War. 123. The situation in Paraguay resembled that of the Southern Cone as a whole, where military regimes deployed what one Argentine officer termed preventive violence against leftist organizations and individuals of all types. 146 Trade unions, student groups, and opposition parties all felt the brunt of this strategy. Chilean labor and student organizers were among the first to be disappeared, and during 1974-1975 Argentine police and military officials prepared lists of union leaders who were then snagged following the coup. 147 The High Command did not dissemble in describing the extent of their war. We are going to have to kill 50,000 people, predicted General Luciano Menendez, 25,000 subversives, 20,000 sympathizers, and we will make 5,000 mistakes. 148 Nor did the generals blanch at the use of brutal methods. The dirty wars were characterized by disappearances, summary executions, rape, torture, and incarceration in secret jails. Prisoners were held in spaces measuring little more than a meter to a side, and forced to urinate and defecate within their cells. Torture sometimes went on for months. The prisoner is a being without rights, said one Uruguayan jailer. 149 Favored tactics included the submarine, in which prisoners were submerged in water until they nearly drowned, the dry submarine, which used a nylon bag to achieve the same effect, and the picana, a kind of electric shock torture. Torture by picana, recalled one detainee, is to feel death. 150 Apologists later claimed that these incidents were anomalies, excesses committed by rogue soldiers. There was some truth to this. Officers occasionally exploited military impunity to indulge their worst urges. In most cases, though, brutality represented not deviance from orders but compliance with them. We conducted the war with doctrine in hand, with the written orders of the High Command, said Argentine General Santiago Omar Riveros in 1980. 151 Rape, torture, and murder were political tools, meant to destroy the solidarity of the urban guerrillas and instill fear in those who might be tempted to aid them. Torture, commented one Uruguayan official, is a political instrument. Its ultimate end is the destruction of political opposition to the system. 152 An Argentine official put it even more bluntly. The purpose of torture, he said, was to introduce widespread terror into the population to prevent the guerrilla from moving like fish in the water. The excesses of the 1970s and 1980s were not excesses at all, but played an essential role in military policy. 153 The military regimes also created new administrative apparatuses to oversee these measures. The Uruguayan junta established a system of clandestine. 124. The Third World War prisons to house suspected subversives. 154 In Argentina, the military divided the country into 5 regions in order to apportion responsibility for detentions and disappearances. Pinochet created the National Intelligence Directorate, or DINA. This organization reported directly to the president and orchestrated the offensive against the left. DINA, comments one historian, was the backbone of the regime. 155 The evisceration of the left was accompanied by severe political, social, and economic alterations. Convinced that the weakness of the democratic system had conduced to the turmoil that preceded their takeovers, the juntas undertook thoroughgoing domestic reconstructions. The transformation was most profound in Chile. Following the coup, the junta suspended the legislature, placed the parties on indefinite recess, and ruled through decrees that carried the weight of constitutional amendments. The world beholds today a generalized crisis of the traditional forms of democracy, Pinochet declared, whose failure and exhaustion, at least as far as Chile is concerned, should be considered definite. 156 Over the next decade, Pinochet's success in consolidating his own power allowed for a remarkable consistency of purpose in overhauling Chilean politics. Chile would have a democracy, Pinochet explained, but not one liable to attack from underneath as had happened before. 157 Military officials assumed control of nearly all cabinet positions, many governorships and mayoralties, and even some of the universities. The regime imposed various states of siege or emergency that allowed it sweeping powers of detention and surveillance. It instituted a legal framework that prescribed severe penalties ranging from loss of employment to exile for citizens with leftist sympathies, and used these measures to target not simply the ultra-left but the PDC as well. Many of these measures were institutionalized in the Constitution of 1980, which postponed congressional elections for nearly a decade, effectively banned Marxist parties, and laid out a path for Pinochet to remain president until 1997. Pinochet called the new system a protected democracy, but as US officials noted, the adjective certainly trumped the noun. 158 Pinochet pursued equally striking departures in the economic realm. After some initial hesitation, he launched a drastic austerity program and instituted a marked liberalization of the economy. His government lifted tariffs and price controls, encouraged foreign investment, privatized industry and the banks, and slashed social expenditures and public employment. The economic aims the Third World War. 125. Of this program were to restart growth, restore fiscal balance, and redress the grave inflationary and debt problems that had accumulated prior to the coup. The political aim was to roll back the influence of organized labor and other sectors that had traditionally aligned with the left. These groups benefited from high government spending, price controls, and a closed economy. With these protections stripped away, their power would wane. To further this latter objective, the regime prohibited strikes and assassinated, imprisoned, exiled, or replaced union leaders. Pinochet's economic measures entailed severe hardship for many Chileans, but as will be discussed in Chapter 8, they set a precedent that would later gain region-wide emulation. 159 The juntas in Argentina and Uruguay also pushed for structural changes, though somewhat less decisively than Pinochet. In contrast to the Chilean regime, these juntas operated on a collegial basis, and inter-service rivalries combined with regular personnel changes at the top to create greater inconsistency in policy making. While both regimes introduced economic reforms that mirrored the Chilean emphasis on austerity and liberalization, implementation was halting and incomplete. 160 All the same, these differences were ones of degree rather than strict demarcation. The juntas in Buenos Aires and Montevideo suspended electoral competition, proscribed or placed controls on the parties, and devised various means of controlling the population. The Uruguayan junta banned 15,000 politicians for a period of 15 years, and the military classified all public employees according to loyalty. This small country, outside observers estimated in the late 1970s, had the most political prisoners per capita in the world. 161 Argentine leaders used shocking violence to cow the opposition, created a vast administrative apparatus for counterinsurgency purposes, and used press and artistic censorship to keep subversive intellectual currents out of circulation. The Argentine and Uruguayan generals even dabbled in social engineering by separating suspected guerrilla sympathizers from their infants. Subversive parents educate their children in subversion, and this must be avoided, one Argentine leader maintained. 162 Although dramatic changes to economic policy were implemented less consistently in Argentina and Uruguay than in Chile, even a relatively brief experience with radical austerity and liberalization programs could cause wrenching transformations for many citizens. The liberalization initiatives pursued by the Argentine junta caused sweeping reductions in industrial employment, and by 1981, manufacturing employment stood at 65% of its 126. The Third World War 1975 level. 163 With price controls lifted, the cost of basic commodities rose by up to several hundred%, while government efforts to restrain inflation meant that public sector wages stagnated and social spending fell dramatically. The working and lower classes took a beating from these measures, as reflected in the biting nicknames given to junta officiales. Argentine Minister of Economics José Martínez de Hoz was known as a reverse Robin Hood, one who takes from the poor and gives to the rich. 164 The second half of the 1970s was the time of the radical military regime. Anti-communist juntas dominated the southern cone and most of South America, and the revolutionary violence of the early 1970s had been displaced by governmental repression. The guerrillas were demolished and the left as a whole was reeling. A decade that began amid widespread revolutionary activism ended with a profoundly counter-revolutionary feel. The violence of the 1970s left deep scars on the southern cone. Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile are still struggling to come to grips with these events several decades after the fact, and public memories of this period remain contested terrain. 165 Consensus is little easier to find in the historiography. Scholars have advanced numerous explanations for the cycle of violence and upheaval that occurred during the 1970s. Some point to the socio-political dislocations caused by long-term economic changes, others to the gradual politicization of the armed forces, others to the imperatives of radically regressive economic programs, still others to the hidden hand of the United States. 166 A FINAL group explains these traumas as the work of master architects of radical evil like Pinochet and DINA chief Manuel Contreras. Such figures, historian Steve Stern contends, are undeserving of serious historical analysis. In their cases, the dash of sympathy required for profound historical understanding proves impossible, pointless, or perverse. 167 Leaving aside Stern's rather bizarre assertion about historical understanding, there is some truth in many of these arguments. The fact that Pinochet remained in power for 17 years lends credence to the notion that his personal ambition figured strongly in charting the course of Chilean affairs from 1973 onward, and the long-term crises of the Southern Cone economies and other structural factors exerted an important influence as well. 168 The Third World War. 127. Yet these explanations downplay what is perhaps the most straightforward way of accounting for the events of the 1970s, the idea that the actions of the military regimes were the logical if exaggerated response to the leftist radicalism of the period. This notion has not traditionally received as much credence as one might expect, with many scholars arguing that because the right-wing repression practiced by the juntas dwarfed the leftist violence of the guerrillas, there must be some hidden reason for the scope and intensity of military brutality. The view of anti-communism as a disingenuous facade, writes one scholar, is now overwhelmingly the majority view among scholars of Latin American politics. 169 But this idea that the virulent anti-communism espoused by the Southern Cone militaries was merely a guise for other, more dominant motives misunderstands both the nature of the dilemma in which these institutions found themselves in the 1970s and the power of the ideas that informed their response. While military officials were prone to exaggerating the extent of guerrilla violence, there can be no doubt that this threat was real. The urban guerrilla organizations included thousands of combatants and enjoyed considerable foreign and mutual support. Their actions were deeply disruptive to the social fabric of the Southern Cone, and in many cases constituted a direct physical danger to police and military officials. In the same vein, the turmoil of the Allende years in Chile was highly corrosive to that country's political and social stability, and the actions of the ultra-left provided an alarming reminder of the potential for internal violence. This upheaval had an immense impact on military politics, and when added to the potent ideas contained in national security doctrine, produced a violent anti-communism that, while outrageously disproportionate, was far from disingenuous or manufactured. The essential sincerity of this mindset was recognized even by the most unlikely of witnesses. As one Montonero combatant later recalled of the officer who tortured her, he was fighting subversion and communism, not trying to get rich. His vision of the world was terribly Neanderthal, but he was convinced of what he was doing. He was there to save his country. 170 This recollection hits on an essential theme regarding the violence that racked the Southern Cone during the 1970s. While utterly deplorable, the right-wing extremism that occurred during this period can only be understood as part of a larger cycle of radicalism and reaction. The period after the Cuban Revolution witnessed growing extremism across the political spectrum. 128. The Third World War, a phenomenon affecting those who favored dramatic social change no less than those who opposed it. These conflicting extremisms did not exist independently of one another, but rather interacted in a dialectical relationship that increased the intensity of both. The repression of the 1960s fueled public dissatisfaction and urban guerrilla violence, which itself drove the right-wing extremism that exploded in the mid-1970s. These mutually reinforcing radicalisms were at the heart of the traumas that occurred in the Southern Cone, and would figure in the even greater convulsions to come. Dominican dictator and U.S. ally turned enemy Rafael Trujillo, shown here with Eleanor Roosevelt in 1934. Courtesy Franklin Delano Roosevelt Library. Fidel Castro with Camilo Cienfuegos during the Cuban Revolution. Cuban Revolution Collection, Manuscripts and Archives, Yale University Library. Latin America's iconic revolutionary, Che Guevara. Cuban Revolution Collection, Manuscripts and Archives, Yale University Library. Anastas Mikoyan visits Cuba in 1960. Cuban Revolution Collection, Manuscripts and Archives, Yale University Library. Veterans of the Bay of Pigs invasion at a reception with John F. Kennedy in 1962. Courtesy John F. Kennedy Library. Kennedy and Nikita Khrushchev meet in Vienna in the wake of the Bay of Pigs invasion. Courtesy John F. Kennedy Library. Venezuelan President Romulo Betancourt was a star of the Alliance for Progress, and his country was one of the few in Latin America to emerge from the 1960s with democracy intact. Courtesy John F. Kennedy Library. Lyndon Johnson and Dean Rusk at the Inter-American Summit in Uruguay in 1967. Courtesy Lyndon Baines Johnson Library. Chile's embattled reformer, Eduardo Frei. Courtesy Lyndon Baines Johnson Library. Richard Nixon and Emilio Garrastazu Medici in 1971. "I wish he were running the whole continent," Nixon remarked of his Brazilian counterpart. Courtesy Richard M. Nixon Presidential Materials, National Archives and Records Administration. Chilean President Salvador Allende. Reproduced with permission of the General Secretariat of the Organization of American States. The man who overthrew Allende in 1973, Augusto Pinochet. Reproduced with permission of the General Secretariat of the Organization of American States. Nicaraguan troops conduct a counterinsurgent sweep in rural Nicaragua in 1977. Reproduced with permission of the General Secretariat of the Organization of American States. Jimmy Carter meets with Daniel Ortega and other members of the post-Somoza government in 1979. Courtesy Jimmy Carter Library. Salvadoran army troops prepare for a patrol on the eve of the Civil War in the late 1970s. Reproduced with permission of the General Secretariat of the Organization of American States. Ronald Reagan meets with President Efrain Rios Montt at the height of the Guatemalan counterinsurgency in 1982. Courtesy Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. Reagan, on his way to Camp David in 1986. Courtesy Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. 5. The Latin American Diplomatic Challenge. Latin American leaders have long had an ambivalent relationship with U.S. power. At times they have enjoyed the protection it offers, at others they have looked to temper its exercise. The former tendency was evident in widespread Latin American support for containing Cuba in the early 1960s, the latter pattern went back to Argentina's uncooperativeness at the Pan-American Congress in 1889. The pendulum swung back toward resistance during the late 1960s and early 1970s. Leaders of widely varying ideological orientations embraced bold foreign policies and contested Washington's hegemony in the region. They rejected the Cold War and the inter-American relationship as organizing frameworks for regional affairs and proclaimed their solidarity with the Third World. They sought new allies as counterweights to American power and proposed to collaborate to offset foreign economic influence. The resulting diplomatic friction provoked alarm in Washington and led a number of observers to predict that hemispheric relations were on the verge of a monumental shift. Inter-American diplomacy between the late 1960s and the mid-1970s might not have been as bloody as the concurrent disruptions in the Southern Cone, but it was tumultuous nonetheless. As with so much of Latin America's Cold War, this diplomatic challenge occurred at the intersection of global trends and local dynamics. During the late 1960s and the early 1970s, the post-World War II structure of international relations was groaning under the weight of 3 decades accumulated strain. Washington's failure in Vietnam, the emergence of détente and 130. The Latin American diplomatic challenge, the breakdown of Bretton Woods, and the oil shocks of 1973-1974 posed major challenges for the United States and the West in general, and even raised the question of whether the era of U.S. and Western preeminence had come to an end. As the system creaked, Latin American diplomats sensed opportunity. For these statesmen, the signal international events of this era showed a decline in U.S. and Western power and the ascendancy of the Third World. Washington's defeat in Vietnam and concurrent rapprochements with China and the Soviet Union seemingly revealed a superpower in retreat, while the demise of Bretton Woods and the oil shocks looked to shift economic power toward the developing countries. Leaders schooled in dependencia concepts saw an opportunity to redress Latin America's persistent political and economic weaknesses, and moved energetically to do so. Yet the growing assertiveness of these Latin American leaders had as much to do with domestic politics as geopolitics. The domestic ferment of the 1960s not only helped stoke the urban guerrilla challenge, it also drove the diplomatic crises of this period. By the late 1960s, numerous Latin American governments found themselves facing seemingly intractable social and political problems. Confronted with pronounced domestic divisions, rising nationalism, and declining government popularity, Latin American officials tried to channel these forces outward via brash, confrontational diplomacy. To achieve consensus and legitimacy at home, Latin American governments fostered tension and conflict abroad. The diplomatic movement that grew out of these factors was neither entirely coherent nor universally supported by Latin American governments. The Central American countries played little part in these events, and levels of enthusiasm for a collision with Washington varied significantly across the region. At a broad level, however, the desire to exploit geopolitical and economic change was present throughout Latin America, and, in conjunction with strong domestic impulses, shaped the diplomatic agenda. Ambitious as it was, though, this Latin American challenge eventually ground to a halt. While a number of countries did modestly enhance their diplomatic position, the movement as a whole splintered, its momentum waned, and the United States escaped the early 1970s with its hemispheric preeminence largely intact. In part, this outcome owed to the residual rigidity of the international environment. While the global disruptions of the 1970s did make the Latin American diplomatic challenge 131 national order somewhat more flexible, this fluidity was not sufficient to permit the thoroughgoing changes envisioned by some Latin American leaders. Washington reacted strongly to challenges to its INF alliance, and the other major powers hesitated to embrace the role of counterweight to the United States. More damaging still, the apparently favorable economic conditions of the mid-1970s quickly proved to be anything but. Ballooning debt burdens weighed on most Latin American and developing countries and undermined the autonomy of independent-minded governments. The international trends of the 1970s initially seemed conducive to a diplomatic revolution, but in Latin America they ended up reinforcing the status quo instead. Yet if geopolitical factors impinged upon the designs of leaders like Allende, Velasco, and Luis Echeverría, so did ideological issues that originated much closer to home. The same surging nationalism that had helped inspire this movement ultimately had a divisive impact on Latin American diplomacy, as did the profound internal cleavages that emerged throughout South America during the mid-1970s. While leaders like Allende and Velasco argued that regional and Third World solidarity must take precedence over Cold War loyalties, the guerrilla violence and domestic polarization of this period eventually led more conservative South American leaders to conclude otherwise. The radical military regimes that seized power in the mid-1970s made anti-communism rather than anti-Americanism the central tenet of their foreign policies, and the impetus for a confrontation with Washington declined accordingly. As the regional solidarity so often trumpeted by Latin American leaders once again proved to be fleeting, the diplomatic challenge lost force. The diplomacy of the 1970s was an outgrowth of the strains of the late 1960s. Lyndon Johnson's interventionism earned stern rebukes from audiences throughout Latin America, and the winding down of the Alliance for Progress led many observers to decry U.S. abandonment of the region. These INF alliances fed the antagonism manifested in the rise of dependency theory and initiatives like the Andean Pact and the Consensus of Vina del March. The regional dynamics of the late 1960s gave Latin American governments reason to rethink their position vis-a-vis Washington. Global trends gave them the opportunity to do so. The early 1970s were a time of profound upheaval in world affairs. The Vietnam War laid bare the limits of US-INF alliance, while the emergence of détente augured the restructuring of international geopolitics. 132. The Latin American diplomatic challenge. The gold and sterling crises of the late 1960s demonstrated growing shakiness in the major Western economies, and the subsequent abandonment of the Bretton Woods system brought down the post-war financial regime. The oil shocks delivered unprecedented profits to Third World oil exporters and deep recessions to the industrialized nations, causing a sharp swing in economic power. The consequences of these developments were potentially immense. Henry Kissinger predicted that the fall of the Western world could not be ruled out. 2 The major international events of this period caused Latin American leaders of all ideological inclinations to question the durability of U.S. and Western power. Leftist elites saw the war in Vietnam as symptomatic of a general crisis of U.S. hegemony. Castro crowed that the empire is not invincible, and Allende echoed the sentiment. 3 Non-Marxist officials concurred. Christian Democrat Domingo Santa Maria, Chile's ambassador to Washington, wrote that Vietnam had shown the irrefutable truth that American military might could not destroy the limited material power of the Viet Cong guerrillas. For by the late 1960s it was common to assert that Vietnam and the overall decline of U.S. power made American intervention in the region unlikely. Allende told a confidant that the United States' domestic and international traumas made it more difficult for them to operate in Latin America, an assessment seconded by Peruvian Foreign Minister Edgardo Mercado. 5 Castro argued that the United States is today much weaker, and in consequence much more limited in its possibilities of intervention. 6 Even Brazil's military government, which publicly denied that Washington's eventual withdrawal from Vietnam detracted from its status as chief world power, worried privately about the consequences of the American defeat. 7 The emergence of détente led to similar questions about the extent of American might. For many officials, the fact that the United States had been forced to make accommodations with its enemies in Moscow and Beijing confirmed Washington's strategic exhaustion. Leaders in Peru, Chile, and Cuba saw détente as a reordering of power relations in the world, in which Washington, whipped in Vietnam, was fending around trying to see what it can salvage. 8 U.S. policy, Chilean diplomats wrote, was nothing other than a realistic accommodation to the crisis of empire. 9 Conservative assessments were much the same. In the wake of Kissinger's October 1971 visit to Beijing, Argentina's Alejandro Lanús declared that no state is so powerful as to single-handedly manage the global balance of power, and Brazil's Emilio Garistazu Medici announced the advent of a new world order. 10 The Latin American diplomatic challenge. 133 This notion of hegemonic decline gained additional adherents amid the economic and financial disruptions of the early 1970s. At first glance, the breakdown of Bretton Woods should have given Latin American leaders little reason to be upbeat. Most Latin American economies had stagnated during the 1960s, and the general mood was one of pessimism. Viewed through the prism of dependency theory, however, the West's financial distress represented an opportunity. From this perspective, the disruption of the international financial order meant the end of the inequitable world system. Economic totalitarianism, Venezuelan President Carlos Andrés Pérez liked to call it, against which Latin American observers had railed throughout the late 1960s. 11 Accordingly, the collapse of Bretton Woods looked to be a moment of weakness for the developed nations, a window in which the Latin American countries might form what the Venezuelan Foreign Ministry termed a united and strengthened bloc and thereby exert greater influence in a reconstituted global economic order. 12 This possibility seemed all the more likely after the oil shocks brought record profits to the Latin American petroleum exporters. 13 Even many non-oil exporters benefited during these years from high prices for commodities like copper, sugar, zinc, and cocoa. In 1974 the value of Latin American exports grew by 70% from the previous year, with the oil producers enjoying an uptick of nearly 200%. The region as a whole enjoyed a trade surplus of around $3 billion in 1973 and $4.8 billion a year later. 14 The oil shocks and concurrent spike in commodity prices promoted a distinct sense of empowerment. Oil moves history today, Pérez declared. Exporters could now dictate the terms of their relations with importers. It was not just Venezuelan officials that were flush with optimism. ECLA, the closest thing to a truly Latin American or Ghanization, was positively exultant. The oil crisis confirmed the vulnerability of the powerful and the strengthened position of the weak, the Commission declared. 15 The global trends of the late 1960s and early 1970s convinced many Latin American officials that the international system had reached a watershed. Coming on the heels of the Sino-Soviet split, the emergence of détente and Western economic weakness seemingly demonstrated that ideological confrontation and superpower preeminence, those most salient characteristics of the post-war era, had ceased to exist. The appearance of new centers of power, the 134. The Latin American diplomatic challenge, destruction of alliances that seemed unshakable, the decrease of tensions and the understanding between old rivals, declared Mexican President Luis Echeverría, indicates with clarity that we have arrived at the end of the Cold War. The superpower-dominated order had given way, replaced by what Pérez called a multipolar situation. 16 Echeverría and his colleagues saw little to lament in bipolarity's demise. In Echevarria's view, the antagonism of closed blocks that defined the Cold War had restricted the flexibility of Latin American countries, locking them into either cooperation or confrontation with the United States. 17 As bipolarity broke down, Latin American countries could exploit the greater fluidity of a multipolar order to bolster their own diplomatic position. They could seek closer ties with Europe, China, or the Soviet bloc, using these partnerships to break the old patterns of intercourse that were always prejudicial to us. They might play the great powers off one another, gaining a greater liberty of action vis-a-vis the United States. With sufficient cooperation, they might form what Mercado called a common economic front, vastly expanding Latin America's diplomatic and economic influence. 18 The major international events of the late 1960s and early 1970s had shown that the gap in power between the West and the rest was closing quickly, and created opportunities for those willing to practice bold, confrontational diplomacy. The assertive diplomacy of the 1970s was also a response to pressing domestic considerations. From the late 1960s onward, Latin American governments looked outward in an attempt to ameliorate growing internal strains. This strategy ruled foreign policy in several countries, none more so than Mexico. The youth activism, guerrilla violence, and rural unrest that had grown during the 1960s and continued following Tlatelolco convinced PRI leaders that they must regain the ideological legitimacy they had squandered by their own brutality in 1968. Echevarria, known in student circles as the assassin of Tlatelolco for his role in these events, was keenly aware of this problem. 19 Part of his solution was to portray himself as a reformer, even a revolutionary, in order to curry favor with the students. Echevarria urges a posture of conscientious rebellion, USOFFI Chales wrote, as part of a concerted EFF effort to capture youth discontent. 20 The liability of this approach was that it was a sham. Echevarria was no less authoritarian than his predecessors. He used a group of the Latin American Diplomatic Challenge 135 thugs called Los Halcones to assault protesters, and deployed paramilitary squads to crush manifestations of dissent. More broadly, Echevarria had no intention of seriously challenging the dominance of the Mexican elite. Echevarria cannot hope to satisfy economic demands, USOFFI Chales wrote, so he must convince the less radical that he is moving the country in their direction. 21 Like Lopez Mateus a decade earlier, Echevarria used foreign policy as a means to this end. He presented himself as a dynamic diplomat dedicated to challenging the United States, affirming Mexico's solidarity with the Third World, and increasing his country's latitude in international affairs. He revived the issue of Cuba, positioning himself as a staunch defender of the Castro government. By being outwardly somewhat leftist, he boasted, his government had forged a social peace unknown to his seemingly more authoritarian predecessors. 22 During the 1970s, Echevarria looked abroad in an attempt to recreate the PRI's ideological authority at home. Peruvian leaders tried the same trick. From 1968 onward, Velasco and his top aides realized that they needed some means of solidifying their popularity and control of the government. Notwithstanding their general frustration with Peruvian politics, the junta members were perpetually divided over the proper pace of reform, and Velasco faced opposition from Peruvian elites jealous of their economic and social privileges. Accordingly, he turned to an issue that seemed certain to bolster his own standing and win broader public support for the Peruvian Revolution, a nationalistic foreign policy. The junta promised the definitive emancipation of our homeland, and subsequently nationalized IPC, seized U.S. fishing boats alleged to be operating in Peruvian waters, and evicted Washington's military mission. 23 This approach was popular among key domestic groups like students and intellectuals, whose backing Velasco cultivated, and Mercado later acknowledged that the junta's diplomacy had allowed it to overcome a very difficult internal situation. 24 Similar dynamics were at work throughout South America. the Brazilian generals pursued a selectively independent foreign policy to tap into elite and popular nationalism and thereby ease the resistance provoked by their undemocratic rule. 25 In Argentina, the military governments that ruled between 1966 and 1973 sought to generate the image of an independent policy in order to co-opt the Peronist legacy. Perón had left an indelible leftist imprint on Argentine politics, admitted Foreign Minister Luis María de 136. The Latin American diplomatic challenge Pablo Pardo, an assertive foreign policy could thus provide domestic capital as well as diplomatic and economic gains. 26 In Allende's Chile, fully on the other side of the ideological spectrum, there was also a strong internal impetus toward aggressive diplomacy. In a broad sense, Allende's Via Chilena al Socialismo required a forceful foreign policy. His promise to expropriate foreign holdings in the major industries, central to his project for revolutionizing Chilean society, implied a collision with Washington. The makeup of the UP coalition also continually pushed Allende to become more confrontational. The need to please the MIR, MAPU, and other ultra-left groups moved Allende effectively to deny compensation to expropriated U.S. copper companies. Finally, railing against the imperialist forms of dependency and exploitation perpetuated by the United States served as a powerful rhetorical expedient. Casting Washington as the implacable enemy of the Chilean masses created the useful image of a foreign foe opposing his revolutionary program, and allowed him to tar his domestic antagonists for their complicity with U.S. monopolies. 27 Like his counterparts across Latin America, Allende found that confrontational diplomacy could serve domestic political ends. There were other examples of the links between domestic and foreign policy. In Venezuela, the trend toward increasingly nationalistic diplomacy during the late 1960s and 1970s occurred as the Caldera and Pérez governments sought to minimize social and political conflicts that might threaten that country's young democracy. 28 The cases discussed above, however, should suffice to establish that, at the same time many leaders became convinced that there was an opportunity for more energetic diplomacy, the internal dynamics of their societies pushed them in a similar direction. The dictates of domestic politics merged with the impulses created by global strategic and economic shifts, setting the stage for a confrontation with the United States. The diplomatic activism of the late 1960s and early 1970s had its sharpest manifestation in the foreign policies of three countries that were sometimes considered to constitute an anti-US axis in Latin America: Allende's Chile, Castro's Cuba, and Velasco's Peru. 29 In many ways it was the anti-communist junta in Lima, rather than the Marxist governments in Santiago or Havana, that blazed the trail of anti-hegemonic agitation. Notwithstanding Velasco's the Latin American diplomatic challenge 137 occasional dalliances with Washington, the new diplomatic climate in Latin America owed substantially to the Peruvian example. After the 1968 coup, Velasco and Mercado implemented a number of measures to weaken U.S. power in Peru. They expropriated IPC and other U.S.-owned industries, joined the Andean Pact, and in 1971 successfully pushed the organization to adopt stronger controls on FDI. Self-styled Nasseristas, they wooed Moscow as a potential counterweight to the United States. 30 In 1969 Mercado established diplomatic relations and signed a trade pact with the Kremlin, trumpeting the end of an era in which our trade was channeled in only one direction. 31 4 years later, Lima imported 24 Soviet tanks, a deal which one foreign ministry official characterized as a blow to Peru's technological military dependency on the United States, and subsequently purchased advanced artillery and anti-aircraft systems from Moscow. Military ties between Washington and Lima had long been a source of U.S. influence in Peru. As these ties frayed, the junta would have less need to court American favor. 32 More broadly, Peruvian diplomats mounted a concerted attack on the special relationship between the United States and Latin America. Seeing the underdeveloped nations as a source of diplomatic support, Velasco identified Peruvian diplomacy with the Third World, that vast insurgency of the poor nations of the earth, rather than the U.S.-led inter-American community. The junta assumed a prominent role in the non-aligned movement and Group of 77, supporting initiatives like the UN Charter of Economic Rights and Duties of States and the new International Economic Order. 33 Velasco shrewdly maneuvered to ensure that Washington would not retaliate. He consistently declared his aversion to communism, but at the same time threatened to pursue closer ties to Moscow if the United States slapped economic sanctions on Peru in response to the IPC seizure. We all remember what happened in Cuba. Mercado taunted. 34 The junta established tighter links with the Andean countries and Mexico in order to increase regional support for Peru and raise the costs of U.S. diplomatic pressure. 35 Initially, the strategy seemed to work. In 1969 the administration declined to impose sanctions on Lima, fearing, as Kissinger wrote, that doing so would surely precipitate widespread and vehement criticism of the U.S. throughout Latin America. Nixon likewise conceded that Washington must accept a diminution of U.S. power in Peru. We cannot succumb to the Aswan syndrome where Peru is concerned, he told advisers. 138. The Latin American diplomatic challenge: better to tolerate independence than make Velasco another Nasser. 36 In 1972 Nixon approved a $12 million road-building loan to Peru, and the administration later settled the IPC dispute on terms broadly favorable to Lima. 37 Peruvian diplomacy provided a model for other Latin American countries, notably Allende's Chile. Chilean diplomats noted Velasco's ability to keep Washington at bay and sought to follow Lima's lead. 38 On the one hand, Allende aimed to avoid outright U.S. hostility that might prevent him from refinancing Chile's debt or obtaining foreign credit. Santa Maria's successor, Orlando Letelier, warned against creating an acute confrontation with the United States. 39 Allende assured U.S. officials that he sought productive relations, and Chilean diplomats encouraged prominent American liberals such as Senator Edward Kennedy to portray the UP government in positive terms. 40 On the other hand, Allende moved energetically to exploit U.S. weakness. Today it is not possible that a president of the United States can intervene in Latin America as President Johnson did in the Dominican Republic in 1965, Letelier wrote. 41 Allende expropriated U.S. holdings in mining, telecommunications, and finance, and made clear his determination to lead Chile out of the U.S. economic orbit. We cannot continue to be exploited as an underdeveloped nation, he told US officials. 42 Allende also supported several South American revolutionary movements, both directly and by turning a blind eye to the activities of the MIR. To bolster his government against any U.S. response, Allende forged alliances with a variety of foreign leaders. He cultivated good relations with Cuba, recognizing Castro's regime and seeking aid in everything from intelligence cooperation to lessons on how to build the revolutionary press. 43 As part of a strategy aimed at breaking what Foreign Minister Clodomiro Almeida termed the doctrine of ideological borders, Allende also built bridges to Peru and Ecuador. Despite the historical enmity between Lima and Santiago and the non-Marxist nature of these governments. 44 Allende tried to position Chile at the head of the anti-US movement in Latin America, lending full-throat support to economic integration and denouncing Washington's historical exploitation of the region. The countries of South and Central America must overcome the fission of the identity of interests. Between the Latin American countries and the United States, Chile's OFFICE of National Planning announced. 45 The Latin American diplomatic challenge. 139 No less important, Allende sought Soviet backing in order to keep Washington at a distance. Chilean officials received funds through the KGB, requested Soviet heavy weapons and extensive economic aid, and received Moscow's help in reorganizing Chile's security and intelligence services. After a visit to Moscow in 1971, Chilean representatives reported excellent perspectives for collaboration between the armed forces of our two countries. 46 The evolution of Chilean and Peruvian diplomacy presented Castro with new possibilities in his long-standing war against U.S. hegemony. Castro saw Allende especially as a potential ally. Chile represented a link to the South American mainland and an escape from the isolation of the 1960s. Castro made the most of the opportunity, exchanging visits with Allende and according preferential treatment to Chilean diplomats in Cuba. He also resolved to do all possible to keep Allende in power. Cuba's DGI armed the Mir and Allende's bodyguards, and Cuban security personnel stationed in the Santiago embassy prepared to swing into action in event of a U.S. invasion or a coup. If Chile is attacked from abroad, Castro told Chilean diplomats, not wait to ask him for help. 47 Like Allende, though, Castro also realized that the conditions of the early 1970s provided opportunities not based solely on ideological sympathy. The fact that it was not simply Marxist governments striving against U.S. hegemony, but non-Marxist and even anti-communist regimes as well, allowed Cuban officials to work toward a broadened diplomatic presence in Latin America. Following Guevara's death, Cuban foreign policy underwent an important change. Guevara's demise and a series of disastrous economic failures ushered in what Cuban official Carlos Rafael Rodriguez called a new period in Cuba diplomacy, one based on setting Havana's policy on a more sustainable footing. 48 While Castro continued to foster revolution abroad, he simultaneously embraced a less abrasive approach to government relations. Castro made amends with Brezhnev, and Cuban officials admitted that he was aware exactly how far he could go in asserting his independence of Moscow. 49 In 1968 Castro endorsed the Soviet policy of peaceful coexistence, desisted from criticizing Moscow's initiatives in Latin America, and supported the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. In private, Cuban officials deplored this intervention as a grave error, but in public Castro backed the Soviet move as the cost of avoiding counter-revolution. Soviet-Cuban relations improved, and East Bloc arms and aid shipments increased. Although ties with Moscow. 140. The Latin American diplomatic challenge would never return to their pre-1962 high, the relationship had been made workable once again. 50 Castro also took a less vitriolic stance toward his neighbors. Recognizing the growing influence of the progressive movement in Latin America, Castro married his diplomacy to the broader anti-US sentiment of the period. 51 He cultivated ties with any regime that could plausibly be called nationalist or progressive, and repaired relations with a number of the governments he had recently tried to overthrow. He called the anti-communist Velasco a man of the left, and sent a team of doctors to Lima after the dictator suffered an embolism in 1973. 52 Cuba supported a reformist junta that took power in Bolivia in 1971, and made peace with governments in Venezuela, Panama, and elsewhere. 53 The strategy paid dividends. Velasco reciprocated Castro's friendship by recognizing Havana and launching an initiative to lift OAS sanctions on Cuba in 1972. This gambit failed, but regional enthusiasm for the idea grew over the next 2 years. By late 1974 it was Washington rather than Havana that was outnumbered. We have to loosen up or we isolate ourselves, Kissinger concluded. In December the U.S. delegation took a position of absolute neutrality on a vote that ended OAS sanctions against Cuba. 54 The breakdown of the sanctions regime provided a fitting marker of the diplomatic trends of the early 1970s and the consequent decline of U.S. sway in Latin America. Isolating Cuba had testified to U.S. success in beating back the radical challenge of the 1960s and organizing hemispheric affairs according to an East-West framework that stressed the common interests of Washington and its neighbors. That this system collapsed even as Havana continued to support revolutionary movements in Latin America indicated not only an erosion of U.S. influence, but also the manner in which the Cold War alignments of the 1960s had given way to greater North-South conflow in the decade that followed. As the loose and occasionally fractious concert led by Allende, Castro, and Velasco worked to undermine U.S. influence, another group of governments also contested long-standing dynamics of regional diplomacy. The unveiling of the Nixon Doctrine, in which the president announced that Washington's allies would henceforth be expected to bear more of the burden of their own defense, was interpreted by leaders in Mexico, Venezuela, and Brazil as in the Latin American diplomatic challenge 1-for-1 invitation to move into the vacuum created by U.S. retrenchment. These nations were willing to concede the basic principle of U.S. hegemony in the Americas, but nonetheless sought to alter the terms of their relationship with Washington and carve out greater spheres of INF alliance. The most energetic of this group was Venezuela. With immense oil reserves, Venezuela was poised during the early 1970s to emerge as an important player both locally and globally. While Caldera and Pérez always considered the United States more of an ally than an adversary, they still brought Venezuela's new economic strength to bear on the relationship. Whereas in 1970 low oil prices had forced Caldera to trek to Washington to seek higher import quotas, following the oil shocks the tone of U.S. Venezuelan diplomacy changed markedly. Caracas announced that it would nationalize U.S. owned oil companies a decade ahead of schedule and publicly trumpeted the waning of American power. The emergence of multipolarity, Pérez announced, has altered the bonds of economic, political, cultural dependency that restricted the developing countries, permitting a greater freedom of action with respect to Venezuelan natural resources. 55 This activism had its counterpart in EF efforts to expand Venezuela's regional and global INF alliance. On an international level, Pérez increased Venezuelan contributions to the IMF and World Bank and promoted greater coordination within the organization of petroleum exporting countries. It is necessary to preserve and strengthen the solidarity of the Third World, he wrote in 1974.56 regionally. Pérez aimed to displace U.S. INF alliance in the Caribbean, long viewed by Venezuelan strategists as the country's natural geopolitical domain. He used oil revenues to launch aid programs for Central America and the Caribbean, and expanded Venezuela's diplomatic reach by making overtures to Haiti, Cuba, and the newly independent English-speaking states in the region. 57 Venezuela's regional INF alliance was clearly on the rise. In 1974 a Guatemalan official wrote that Caracas was almost equal to Washington in the Caribbean. 58 Venezuelan leaders also envisioned a rapid industrial ascent. In the mid-1970s Venezuela was awash with petrodollars. Brand new skyscrapers sprang up in downtown Caracas and unprecedented wealth flowed into the economy. Pérez, who portrayed himself as the man with energy, saw this money as the motor that would propel Venezuela toward modernization and a place among the developed countries. His government poured money into automobile construction, the production of heavy equipment, and other projects meant to 142. The Latin American diplomatic challenge gave Venezuela a mature industrial base. The government also used significant wage increases to spur greater consumption and the expansion of the domestic market. Pérez sought to sow the oil, to use this resource windfall to escape underdevelopment quickly and permanently. 59 Mexico could not match Venezuela in resource wealth, but Echeverría took a backseat to no one in terms of ambition. After becoming president in 1970, Echeverría became a vigorous advocate of international economic redistribution and greater autonomy of the United States. The Mexican government tightened restrictions on FDI in the telecommunications industry, and Echeverría traveled to Moscow, Beijing, Canada, and Europe in an attempt to lessen Mexico's dependence on the U.S. market. It is neither convenient nor healthy that 3/4 of our trade be exclusively with one country, he explained. 60 Rhetorically, Echeverría tried to oust Velasco as the leader of the tercermundista movement in Latin America. The Third World is not only a reality, he said in 1973, it is also an ideology derived from the Latin American people's awareness of the external factors that prolong their misery. Echeverría lent strong support to initiatives like the New International Economic Order and railed against the CLAS's division of international society. 61 Echeverría also looked to carve out an expanded sphere of INF alliance in Central America and the Caribbean. His government encouraged investors to take advantage of the opportunities afforded by the Central American Common Market in order to expand Mexico's economic sway in the Isthmus, and Echeverría strove to make Mexico the pivot in relations between Castro and the United States. He reversed Díaz Ordaz's cool stance toward Havana, exchanging visits with Castro and labeling him one of history's leading heroes. 62 Echevarria then looked to parley this relationship into diplomatic capital by off-airing his services as arbiter of the U.S. Cuban conflow ICT.63. He also cultivated a warm relationship with Pérez, and the two leaders made OAS reform and the need for regional solidarity prominent themes of summits in 1974 and 1975.64. This diplomacy was enough to exasperate Kissinger. I&D Mexico annoying, he complained in 1975.65. At the conservative end of the Latin American challenge was Brazil. The deeply anti-communist Costa e Silva and Medici governments were fundamentally friendly to the United States, yet they still viewed the late 1960s and early 1970s as a time of opportunity. With respect to the United States, these governments pursued what Medici called a policy of firmness and tenacity. The Latin American diplomatic challenge 143. Brasilia challenged Washington on issues such as territorial sea limits, bought Mirage fighters from France, and cast a cold eye on schemes through which the United States sought to limit the diffusion of global power. Brazilian leaders refused to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, arguing that this discriminatory regime did not impose a just balance between the nuclear and non-nuclear powers. 66 To the consternation of US officials, Brazil subsequently imported reactor and uranium enrichment technology from West Germany. Brazil, announced Foreign Minister Antonio Azevedo de Silveira, must achieve an outstanding position in the world, free from the paths of hegemonic construction of the past 67. Riding a commodity-driven economic boom, Brazil also sought to exert greater sway over Latin American and South Atlantic affairs. Foreign Minister Mario Gibson Barbosa, whom US officials characterized as the image of the suave statesman, gave a widely noted speech in 1970 in which he welcomed the end of the age of two great poles of power and heralded a new phase in Brazilian policy. 68 Brazil negotiated a series of economic arrangements with neighbors like Peru, and staked a claim to dominance in Paraguay by sponsoring construction of a massive hydroelectric plant along the Parana River. Similarly, Medici and Gibson asserted a leading role for Brazil among the Lusophone countries. In 1972 Gibson made a month-long tour of Africa during which he attempted to gain new markets for Brazilian goods and new stature for Brazilian diplomacy. 69 The aim of Brazilian policy, Silveira declared, was to forge and shape opportunities for the future, to open niches for a broader and more effective action for a Brazil that grows and for this very reason needs a larger international presence. 70 As Latin America's heavyweights maneuvered for leverage, so did its PYGMIs. During the Nixon and Ford years, Panamanian strongman Omar Torrijos launched a crusade to obtain renegotiation of the Panama Canal treaties. To mobilize Latin American and Third World support, he expertly cultivated the image of a Panamanian David confronting the U.S. Goliath. Future generations will not be exploited as their fathers were exploited, he declared. 71 To further up the pressure, Torrijos threatened to unleash saboteurs against the canal should Washington refuse his demands. These tactics had the desired result, isolating the United States from regional and world opinion. If there is no solution to the Panama Canal, warned one Central American president, we, the traditional friends of the U.S., will have to hide because we will be on the receiving end of the stones. 72 In the end, Ford End. 144. The Latin American diplomatic challenge. Kissinger chose not to confront Torrijos in an unwinnable diplomatic row. The other Latins are getting into the act, Kissinger told Ford. You have a personal letter from the president of Costa Rica, who said he and the presidents of Colombia and Venezuela together with Torrijos would march arm-in-arm into the Canal Zone. In 1975 Ford agreed to a set of principles that cleared the way for the eventual revision of the treaties. 73 In the diplomatic climate of the early 1970s, even this most formal of Washington's imperial arrangements in Latin America was under fire. This tendency toward greater autonomy was not only present in the foreign policies of specific countries, but had a broader multilateral relevance as well. The OAS, which had earlier been essentially a tool for confronting Castro, evolved into an increasingly anti-US or GANization. Peru and Bolivia used the regional body to coordinate multilateral backing in a fisheries dispute with the United States, and some governments aimed to limit US INF in the OAS by reforming the GANization or abolishing it altogether. Latin American OFFICHALs grew more attracted to the idea of coordinating policy through ECLA, which Inter-American Development Bank President Felipe Herrera called a Latin American institution, rather than the OAS. 74 By the mid-1970s US OFFICHALs dreaded regional meetings. Never has anything been scheduled that is such a guaranteed failure, griped Kissinger of one upcoming ministerial. 75 Another area of contention was US investment in Latin America. Economic nationalism had surged throughout Latin America during the 1960s, and by the 1970s the doctrine enjoyed what one scholar calls an ideological moment. 76 Seeking to weaken the INF alliance that Washington wielded as a result of extensive U.S. investments in Latin America, a number of governments attacked American capital. Bolivia seized U.S. owned Gulf oil, the Jamaican government moved against North American FIRMS, and Guyana nationalized the bauxite industry. 77 The intensifying antipathy to economic colonialism was also obvious at OAS meetings. In 1971 Secretary General Gallo Plaza captured the general mood by demanding the total exclusion of foreign capital from those sectors of vital national interest. 78 This emphasis on redressing Latin America's traditional economic weakness vis-a-vis the United States was also prominent in the popularity of regional integration initiatives like the Andean Pact. Lanús called for May the Latin American Diplomatic Challenge 145 Shores to build an autonomous center of economic gravitation, sentiments echoed by Colombian President Misael Pastrana. 79 In the eyes of its proponents, regional integration would be doubly advantageous to the drive for economic independence. In one sense, it would allow the region to achieve a stronger, more unified position in international trade negotiations. The Venezuelan Foreign Ministry referred to the urgent need to construct a united and strengthened bloc of Latin American states, and Caldera cited Venezuelan participation in OPEC as an example of how underdeveloped nations might combine so as not to find ourselves at the mercy of the developed countries. 80 Additionally, regional integration would serve as a vehicle for industrial development. Many Latin American countries lacked the internal markets necessary to support large-scale industrialization, and in line with prevailing intellectual currents, prominent economists believed that the international environment was distinctly inhospitable to such an endeavor. The developing countries have neither the resources nor the technical ability to compete with others even in the developing areas, and much less in the industrialized regions, ECLA concluded in 1967. To the extent that the Andean Pact and other such projects effectively expanded the domestic market for Latin American countries, they would, in theory, allow these countries to develop the sizable industrial enterprises that would serve as engines for future growth. Fittingly, Caldera, who had called for the creation of a Latin American bloc 15 years earlier, led Venezuela into the Andean Pact in 1973, substantially increasing the group's political and economic clout. 81 The growth of inter-American economic conflow ICT went hand in hand with an ever greater tendency for Latin American governments to align rhetorically and ideologically with the Third World. During the 1970s many leaders followed the Peruvian and Mexican examples in rejecting the primacy of the Cold War and placing foremost importance on the divide between developed and underdeveloped. Even Brazil's Medici, as strong and anti-communist as there was, acknowledged the dichotomy between the northern and southern hemispheres. 82 Between 1970 and 1975 several Latin American countries assumed leading roles in the NAM and Group of 77, and some leaders proposed setting up commodity cartels with other Third World countries. By 1974 Kissinger was seriously troubled by the prospect of Latin America sliding into the non-aligned bloc and compounding our problems all over the world. 83. 146. The Latin American diplomatic challenge. The desire to gain flexibility by establishing firmer ties with the Soviet bloc, China, and Western Europe was also present on a regional scale. Although Soviet-Latin American relations had warmed during the late 1960s, it was in the early 1970s that the idea of using outside powers to balance against U.S. INF alliance took fullest form. Venezuela concluded a petrochemical contract with the Soviet Union, Argentina and other countries negotiated agricultural agreements with the European Economic Community, even the Central American regime searched for new fruit and coffee buyers. 84 Brazilian officials outlined a pragmatic and flexible policy, adjusted to the evolution of the world's situation, in calling for the establishment of relations with Beijing, and a number of governments forged political and economic ties with Moscow. 85 Thus so many governments were willing to draw closer to the Soviet Union showed the extent to which Moscow had succeeded in revamping its image in Latin America. Following the Cuban Missile Crisis, Moscow launched a charm offensive in the region. The Kremlin made overtures to numerous governments, even those that were strongly anti-communist, and offered advantageous trade and technological agreements. Moscow would no longer base its Latin American policy on ideological disagreements, the Soviet press announced, but would henceforth proceed on the basis of business-like cooperation and mutual understanding. 86 This new approach had two purposes. The first was to avoid provoking the United States at a time when Moscow sought to improve relations with the West. In view of deteriorating Sino-Soviet relations, the Politburo resolved in 1967, Moscow should not become entangled in any acute situation with Washington. We should avoid a situation where we have to fight on two fronts, Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko wrote. 87 The enthusiasm for revolution characteristic of the Khrushchev period faded, replaced by a less threatening engagement with the region. There was also a more opportunistic element to Soviet policy, the hope that establishing economic and diplomatic ties with Latin America would allow Moscow gradually to pry these nations away from the United States. Greater trade with Latin America, wrote Soviet analysts in 1967, would further a weakening of their dependence on the imperialist powers, first of all the USA. By promoting normalized relations with Latin America, Moscow might expand its INF alliance without the dangers inherent to the more adventurous strategy of the early 1960s. 88 The Latin American Diplomatic Challenge 147 This strategy proved well suited to the general climate of Latin American affairs. Beginning with the Soviet-Brazilian Trade Pact signed in 1963, several countries moved to diversify their foreign commerce by establishing trade relations with Moscow. Chile must take advantage of the vast Soviet market and its advances in the technical field, explained Foreign Minister Gabriel Valdez. 89 The Kremlin purchased raw materials and sold heavy machinery like tractors and industrial equipment. Soviet trade representatives impressed Latin American diplomats with their ability to speak such a clear and perfect Spanish, and Moscow's trade with the region reached record levels. 90 By the early 1970s Moscow's image had evolved from that of an aggressive revolutionary power to that of a responsible commercial partner and perhaps even a useful balance against U.S. dominance. Moscow's success in expanding its Latin American presence indicated both the extent of the diplomatic changes at work during the early 1970s and the potential threat these shifts posed to U.S. interests. Indeed, by 1973-1974, the diplomatic challenge had reached its high water mark. Drawing on their interpretation of global events and the imperatives of domestic politics, Latin American officials as diverse as Echeverría, Medici, Velasco, and Allende attacked long-standing trends in hemispheric affairs and persistent imbalances of world power. Early on, their efforts reached across ideological boundaries, and displayed little of the subordination or passivity often thought to characterize the Latin American side of inter-American relations. Taken together, these diplomatic, political, and economic initiatives constituted an effort at a sharp departure in Latin American foreign relations and a serious challenge to U.S. hegemony in the region. Yet the Latin American challenge was only partially successful in delivering the results envisioned by its more aggressive proponents. During the mid-1970s the movement lost momentum, and what force it retained was channeled in new directions. While several Latin American countries did achieve an improvement of their international position, the broader anti-hegemonic tendencies that Kissinger had feared were largely diverted. Latin America has shown signs of political will. Mexican Foreign Minister Santiago Roll lamented in 1978, but we are not given the importance we deserve. At roughly the same time that the urban guerrilla offensive collapsed, the diplomatic challenge faded as well. 91. 148. The Latin American diplomatic challenge. There were three major impediments to the dramatic changes pursued by the likes of Mercado, Echeverría, and Allende. First, the major powers failed to conform to Latin American expectations, and Washington remained the only outside actor willing to take decisive action in the region. Second, for many countries the economic gains of the early 1970s proved temporary or even illusory, leaving them in a position of weakness rather than strength. Third, Tercermundista unity and regional diplomatic solidarity soon eroded amid widespread ideological polarization, and the prospects for a broad-based mobilization against US-INF alliance diminished as a result. Regarding the FIRST of these issues, Latin American observers seriously misjudged the ways in which global events would impact the behavior of the major powers. Whereas Allende and Castro had calculated that the decline of U.S. power would inhibit Washington from acting forcefully in Latin America, the actual outcome was precisely the opposite. Realizing that the unveiling of the Nixon Doctrine and U.S. withdrawal from Vietnam were tacit admissions that the United States was in relative decline, Nixon and Kissinger felt pressed to show that Washington would still act forcefully on behalf of its interests. This policy of pairing strategic withdrawals with tactical escalations underlay the invasion of Laos, the bombing of Cambodia, and an abortive covert intervention in Angola, and was present in U.S. Latin American relations as well. 92 While USOFFICHALs did make concessions on issues like the Canal Treaties, in those cases where they perceived Washington's credibility to be at stake, the Nixon and Ford administrations took sharp action against their opponents. One example of this tendency was Nixon's response to the spike of expropriations in Latin America. Since 1969, USOFFICHALs had characterized this trend as a challenge that demanded an answer. State Department OFFICHAL J. Wesley Jones called the IPC dispute a test of U.S. credibility and integrity, and argued that the Latin Americans would certainly respect us more if the administration demonstrated its resolve by imposing sanctions on Peru. 93 This counsel was not immediately adopted, but gained support after additional expropriations in Chile, Peru, Bolivia, and Guyana in the early 1970s. The Treasury Department argued that U.S. global credibility dictated a stern response. The expropriation issue extends beyond its impact on our relations with LDCs, the department wrote. A continued permissive attitude toward expropriations could have carryover effects in developed countries. The stakes are enormous. Treasury Secretary John Kahn. The Latin American diplomatic challenge 149 Nally said that the White House should get tough on Latin American expropriations because we don't have any friends there anyway. In late 1971 Nixon decided to deny foreign aid to any country that expropriated a U.S. company without prompt and adequate compensation. 94 Desperate not to appear feeble at a time of U.S. retrenchment, the administration became more not less likely to react strongly when provoked. The United States renounced omnipotence, Brazilian OFFICHALs noted in 1974, but it did not renounce power. 95 The same consideration prevailed in U.S. policy toward Allende. In this case, the fear of looking weak fueled Nixon's near obsession with toppling the Chilean president. Our failure to react to this situation, Kissinger told Nixon in November 1970, would be perceived as indifference or impotence in the face of clearly adverse developments in a region long considered our sphere of INF alliance. 96 Nixon put the matter more directly. No impression should be permitted in Latin America that they can get away with this, he told the NSC. The United States must show we can't be kicked around. While numerous concerns informed U.S. hostility to Allende, it was this need to avoid the appearance of another defeat that crystallized Washington's antagonism and gave it its urgent quality. 97 THUF U.S. intervention was probably not the decisive factor in the eventual overthrow of the UP government. Nixon's intrigues certainly exacerbated the problems that Allende grappled with as his presidency wore on. Allende expected to face a hobbled United States, but instead confronted a truculent superpower. The extent to which Allende misread the United States was particularly evident in his reaction to Nixon's meddling. Believing that Vietnam had irreversibly weakened the United States, Allende and many of his advisers consistently failed to appreciate the depth and danger of U.S. antipathy. Rough early 1972, Chilean diplomats apparently allowed themselves to be gulled by Kissinger's promises that the United States and Chile could establish a modus vivendi. If we are reaching an agreement with the Soviet Union and with China, Kissinger told Littleyer at one point, how are we not going to be able to reach an agreement with Chile? 98 Even after the Washington Post revealed that Nixon had been trying to overthrow Allende since even before he took office, the Chilean president refused to respond. As a show of goodwill, Allende decided to forego any number of countermeasures available to him, such as outing CIA agents in Chile or taking his 150. The Latin American diplomatic challenge grievances to the court of world opinion. Almeida protested that conciliation would not diminish Washington's obvious and evident intervention, but Allende refused to be swayed. 99 Persuaded of U.S. debility, and not realizing that it was the existence rather than the actions of his government that determined Nixon's hostility, Allende persisted in a policy of inaction that did nothing to reduce the mounting external pressure. Latin American officials also misinterpreted the extent of other great powers' interest in Latin America. The early 1970s did see greater Soviet, Chinese, and European involvement in the region, but none of these powers emerged as a meaningful counterbalance to the United States. China was especially unhelpful. Premier Zhou Enlai was cold to a Trotskyist, pro-Soviet Allende, and with U.S. Chinese détente in prospect, Beijing refused to anger Washington by supporting anti-US governments or otherwise meddling in America's backyard. 100 Europe was not much more forthcoming. THUF leaders like Echeverria had seen NATO's growing independence of the United States as a sign that Western Europe might act as a diplomatic or economic balance to Washington. Here too the results were disappointing. French arms sales and West German nuclear commerce did provide a few countries with modest autonomy from U.S. suppliers, but at no point was recourse to European support a meaningful option for a country embroiled in a dispute with Washington. NATO did not fragment during the early 1970s to the extent that many observers had believed it would, and while French, West German, and British officials continued to explore ways of expanding their presence in Latin America, they remained respectful of Washington's regional primacy. 101 This deference was not lost on Latin American officials. As early as 1972 the Chilean Foreign Ministry acknowledged that it was not practicable to exploit the existing contradictions between the United States and the rest of the capitalist world. 102 Equally disappointing to some Latin American leaders was Moscow's continuing diffidence. Some commentators speculated that the decline of U.S. power in the late 1960s might encourage Moscow to give greater support to its enemies' enemies in the Western Hemisphere, but here too reality fell short of expectation. This tendency was most evident in Moscow's dealings with Allende, whose election posed the single greatest threat to U.S. policy in Latin America and offered the single greatest opportunity for an expansion of Soviet INF alliance. Although Allende hoped that the Soviet Union would support Chile in any confrontation with the United States, Moscow often acted as the Latin American diplomatic challenge. 151 Though it was trying to ignore the Chilean leader. The consummation of detente and the rise of Sino-Soviet tensions made Soviet officials increasingly solicitous of Washington's sensitivities in Latin America. The USSR is not in competition with the US in the areas of the Third World, Soviet ambassador to Washington Anatoly Dobrynin told Chilean officials after Allende was elected. 103 Additionally, Soviet officials doubted that Allende could long hold power, and had little desire to pour resources into a losing cause. Allende's requests for aid, commented one official, implies that the Soviet Union would have to accept conditions that have never been contemplated in the relations of the USSR with the developing countries. 104 Even though Allende had been a KGB asset for years, official Soviet-Chilean cooperation never amounted to much. Moscow and East Germany shared intelligence with Santiago, sold a moderate quantity of arms to the UP government, and provided some economic and technological assistance, but on the whole Soviet support was considerably less than most observers had expected. 105-106 Moscow made clear that it had no desire for a Cuba-style relationship with Chile, and offered little protest as U.S. intrigues against Allende became more obvious during 1972-1973. We are living in a moment of convergence and understanding between the United States and the socialist countries, Leitlier reported in 1972, and the possibility of strong Soviet support declined accordingly. 107 This essential caution prevailed in other aspects of Soviet-Latin American relations as well. When Kissinger hinted that construction of a Soviet submarine base in Cuba might prevent further progress in arms control negotiations, Brezhnev discontinued the project. Moscow signed trade agreements with Peru, Venezuela, and other countries, and sold arms to Lima, but was unwilling to be drawn into more serious disputes between the United States and its neighbors or become a patron to additional Latin American clients. Soviet disbursements to regional communist parties remained at 1960s levels throughout the early 1970s, and quite low compared to the monies given European parties. 108 In sum, the large powers failed to conform to the expectations of many Latin American diplomats. Expanded economic relations with players other than the United States provided a marginal diversification of Latin American commerce, and Peru made some diplomatic and technological gains through. 152. The Latin American diplomatic challenge its ties to Moscow. Overall, however, the Soviets and other outside actors refused to go beyond a very modest involvement in the area. Dreams of playing the powers off one another faded as it became clear that the United States was the only major actor willing to commit its influence and prestige and aggressively at that in the region. Ambitious Latin American diplomats had hoped the emergence of détente and multipolarity would herald decisive changes in regional diplomacy, but the geopolitical currents of the period tended to obstruct such changes instead. The same was true of international economic relations. The oil shocks and the breakdown of Bretton Woods initially energized the Third World, but in most cases the EFFECT was eating. By the second half of the 1970s it was obvious that much of Latin America and the Third World as a whole had been weakened, rather than strengthened, by the economic events of the previous years, and North-South stratification remained firmly intact. The economic picture was not entirely bleak for Latin America after 1973-1974. High oil prices lifted Venezuelan profits, Brazil's military-directed success continued, Mexico went through a bust and boom cycle in late 1970s, and despite some lean years early on, Pinochet's Chile experienced relatively strong growth after 1975. By and large, however, the material gains that resulted from rising oil prices proved evanescent or simply non-existent, and Western economic debility was temporary, too. What was not immediately apparent in the wake of the oil shocks, but soon became so, was that rising oil prices were in fact a disaster for most Latin American countries. For the non-oil exporters, high prices meant that import costs dwarfed export earnings, leading to serious debt problems. The high commodity prices of the early 1970s momentarily shielded Latin American countries from this reality, but as coffee, copper, and fruit prices subsequently fell, the extent of the trouble came into focus. 109 Latin America's external debt rose faster than the average rate for less developed countries during the first half of the 1970s, and by 1974 the region possessed one-third of all LDC debt. In 1975 interest payments consumed 13% of export earnings, while debt service constituted another 27 to 30%. For most countries, The oil shocks exposed a new vulnerability rather than a new power. 110 This vulnerability severely impinged upon the developmentalist projects launched during the 1960s and early 1970s. Rising oil and commodity prices. The Latin American diplomatic challenge 153 imposed heavy burdens on industrial firms. Small and medium companies were hard-pressed to purchase necessary inputs, and while governments in Brazil and elsewhere kept state-owned firms productive via heavy borrowing and increased state spending, this strategy simply added to their growing debt exposure. As subsequent events would show, this trade-off was a disastrous 1.111 Regional integration also lagged vis-a-vis the heady expectations of a few years earlier. The advantages of integration schemes accrued largely to the members with the most advanced economies, which were best placed to exploit lower trade barriers. This inequity led the less fortunate to solicit additional concessions. These demands, in turn, soured larger countries on the entire enterprise. Perhaps more important, countries that had spent decades pursuing ISI were reluctant to expose favored industries to new competition, and agreements on the most important categories of goods proved elusive. By the latter part of the decade, the Andean Pact and regional integration more broadly had been exposed as false panaceas. 112 While Latin America failed to make the economic gains many observers had expected, Western financial hegemony proved more resilient than predicted. The period following the oil shocks saw a marked rise in economic conflow ICT between the West and the rest. Rising oil prices, and OPEC's perceived exploitation of the situation, created a sort of inverse dependency feeling, the idea that the rich were being gouged by the poor. Rising oil prices, recalled one World Bank executive, made it look like the Third World was trying to beat the developed world into submission. 113 OFFICHALs in the United States, Europe, and Japan were determined to stunt the growth of Third World economic power and restore their own dominance of international commercial and monetary relations. We cannot accept the proposition that these nations can wreck the world economic system, said Kissinger, and effect such a massive transfer of resources as to render worthless the very paper with which they are paid. 114 The emerging Third World debt crisis provided just such an opportunity. By 1974-1975 it was clear that countries in Latin America, Asia, Africa, and the Middle East would soon need financial relief. The oil-importing countries are faced with a massive increase in their import bill, the IMF reported in February 1974, and many developing countries would see a very large deterioration in the current accounts of their balance of payments. As their financial situation deteriorated, these countries would find loans from private. 154. The Latin American diplomatic challenge banks hard to come by. 115 This financial weakness presented the major developed countries with a chance to ensure that the evolution of Third World economies occurred along lines favorable to the West. The Third World debt crisis meant that organizations like the IMF, which had lost its original mission with the breakdown of Bretton Woods, quickly took on the role of emergency lender to the LDCs. Thanks to the severity of the debt crisis, the IMF was now in a position to impose stricter than before conditions on loan recipients. The organization could demand that borrowers reduce state involvement in the economy and allow greater openness to foreign investment and trade. The industrial countries are dealing from a position of strength, noted a U.S. strategy paper. Coming at a time when the post-Bretton Woods liberalization of exchange rates and capital flows had unleashed the phenomenon now known as globalization, this new strength vis-a-vis the developed world was all the more rewarding. 116 Over the next 2 decades, this push to combine emergency debt relief with stricter conditionality defined Western relations with the Third World. The United States increasingly focused on the need to achieve closer coordination among industrial countries on North-South relations, to make their leverage effective, and for the most part, they succeeded. 117 The latter half of the decade witnessed a proliferation of IMF stabilization packages, which required borrowers to adopt austerity programs, reduce state control of industry, and liberalize trade and investment regulations. The World Bank adopted similar policies in the late 1970s as part of its structural adjustment lending. By decade's end, the international financial institutions and their predominantly Western sponsors had established economic reform as the price of debt relief. 118 These trends undermined several leaders who had just recently attempted to assert their diplomatic autonomy of the United States. As Echeverria's presidency came to an end in 1976, government profligacy and general economic mismanagement sent the country into a balance of payments and currency crisis. These events spelled the end of the post-war Mexican miracle and, despite the discovery of new oil reserves that provided a temporary recovery, they marked the beginning of the downward slide to the debt crisis of 1982. The crisis also heralded a departure from Echeverria's confrontational style. The U.S. Treasury partnered with the IMF and private banks to provide a bailout to the Mexican government, but only after incoming President José López Portillo agreed to contract the state's role in the economy and ease the Latin American diplomatic challenge. 155 Strict ions on FDI. 119 These steps were difficult politically for López Portillo, who feared that austerity measures would antagonize the unions. Given Mexico's desperate financial state, though, he had few options. Mexico is entering a period of turbulence, he told Ford in September 1976. 120 In order to create a climate of calm in the relationship with Washington, he significantly moderated Echeverria's public criticism of the United States over the next 2 years. As one scholar has noted, for all Echeverria's attempts to forge a more independent diplomacy, Mexico remained as dependent as ever on Washington and the international financial institutions. 121 The same was true of Peru, where promiscuous borrowing combined with rising oil costs caused a quintupling of the country's external debt between 1970 and 1976. Velasco's attempt to maneuver out of these difficulties by nationalizing more U.S. owned properties backfired, splitting an already divided junta and leading to his overthrow in August 1975. 122 With commercial banks no longer willing to lend to Peru, the junta that replaced Velasco moderated his policies to regain international support. 123 It promised that there would be no more expropriations, and, like López Portillo, decreased criticism of the United States. 124 To convince the IMF to broker new loans from private foreign banks, the junta scaled back a number of Velasco's economic measures. The IMF put particular emphasis on holding down public spending via wage freezes, and on dismantling Peru's far-ranging system of import restrictions. In 1977 Velasco's successors finally took the long-resisted step of accepting an IMF stabilization package. 125 The Third World economic challenge that many had predicted in the early 1970s never really took shape. Within Latin America it was clear as early as 1975 that the international economic balance was not far removed from its earlier state. In contrast to its jubilance of 2 years earlier, ACLA now conceded the sensitivity of the Latin American economies to changes in the international power and decision-making centers. 126 Over the next 2 decades it would be IMF conditionality rather than Latin American economic assertiveness that dominated the regional scene. The 1970s, which had begun so promisingly for those who hoped to upend the global economic order, ended with Western hegemony intact, if slightly worse for the wear. This was true of Western economic relations with the Third World as a whole, where the 1970s saw not the emergence of a common economic front but the growing prosperity of a few petro-economies and the growing 156. The Latin American diplomatic challenge impoverishment of the rest. While Venezuela, Nigeria, and the Persian Gulf states reaped huge profits and played an expanded role in IMF lending and Euro market finance, the majority of the underdeveloped countries received massive debt burdens as the chief financial legacy of the 1970s. The petro-economies escaped, rather than elevated, a heterogeneous Third World. 127 Ultimately, however, Latin American diplomatic assertiveness was diverted by internal splits as much as it was blunted by external opposition. While domestic divisions had initially helped spur the trend toward anti-hegemonic diplomacy, the upheaval and violence that erupted in South America during this period eventually had the opposite effect. The revival of the guerrilla threat and the advent of the Allende government polarized regional diplomacy, and the military regimes that subsequently came to power put anti-communism rather than anti-Americanism at the center of their foreign policies. Although this trend would not become fully evident until the mid-1970s, it had actually been taking shape even at the height of the diplomatic challenge. Allende's election gave impetus to the anti-hegemonic movement in Latin America, but it also produced consternation among Chile's neighbors. The course of events inside Chile, and especially Allende's ties to the urban guerrillas, aroused the opposition even of governments that occasionally cooperated with him diplomatically. In Brazil, U.S. representatives found that practically everyone expressed concern about developments in Chile and the possible extension of Allendization to Brazil's neighbors. 128 As his own country struggled to deal with guerrilla violence, one Uruguayan diplomat commented that the only real hope he had for Latin America was that the Chilean experiment would fail. 129 Even Peru's Mercado told USOFFI Chales that the two countries should make common cause against the spread of Marxism in Latin America. 130 Allende had hoped to foster Latin American solidarity, but his rise to power caused ideological divisions instead. This effect became all the more pronounced following the rise of the radical military regimes in the mid-1970s. Having seized power at a time of deep left-right cleavages and guerrilla violence, these governments contended that the primary threat to their countries came not from U.S. hegemony but from communist penetration. Whereas statesmen like Echeverria and Velasco had argued that the North-South conflict must take precedence in the Latin American diplomatic challenge. 157 American diplomacy, the Southern conjuntas viewed geopolitics through a Cold War lens. Argentina is merely one theater of operations in a global confrontation between Moscow and the United States, said General Ramon Camps. 131 This belief altered the context of regional diplomacy, as governments like Pinochet's placed primary emphasis on Cold War cohesion rather than tercermundista solidarity. Following the coup against Allende, Chile withdrew from the Andean Pact, severed relations with Cuba, and dismissed calls for regional cooperation as a Cuban Trojan horse. Worriedly noting the growing INF alliance of the USSR in Peru, the junta reversed Allende's policy of building ties with Lima, and relations between the two countries soon deteriorated into talk of war. Pinochet staunchly opposed reform of the OAS or the Rio Pact, and he left no doubt that his allegiances lay with the First World rather than the Third. "We are behind you," he told Kissinger in 1976. "You are the leader." 132 Kissinger reciprocated this gesture, praising Pinochet for his great service to the West in overthrowing Allende. And indeed, Washington eagerly encouraged the ideological fragmentation at work within Latin America. Aiming to avoid the feared scenario that Latin America might form a bloc, united by its opposition to the United States, Kissinger worked assiduously to fracture any anti-US coalition. 133 He did so primarily by cultivating relations with friendly authoritarian governments. The idea of a greater reliance on military regimes had been evident as early as Nelson Rockefeller's much-publicized report on Latin America in 1969, and fit well within the Nixon Doctrine's emphasis on ending supportive regional sheriffs. 134 In the early 1970s Nixon, Kissinger, and Ford identified leaders that they hoped would advance U.S. interests in the face of a growing Latin American challenge. The Somoza government in Nicaragua and Argentine Foreign Minister Alberto Viñez received consideration for this role. At one point Nixon even looked to Echeverria, telling the Mexican president, "Let the voice of Echeverria rather than the voice of Castro be the voice of Latin America." 135 Given Echeverria's strident tercermundismo, Nixon and Kissinger often found their dealings with the Mexican president more frustrating than anything else. They had greater success with other countries, particularly Brazil. Kissinger had little patience for Latin Americans, but Brazil occupied a privileged place in his worldview. 136 Due to its size, surging economy, and evident geopolitical ambition, Kissinger thought it certain that in 50 years Brazil should have achieved world power status. On important political and security. 158. The Latin American diplomatic challenge issues, moreover, Kissinger saw the military government as essentially friendly to U.S. aims. Medici aspired to a greater world role and might occasionally demonstrate his independence of U.S. policy, Kissinger believed, but in the main Brasilia sympathized with Washington's anti-communism. Brazil was trying to be supportive, even though it needed to lean enough towards the non-aligned to maintain a credible Latin American posture. Accordingly, Kissinger viewed Brazil as Washington's closest ally in Latin America. "Stay in close step with the Brazilians," he told subordinates. 137 Kissinger's analysis was astute. Medici, though determined to expand Brazil's international influence, always considered Washington more of a partner than an adversary. Any disagreement between the US and Brazil should be considered a lover's quarrel, he remarked. 138 As the left took power in Chile and guerrilla violence racked the southern cone, the forceful anti-communism that defined Brazil's internal policy suffused the country's diplomacy as well. "The situation was becoming ever more menacing," commented one Brazilian observer, making it indispensable that Brasilia assume a more aggressive security and foreign policy posture in this part of the world. 139 Medici eagerly cooperated with U.S. attempts to undermine the South American left and finish off subversive communism. He supported U.S. covert action against Allende, supplying arms to Patria y Libertad and telling Connally that something should probably be done. Very discreetly and very carefully. 140 In 1971 the Brazilian military conspired with Bolivian conservatives to stage a coup against that country's left-wing government, and kept thousands of troops stationed on the Uruguayan border in case the left should come to power. 141 Rather than aiding South American movements and governments opposed to the United States, Medici collaborated with Washington in subverting them. "I wish he were running the whole continent," Nixon remarked. 142 Even after Medici left OFFICE in 1974, Brazilian diplomats privately characterized the bilateral relationship as excellent and perfectly pragmatic. Kissinger envisioned Brazil taking a decisive role in the course and fate of Latin America, they noted approvingly. 143 As Brazil attacked the left, it also undercut EFF efforts to achieve greater economic integration and diplomatic solidarity vis-a-vis the United States. The military government opposed the formation of a purely Latin American body to replace the OAS, and argued against reforms that would make that organization a vehicle for regional isolationism. Medici was equally cool to integration schemes. Brazil had less need for regional integration than some of its the Latin American diplomatic challenge 159 smaller neighbors, and the Brazilian government viewed many of these countries as potential enemies in any event. Development was a region-wide concern, Medici allowed, but in the last analysis economic growth must be the exclusive responsibility of each state. 144 Brazilian diplomats also denigrated the mythical entity self-designated as the Third World, and argued against demagogic confrontations with the developed countries. The current configuration of global power was inequitable, Foreign Ministry officials recognized, but the belligerency of the Third World countries was a self-defeating strategy. 145 Because Brazil was by far the most powerful country in Latin America, its stance on these issues constituted a significant blow to any meaningful regional cohesion. As similar governments came to power in Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile, the pull of Tercermundismo only became weaker. Medici's policies underscored a fundamental characteristic of regional diplomacy during the mid-1970s, the often contradictory nature of Latin American nationalism. The ascendancy of anti-communist, rather than anti-US, diplomacy in countries like Brazil did not signal a diminution of the nationalist tendencies that had driven Latin American foreign policies during the early 1970s. What it indicated was that Latin American nationalism was neither a monolithic nor necessarily a unifying force in regional affairs. Medici was no less a nationalist than any of his Latin American contemporaries. He pursued national power and influence no less vigorously than his left-leaning counterparts. Yet Medici's anti-communist nationalism proved largely incompatible with the leftist nationalism pursued by Allende and others, and constituted a check on these statesmen's policies. There was no better illustration of the new diplomatic alignments taking shape in South America than the launching of Operation Condor in late 1975. A continental alliance against the left, Condor built on the anti-guerrilla cooperation begun by the military governments of the late 1960s and early 1970s. After the Chilean coup in 1973, Pinochet's foreign ministry solicited counterinsurgency assistance from Guatemala and proposed to join interested parties in forming a united front to counteract the action of international Marxism. 146 In 1974, several South American militaries exchanged information on the various leftist groups active in their countries. 147 A year later, DINA director Manuel Contreras moved to institutionalize this cooperation. He invited representatives from Uruguay, Brazil, Bolivia, Argentina, and Paraguay to a meeting in Santiago to discuss a strictly secret proposal for excellent coordination and better action in benefit of the national security of our respective 160 Latin American diplomatic challenge countries. Warning that subversion does not recognize borders or countries, and the infiltration penetrates all levels of national life. Contreras proposed the creation of a security coordination system for the Southern Cone. This system would feature a centralized clearinghouse for information on guerrilla groups and would eventually grow to include joint efforts to jail, torture, and kill Latin American leftists. 148 The guerrillas had long practiced revolutionary internationalism. The militaries now embraced internationalism of the counter-revolutionary sort. Between 1975 and 1980, Condor developed into a full Florida-edged transnational network aimed at destroying what remained of the South American left. Intelligence sharing activities, facilitated by modest technical assistance from the CIA, allowed its members to track and capture high-ranking guerrilla operatives. 149 By 1977, the military governments had effectively closed the vice around the remnants of the JCR. The Argentine military routinely detained or murdered activists wanted by other governments, or clandestinely repatriated these individuals for torture and interrogation. 150 Argentine OFFI, SERS helped Bolivian paramilitary forces conceal the bodies of their victims, and several Argentine OFFI chales were involved in a coup in Bolivia in 1980. 151 Condor eventually went global, with Chilean intelligence operatives assassinating opposition figures in the United States and Europe. Operation Condor showed that the feared Latin American bloc had, in South America at least, become an anti-communist league tacitly allied to the United States. In the early 1970s, Washington had worried that Latin American diplomacy might coalesce around an anti-US position, but by 1975-1976 there were few such fears. The tone of U.S. Latin American relations is better than at any time in the recent past, National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft reported. 152 By the mid-1970s, the Latin American challenge had largely run out of steam. A few countries, like Brazil, Venezuela, and Panama, now enjoyed increased diplomatic influence, and U.S. hegemony in Latin America was not what it had once been. The United States would soon agree to revised Panama Canal treaties. The OAS no longer ostracized Cuba. Both the outgoing Ford and incoming Carter administrations admitted that the paternalistic rhetoric of the special relationship needed junking. 153 Yet the fundamental power relationships structuring Latin America's intercourse with the world remained at least temporarily intact. The advent of the Latin American diplomatic challenge 161 tougher, rather than more flexible, U.S. policies served notice that Washington was still willing to act boldly in the region, while the tepidness of other major power involvement in Latin America meant that there emerged no real counterforce to American influence. The evanescence of the economic optimism of the early 1970s and the reassertion of Western financial hegemony eroded the material basis for increased Latin American autonomy, and rendered countries like Peru and Mexico more compliant with U.S. and IMF prescriptions. To the extent that a Latin American diplomatic bloc had taken shape, it consisted of South American military dictatorships that, whatever their disagreements with Washington, 154 saw U.S. power as a salutary rather than a harmful influence. Unable to overcome their economic weakness or form a united anti-hegemonic front, those Latin American nations that sought to transform the existing order were doomed to disappointment. One of the ironies of the Latin American diplomatic challenge was that the demise of the movement actually vindicated certain of its intellectual premises. For dependentistas who claimed that Latin America was unfairly hemmed in by a rigid international system, this episode offered plenty of confirming evidence. During the 1970s, Latin American ambitions ran up against a series of formidable obstacles: the opposition of the United States, the indifference of the other major powers, and the fundamentally disadvantageous economic position occupied by most countries in the region. Predictions of greater global fluidity were overblown, and the desires of the region's more optimistic statesmen were disappointed. This outcome hinted at the larger reality that the global order changed less in the decade after 1965 than it might have seemed at the time. While the international system did become more flexible during the late 1960s and early 1970s, it ultimately retained sufficient resilience to avert the thoroughgoing transformations envisioned by certain Latin American officials. The United States was weakened by Vietnam and persistent economic difficulties, but was still willing and able to defend its interests vigorously. Great power relations did become more flexible, but understanding between Washington and its erstwhile enemies had the unexpected effect of locking in the diplomatic status quo in Latin America. And while the international economic system became more fluid during the 1970s, it remained slanted toward the interests of 162. Latin American diplomatic challenge the developed countries. The economic fluctuations and redistribution of world power that characterized this period were powerful enough to tempt ambitious third world diplomats into action, but not to permit them more than marginal success. In other ways, however, the dependentistas would have been hard-pressed to explain the course of Latin American diplomacy. Perhaps the greatest impediment to a successful anti-hegemonic movement turned out to be internal rather than external, and the diplomatic assertiveness practiced by Latin American governments during the 1970s was not so much blunted as redirected. Countries like Brazil, Chile, and Argentina were hardly meek during the mid-1970s. If anything, they showed what, to many observers, seemed an alarming aggressiveness. What happened, rather, was that they simply turned this energy in a different direction, placing primary emphasis on anti-communism rather than anti-Americanism. It was this change as much as anything else that dissipated the momentum of the challenge to USINF aliens and gave South American diplomacy its shape in the mid and late 1970s. This outcome, in turn, indicates two enduring themes with respect to Latin American diplomacy and relations with the United States. First, it underscores the dilemma that has long confronted ambitious Latin American diplomats: the fundamental disunity of the countries of the region. Latin America is a convenient political label, and as I hope this study has shown, a useful unit for historical analysis. At the same time, it is also a region of immense complexity and variation, as the course of Latin American diplomacy over the past 200 years has repeatedly confirmed. Since the time of Bolívar, enterprising statesmen have called for Latin American countries to combine forces against the United States or other looming powers. In most cases, they have ultimately found that the unity perpetually trumpeted by regional leaders is only superficial. The conflicts between Latin American countries have often proved more powerful than the forces impelling them to cooperation, a reality once again manifested in the decline of the diplomatic challenge. 155 The left-right divisions that resurfaced during the mid-1970s gave the lie to invocations of anti-hegemonic unity and tercermundismo, and ensured that the region's traditional fragmentation continued. In diplomacy, as in most other regards, Latin America's apparent uniformity proved to be largely overblown. Second, the history of regional diplomacy between the late 1960s and the mid-1970s demonstrates the dynamic and ambivalent nature of Latin America's relations with the United States. Some historians have identified the Latin American diplomatic challenge 163 cooperation as the dominant theme of U.S. Latin American affairs. More have seen the relationship as an essentially antagonistic 1.156. This episode indicates that neither of these characteristics permanently governs U.S. Latin American diplomacy, and that the shape of this relationship depends more on circumstance than on any immutable affinity or hostility. In the late 1960s, internal politics and global trends led Latin America's most important countries to contest U.S. power. A few years later, the explosion of left-right conflow ICT in South America led a number of nations to rethink this approach. As had long been the case, inter-American relations thus revolved more around opportunism and calculations of temporary advantage than they did around any permanent state of conflow ICT or cooperation. This characteristic of hemispheric affairs proved essential to the rapid swings of Latin American diplomacy between the late 1960s and the mid-1970s, and would be no less important to the dramatic changes that were to occur shortly thereafter. 6. The revolution in context. The Cold War is often thought of as a time of revolution in Latin America. In reality, successful revolutions were few and far between. In the early 1960s, observers as disparate as Che Guevara and the CIA had forecast that triumphant insurgencies would soon sweep the Western Hemisphere. Nearly 2 decades later, these predictions remained unfulfilled. There had been no shortage of revolutionary sentiment or violent revolts during this period, but since Castro's march into Havana in 1959, every one of these challenges had been turned back. The 20 years after the Cuban Revolution were hardly a period of stability in Latin America, but they were nonetheless an era of revolutionary failure and disappointment. There were several reasons for this. The victory and subsequent radicalization of the Cuban Revolution actually worked against the consummation of future revolts, setting Latin American security forces on edge and leading them to repress any sign of subversion. The United States also strove to keep the left out of power, using economic and military aid, covert intervention, and the occasional invasion to do so. Finally, the guerrillas and their allies often did considerable harm to their own cause, either by adhering to rigid ideological doctrines with no relevance to conditions on the ground or by producing such violence and havoc as to alienate much of the population. For all the exploitation and poverty that characterized regional affairs during the 1960s and 1970s, Latin America's masses simply were not that revolutionary, and the revolution in context 165 they repeatedly turned away from the guerrillas as a result. This combination of factors tilted the balance sharply against the revolutionaries, whose flagging fortunes were symbolized by the utter destruction of the urban guerrillas. Only 3 years after the Argentine coup capped the counter-revolutionary ascendancy in South America, however, events in Nicaragua put a close to the guerrillas' losing streak. During the late 1970s, a broad revolutionary coalition rose against the Somoza dictatorship, toppling the tyrant and bringing a Marxist-Leninist guerrilla group, the Sandinista National Liberation Front, to power. Why this rapid turnaround? One explanation is that the Nicaraguan revolution was the unavoidable outcome of the socio-economic inequity and political exclusion that had long generated instability in the region. Central America had usually outpaced the rest of Latin America in terms of repression and exploitation, and for years observers had referred to the isthmus as a powder keg. In light of these conditions, one might argue that the Nicaraguan Revolution as well as subsequent civil wars in Guatemala and El Salvador were the inevitable result of oppression and marginalization. 1 Repression and poverty did play an important role in the upheaval in Nicaragua. Yet if misery and injustice were sufficient to cause revolutions, Latin America as a whole would long have been in flames. The turmoil that shook Nicaragua was the result not of historical inevitability, but of a unique collection of trends that coalesced in the late 1970s and removed many of the barriers that had previously impeded radical change. There were 4 principal factors at work in this regard. First, the Nicaraguan system somocismo was breaking down in the 1960s and 1970s. Economic change, official corruption, governmental repression, and blatantly dynastic practices reduced the flexibility of the Nicaraguan regime, magnified long simmering internal conflicts, and produced widespread, radical dissent. Second, having learned from the travails of their predecessors, the Nicaraguan guerrillas embraced new strategies that allowed them to exploit these mounting domestic tensions and achieve an unprecedented breadth of public support. Third, the insurgents enjoyed substantial foreign backing not just from Cuba this time, but from a variety of Latin American nations that played a crucial role in steeling them against governmental responses. Fourth, the administration of Jimmy Carter implemented striking changes to U.S. policy toward Latin America. These departures, which had mainly to do with 166. The revolution in context human rights and non-intervention, hardly lessened Washington's desire to avert radical revolutions in the region, but did leave US officials with fewer tools to prevent such outcomes. During the Cold War, Marxist elites perpetually declared that the correlation of forces was now in their favor. More often than not, these claims had more to do with ideology than reality. In the late 1970s, though, the factors described above finally did give the advantage to the revolutionaries, facilitating a successful revolt in Nicaragua and pushing Central America toward the generalized explosion that Latin America watchers had long predicted. The Nicaraguan Revolution had its deepest origins in developments that predated the 1970s, the Cuban Revolution, and the Cold War as a whole. The exploitation and marginalization that resulted from agro-export economics had long lent a degree of instability to Nicaragua's internal affairs, giving rise to waves of resistance and repression. The regime that dominated the country through the late 1970s had arisen out of just these dynamics. Anastasio Taco Somoza cemented his power 4 decades earlier by putting down a widespread peasant movement, and following World War II his government oversaw an expansion of commercial agriculture and light industry that placed even greater pressure on the rural poor. These cycles of upheaval and oppression intensified following the Cuban Revolution. The Somoza regime fully exploited U.S. largesse in the 1960s to further the shift toward commercial agriculture and light industry. And as happened throughout Latin America during the Alliance for Progress years, the government emphasized productivity at the expense of equity. Each and every enterprise of this government should be to place us at a highly competitive level in the world market, said Anastasio Taquito Somoza, who would come to power in 1967. 3 Consequently, while Nicaragua's relatively low population density meant that land scarcity never reached the levels attained in Guatemala and El Salvador, these trends nonetheless had a serious impact. Growing numbers of campesinos were pushed off their land and into low-paying wage labor, ensuring that the ideological ascent of liberation theology became even steeper and leading to greater activism by Nicaragua's rural unions. 4 The escalation of rural and working-class agitation was doubly important, because the Nicaraguan political system was simultaneously losing its capac the revolution in context 167 ity to ameliorate such discontent. Somocismo had always been an authoritarian system, but it had originally featured populist elements. After successfully weakening the peasant movement during the 1930s, Taco employed a populist discourse and occasional concessions to the working class to cultivate an alliance with the unions and thereby use them as a counterweight to the conservative opposition. Following the patriarch's death, this partnership came to an end. The shadows of atheist communism that hung over Latin America after Castro came to power led Luis Somoza to repress labor activism in violent fashion. 5 These measures caused many unions to conclude that Somocismo had become irredeemably reactionary, and marked the demise of labor's alliance with the regime. By the early 1970s labor upheaval was a constant in Nicaraguan politics. Rising food and gasoline prices produced major street protests in Managua in 1972, and as the decade went on labor activism would come to the fore of both peaceful and violent opposition in Nicaragua. 6 It was not simply the downtrodden that confronted the Somoza regime in the late 1970s. Nicaragua's was a cross-class revolution, one that united the workers and peasants with students, merchants, conservative elites, and even erstwhile Somocistas. Of all the forces that helped produce this remarkable coalition, none was more important than Somoza himself. Nicaragua's upwardly mobile classes had traditionally had an ambivalent relationship with Somocismo. Students protested the lack of democracy, and conservatives and the merchant class, while happy that the Somozas provided stability and protected their economic privileges, chafed at their political marginalization and the corruption that characterized one-family rule. To defuse this anger, the Somozas had at times stepped aside to allow friendly figureheads to govern, as Luis did in permitting René Schick to become president in 1963. This equilibrium was undermined in 1967 when Takaido, already the commander of the National Guard, sought to win the presidency and revive dynastic rule. The younger Anastasio was widely considered to be dull yet hot-headed, simultaneously rasher and less intelligent than his father and brother. He may not be equal to his aspirations, USOFFI Chales commented. Somoza's determination to be elected, as the embassy put it, by fair means or foul drew the ire of the political opposition as well as some liberals who realized. 168. The revolution in context that a rejuvenated dynasty would preclude their own rise to the highest echelons of government. 7 Fearing that Somoza would rig the poll, these groups formed a united opposition front and staged demonstrations in Managua. The National Guard put down the protests with what the U.S. Embassy called bloody, heavy-handed, somewhat confused methods, and Takaido took power. 8 The events of 1967 were signs of things to come. Takaido proved less Florida-exable and savvy than his predecessors, and dissatisfaction with his government increased. A major precipitant of this discontent was Somoza's 1971 pact with conservative leader Fernando Aguero, which was meant to allow the dictator to stand for another term in 1974. This power grab alienated much of the political class, and the conservatives split into 4 factions, with the majority of the party now working to undermine the regime. Somoza only encouraged such intrigues with his blatant corruption, demonstrated most outrageously in his pilfering of tens of millions of dollars in emergency aid following a massive earthquake in 1972. By the time that Takaido ran for re-election in 1974, the opposition had begun to cohere around an anti-Somoza platform. 9 political parties and trade unions launched a campaign to disqualify Somoza from the presidency, and the Catholic Church also opposed his run. Somoza sought to reinvigorate the dynasty, but he was galvanizing the opposition instead. 9 Undeterred, Somoza declared the opposition parties illegal and cheated his way to another smashing electoral success. Nevertheless, the foundations of Somocismo had grown shaky. They would become even more so a year later, when Somoza overreacted to a series of relatively minor guerrilla attacks by imposing a state of siege and unleashing the National Guard against the insurgents' suspected sympathizers. The assault failed to stamp out the FSLN. It did stamp Somoza as a tyrant, though, and provoked widespread public disgust. 10 By the late 1970s, Somocismo was in deep crisis. Somoza now confronted entrenched resistance from the rural poor and the working class, pressure that an increasingly inflexible regime was poorly equipped to withstand. Somoza himself compounded this predicament, as his ambition, venality, and brutality exacerbated the structural ossification of Somocismo and turned actors of all classes against the government. Somoza had unwittingly given a heretofore fragmented opposition an unprecedented degree of unity, an accomplishment reflected in the comment of FSLN leader Carlos Fonseca. Somoza was like the revolution in context. 169 Precious jewel, Fonseca remarked, through which all the contradictions of the people were focused. 11 From 1977 onward, the crisis of Somocismo was manifest in 2 principal developments. The first was the formation of the Broad Opposition Front, a coalition of anti-Somoza parties, unions, and social organizations that encompassed a wide spectrum of society. The FAO demanded the end of the Somoza regime and a transition to democracy, and coordinated strikes, civil disobedience, and international pressure to this end. Somoza calculated that he could outmaneuver what he considered a weak, divided opposition, but he misjudged his own isolation. 12 The murder of popular conservative newspaper editor Pedro Chamorro in early 1978 produced a nationwide response, foreign sources reported, of shock and repudiation. Demonstrations, a general strike, and blanket foreign condemnation followed, leaving Somoza weaker and more detested than before. 13 The second development was the resurgence of the FSLN. That Sandinistas would serve as the crucial element in toppling Somoza could hardly have been predicted just a few years earlier. During the 1960s the organization had been thoroughly spanked by the National Guard and enjoyed such little popular esteem that even FSLN leaders deemed themselves nothing but a group of conspirators. In the 1970s military defeats and doctrinal disputes caused the organization to splinter into three factions, or tendencies. 14 Between 1977 and 1979, however, the FSLN went from marginalization to triumph. The general decline in the quality of rural and working class life, evident in the explosive popularity of liberation theology, produced an upturn in FSLN fortunes. The humblest sectors of the population have been the groups most susceptible to penetration by the Sandinista movement. National Guard OFFI Chales reported in 1978.15. Similarly, the ever-increasing unpopularity of the dictatorship lent credibility to a group that had been trying to overthrow various Somozas for more than 15 years. The Sandinista movement possesses the sympathy and support of a good part of the Nicaraguan people, reported foreign diplomats, who in their majority are not of leftist affiliation, motivated solely by condemnation of the Somoza dynasty. 170. The revolution in context. The growing influence of the Sandinistas was not simply a result of the populace coming to them. The guerrillas also implemented strategic changes that allowed them to exploit the opportunities offered by Somocismo's decline. FSLN leaders had originally been inspired by Focusmo, but the disastrous defeats of the 1960s gradually convinced many of the survivors that Guevara's was a suicidal approach to revolution. Fonseca declared that we have to avoid the notion that revolutionary war could ever be an operation carried out by a small number of individuals with absolutely no ties to the masses. 17 For the FSLN to prosper, Fonseca recognized, it must abandon the ideological rigidity of Focusmo and and Diaz's strategy with greater relevance to the realities of Nicaraguan society. During the 1970s each of the three tendencies sought a solution to this problem. For GPP leaders, the success of the Vietnam SA insurgents during the 1960s and 1970s was an object lesson in political organizing and showed how to avoid the marginalization that had doomed earlier guerrilla offensives. The triumph of Ho Chi Minh's People's War, they concluded, demonstrated the necessity of patient, long-term efforts to build support among the rural population. The communist forces spent years cultivating the peasants, Sandinista theorists argued, a practice that had ultimately sustained them during their 20-year struggle against the United States. What was therefore needed, Fonseca wrote, was to achieve greater involvement in the real day-to-day lives of the workers and peasants. 18 Only by elevating this political work to the same plane as the military work would the Sandinistas transform ourselves from a group of conspirators to an organization that with the organized support of the masses attempts to win power. 19 During the 1970s the GPP fanned out in the mountains, working to overcome the mistrust and hostility that had confounded earlier efforts to mobilize the peasants. This time around, GPP organizers did not simply exhort the campesinos to violence but sought to make the FSLN program more accessible and beneficial to the rural population. They offered reading classes for illiterate campesinos and promised access to healthcare, education, and above all, agrarian reform. To appeal to female peasants, they decried sexual discrimination and emphasized that women and men would enjoy equal rights and responsibilities in the FSLN. 20 The proletarians, for their part, fashioned a strategy meant to exploit changes in the Nicaraguan economy. Believing that the rise of the revolution in context 171, agriculture and light industry had created a nascent proletariat, this group focused its efforts on the working class. This meant organizing urban factory workers, a group largely ignored by the GPP, but also rural wage earners, which were in many cases the same audience that the Popular War faction courted. 21 Like the GPP, the proletarians eschewed the hope of converting, from the FIRST moment, every worker to a guerrilla, and aimed to establish a long-term relationship with the masses. They intervened on behalf of unions like the Association of Rural Workers in labor management disputes, and encouraged wage earners to press greater demands on their employers. Fostering labor militancy now, the proletarians calculated, would make revolution possible later. Point 22 As the GPP and the proletarians sought gradually to revolutionize the masses, the Terceristas established links to the non-communist and even the anti-communist opposition. The largest and most important of the FSLN tendencies, the Terceristas realized that Somoza's growing toxicity presented the guerrillas with a golden opportunity to gain mainstream support and forge a broad anti-Somocista front. 23 Doing so entailed two tasks. First, the Terceristas attempted to maintain fierce military pressure against the regime. Military action, Tercerista leaders like Humberto Ortega averred, would provoke Somoza into overreacting and ensure continuing domestic polarization. Furthermore, by showing the FSLN to be a serious challenger to the throne, such tactics would improve the Terceristas' position vis-a-vis the broader opposition. "We are in an open card game with the bourgeoisie," Ortega commented, "and the strongest and ablest will win." The Terceristas launched a general insurrection in late 1977, which, though defeated, served notice that the group had not been destroyed and captured international attention. "The FSLN," conservative leader Aguero remarked, "has created the best conditions for change in Nicaragua." The Terceristas later launched even more brazen attacks, including an assault on the National Congress in August 1978 that severely embarrassed the regime. Point 24 The second element of Tercerista strategy was ideological flexibility, or to put it more bluntly, subterfuge. Recent recruiting successes notwithstanding, there was nowhere near a critical mass of Nicaraguans that favored socialist revolution. The people were penetrated by anti-communist propaganda, Ortega wrote in 1979, their revolutionary consciousness had yet to develop. In these circumstances, open advocacy of Marxist revolution would destroy. 172. The revolution in context the popularity of the FSLN, creating the danger of isolating ourselves from the masses. 25 The Terceristas thus moderated their public message and obscured their more radical tendencies. In private, leaders like Humberto and Daniel Ortega remained committed to what the former called our revolutionary, Marxist-Leninist content and pledged that they would steer Nicaragua towards socialism. 26 In public, however, they strove to make the FSLN palatable to the non-communist opposition. "We have a concrete problem," explained one member of the FSLN National Directorate, "which is the Somocist dictatorship. It is a dictatorship that has prolonged itself for more than 40 years. For that reason, at this stage we are focused on the achievement of a broad national unity against the dictatorship." 27 On Humberto Ortega's orders, Sandinista militants were discouraged from uttering ultra-leftist phrases like "power only for the workers," toward the proletarian dictatorship, or from using the color red in public demonstrations. 28 Instead, the Terceristas cultivated the image of a democratic, anti-dictatorial force. They emphasized that Somoza had violated the most elemental human rights of the Nicaraguan people, thereby identifying the organization with the worldwide human rights movement of the 1970s. 29 They denied any intention to set up a revolutionary government, pledging to work with all anti-Somocista forces to create a pluralistic, non-aligned regime that would respect the full observance of democratic guarantees and free union and political organization and all economic, political, and social rights. 30 Tercerista moderation was purely a tactical maneuver. The alliance with the bourgeoisie was always intended to be temporary, FSLN Commandante Victor Tirado recalled. "We were still convinced of socialist theory," he said, "of the need for the single party." 31 In a letter written in early 1979, Humberto Ortega gave more elegant expression to this conviction. "We have not confused the essence with the appearance," he wrote. "In essence we are ideologically and politically the representatives of the interests of the exploited, of the class historically destined to bury capitalism and imperialism, the working class. In appearance we have acquired the embellishments with which more easily to implement the tactics and modalities of politico-military struggle, which will allow us to attract to us not only the workers conscious of their own class interests but also, the revolution in context 173 fundamentally, all humble Nicaraguans, workers, who, praying to Jesus Christ because they are believers, shed their blood for the liberty of our people. 32 From a logical standpoint, the strategies deployed by the three tendencies were contradictory. The GPP claimed that the mountain peasants would be the decisive revolutionary constituency, while the proletarians believed that factory workers and wage laborers would be crucial. And while at times these strategies overlapped, the tertiaristas took yet another stance, arguing that the critical audience was composed of actors who had no interest whatsoever in Marxist revolution. Not surprisingly, these divergences occasioned heated exchanges. Proletarian leader Jamie Wheelock accused the terciaristas of being on the side of the bourgeoisie, and Ortega found himself denying that he sought Somotism without Somoza. 33 In the peculiar context of Nicaraguan affairs, though, these disparate strategies turned out to be complementary. During the late 1970s larger numbers of peasants, women, and wage workers joined the GPP and proletarian tendencies, complementing the FSLN's traditional strength among students. Exact figures are difficult to come by. Some observers put the number of full-time combatants in mid-1979 at 5,000, aided by hundreds of thousands of sympathizers and supporters, while the FSLN itself gave a higher estimate. 34 The marginalized were not uniformly supportive of the FSLN. Of course, rural residents that enjoyed some economic security or otherwise mistrusted the guerrillas collaborated with the National Guard, and according to one analysis, only 5% of the Sandinistas killed during the revolution were campesinos. Nonetheless, this number still equated to greater rural support than previous guerrilla movements had boasted, and was augmented by the presence of thousands of factory workers and rural wage earners, who accounted for more than half of all FSLN fatalities. 35 The Sandinistas had reached a new level of popular support, causing National Guard commanders to take note. In 1977 Somoza had dismissed the FSLN as a spent force. A year later his officers thought differently. Nowadays, communism is a reality that bangs on our door, ready to knock it down, they wrote. 36 The actions of the terciaristas ensured that the FSLN achieved a political position commensurate with its growing military capabilities. The terciaristas never fully allayed suspicions as to their ultimate intentions, but their change in tactics did eventually allow them to tap into the broader strain of anti-Somoza sentiment and win both domestic and international recognition as an 174. The revolution in context acceptable alternative to the dictator. This much was clear in 1978, when Somoza bent to international pressure and allowed a dozen political activists linked to the FSLN to return from their exile in Costa Rica. The group received a rapturous public reception, and soon grew powerful enough to exert a veto on the actions of the FAO. The FSLN now commanded the support, or perhaps more accurately, the tolerance, of much of the opposition. There was a problem, Somoza groused in 1978, with the growing respectability of the Communists. 37 In early 1979 the three tendencies consolidated their recent gains, reuniting at a summit in Havana. As Somoza had gotten weaker during the late 1970s, the left had become stronger and smarter, and the Sandinistas now moved rapidly toward the forefront of the Nicaraguan revolution. The sight of a Marxist guerrilla group marching at the head of an anti-Somoza coalition was profoundly unnerving to Jimmy Carter. Polarization in Nicaragua and the emergence of the FSLN as a viable alternative to the dictator led the U.S. administration to fear that the current path of events might end in a radical outcome. The guerrillas had previously been isolated, commented Ambassador Mauricio Solon in early 1978, but with the new militancy of the political opposition and the private sector the revolutionaries were gaining respectability. 38 While his predecessors had condoned or at least ignored Somoza's brutality, the President Carter now told the dictator that he must relax political controls and allow a transition to democracy. Carter dispatched U.S. military representatives to Managua to warn Somoza that Washington would not save him from the FSLN, and Solon told him that the United States advocated a peaceful democratic solution in Nicaragua rather than repression or a continuation of the dictatorship. 39 The necessity of staving off the ever-present scenario of a second Cuba was not the only force impelling Carter to push for reform in Managua. This stance also reflected the president's desire for a broader reorientation of U.S. policy in Latin America. Within weeks of taking OFFICE in January 1977, Carter unveiled a slew of original initiatives toward the region. He opened negotiations with Castro, concluded the Panama Canal treaties, and submitted them to the Senate for what turned out to be a bruising ratify-cation debate. Most important of all, Carter made Latin America a central front in his The Revolution in Context 175 Global GHT for Human Rights, what one advisor called the cardinal tenet of his foreign policy. 40 The administration pushed authoritarian regimes to respect three essential categories of human rights: integrity of the person, basic economic and social rights, and civil and political liberties, and threatened punitive steps, such as terminating military and economic assistance against those that refused. 41 As the Sandinistas sought to revolutionize Nicaragua, Carter envisioned changes little less profound in U.S. policy. In part, Carter's endeavors reflected the prevailing worldview of his top counselors, most notably National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski. Brzezinski is often considered an inveterate Cold Warrior in an administration of idealists, but his ideas were actually central to what two scholars have aptly called a post-Cold War foreign policy. 42 Brzezinski believed that U.S. diplomacy had become anachronistic. Decolonization and détente had led to fundamental changes in world politics, reducing the importance of Cold War concerns and heightening that of North-South issues. Two essential themes dominated world affairs, he said in 1978. First, the world's population is experiencing a political awakening on a scale without precedent in its history, and second, the global system is undergoing a significant redistribution of political and economic power. 43 As the world had changed, however, U.S. policy had not. America's inordinate fear of communism, Carter commented in 1977, had locked the country into a bipolar worldview and prevented it from adapting to a more diverse and fluid global scene. 44 Nowhere was this myopia greater than in U.S. Latin American relations. Brzezinski called the Monroe Doctrine, the foundation of numerous Cold War interventions in the region, an imperialistic legacy which has embittered our relationships, and Carter made similar references to U.S. support for authoritarian regimes. 45 The key to correcting this short-sightedness was to place U.S. diplomacy on the side of the political awakening that was sweeping Latin America and the Third World as a whole. As more people have been freed from traditional constraints like colonialism, Carter said in 1977, more have been determined to achieve, for the first time in their lives, social justice. For us to ignore this trend would be to lose influence and moral authority in the world. 46 To preserve its position in Latin America, the United States must forego traditional expedients like military intervention and counterinsurgency and focus on cultivating the genuine sympathies of the region's people. In this sense, advocating human rights and democracy were central to protecting American power. 47. 176. The Revolution in Context. If Carter's human rights policy represented an effort to modernize U.S. dealings with Latin America, it also reflected domestic political pressures. The fact that the United States had reacted to the communist threat by throwing its weight behind the dictators had long rankled liberals like Senator Frank Church, who criticized foreign aid on these grounds in the late 1960s and early 1970s. These sentiments became stronger following the South American coups of the early and mid-1970s. The brutality of these episodes, and Kissinger's unembarrassed support of brutes like Pinochet and Videla, outraged prominent liberals in Congress and elsewhere. AFL-CIO President George Meany declaimed Chile's savage repression of its own people, remarking that the population of that country had become one of the globe's endangered species. Such opinions had begun to influence U.S. policy even before Carter's election, as Congress enacted stringent curbs on aid to Argentina and Chile during the mid-1970s. 48 Carter was not one to swim against this tide. Outraged by Kissinger's policy toward the South American dictators, he also recognized that human rights were a useful stick with which to beat Ford during the 1976 campaign. At one point he called Kissinger's relations with Brazil a good example of our present policy at its worst. Once in OFFICE, Carter worked to ensure that his human rights policies did not lag too far behind those demanded by congressional Democrats. 49 In the event, Carter's policy proved difficult to implement. Used to strong relations with Washington, Latin American military rulers were miffed at Carter's intrusiveness. The Brazilian Foreign Ministry termed Carter's approach impertinent, and Army officers warned that the U.S. administration aimed to create a situation in which all of the country is against the armed forces and unsatisfied with the revolution. 50 After Carter made clear that the United States would withhold military assistance from those governments that blatantly abused their citizens, 7 Latin American countries renounced U.S. aid before it could be terminated. This break, which eliminated much of Carter's leverage in dealing with these regimes, was a sign of things to come. While Carter's human rights policies did prove effective in some cases, the administration's experience was frequently a frustrating one. 51 One reason for this was that Carter's human rights policies were continually contested and imprecise. The State Department, NSC, and Defense to the Revolution in Context 177 Department bickered over both the ultimate aim of the policy and how strictly it should be enforced. Did Carter simply desire a moderate reduction in abuses that would allow him to claim a diplomatic victory? Or did he hope to see the Chilean and Argentine regimes replaced by democratic governments that would embrace human rights out of something more than pure cynicism? Both sentiments were present in the Carter administration. Robert Pastor, Carter's top counselor on Latin America, argued that the president's rhetoric should be aimed at convincing the people of South America to overthrow their military dictatorships. Other officials conceded that our ability to change human rights practices in other societies is limited. 52 These disagreements gave a lurching quality to Carter's diplomacy and seriously confused Latin American officials seeking to divine his intentions. Chilean diplomats identified two currents in battle, in Washington, and noted the real lack of coordination between various U.S. officials. 53 At certain points, Carter succeeded in convincing Santiago that human rights were the predominant factor in his foreign policy. At others, however, the discontinuities in U.S. actions led Chilean diplomats to conclude that economic, political and strategic interests overtook the ethical character of the executive's foreign policy. 54 Uruguayan officials often voiced similar confusion, and U.S. diplomats reported that a repeated question in the region was, "Whom do we deal with in Washington?" 55 This uncertainty undermined Carter's attempts to bring concerted pressure on the region's oppressors and lessened the efficacy of his policies. A second issue was that American leverage on these regimes was considerably less than Carter assumed. Security and economic assistance, though important to subversion-obsessed leaders, was hardly crucial enough to convince them to rescind measures that seemed to have kept the communists at bay. This dynamic was evident from the decision of several governments to renounce U.S. security assistance in 1977-1978. The USA surely overestimated its capacity to influence Brazil. Brazilian Foreign Ministry officials wrote. 56 Beyond Brazil, the region's grossest rights violators turned a cold eye to Carter's blandishments. Guatemalans had to protect their vital interests, that country's foreign minister told U.S. diplomats, namely, preventing the communists from coming to power. 57 Pinochet dismissed human rights advocacy as an international conspiracy against Chile, orchestrated by Marxism, and bluntly informed Carter that he planned to leave a protected democracy so that it will not be broken from below. 58 Although the South American regimes did. 178. The revolution in context somewhat lessened the intensity of the dirty wars during Carter's presidency. They did so mainly because there were not many leftists left to kill. 59 The vexations of Carter's policy were ultimately most consequential in his dealings with Somoza. As the situation in Nicaragua worsened, US officials pressed Somoza to respect human rights, relax political controls, and, eventually, to step aside in order to allow free elections and a transition to democracy. Implementing these reforms, the administration believed, was the only way to reduce the relentless polarization that was paving the way for an FSLN takeover. What is needed in Nicaragua is true reform to allow for democratic participation and avoid escalating conflict. Solon counseled. 60 The U.S. Embassy was particularly insistent that Somoza lift the state of siege, negotiate with the FAO, and refrain from imprisoning Los Doce, even though this latter group was openly calling for his overthrow. My cabinet and I knew that if we touched them, the U.S. Embassy would come down on us with full force, Somoza later complained. 61 Solon regularly threatened to desert Somoza altogether if he did not shape up. At one point, Solon told the dictator that there would be some temptation within the U.S. to support elements antagonistic to him if he does not act responsibly. U.S. pressure on Somoza was sufficient for the dictator to comment that the revolution was a rebellion encouraged by bureaucrats in Washington. 62 Somoza did heed U.S. advice at certain points, allowing Los Doce to operate freely and lifting the state of siege. Yet if Somoza was willing to compromise enough to avoid a full break with Washington, he had no intention of giving up power. He made clear that he intended to serve out the rest of his term, and coldly remarked, "I am not disposed to turn over power to the communists." 63 Given Somoza's obstinacy, it was soon clear that the only way to secure a democratic transition would be to force the president out, either through direct intervention or the credible threat thereof. Toppling a disgraced, right-wing Latin American dictator in hopes of heading off a leftist takeover was not an unprecedented idea. Eisenhower and Kennedy had done just this to Trujillo 2 decades earlier. As it happened, the first months of 1978 presented Carter with a similar opportunity. Chamorro's murder united Nicaraguan society against the dictator, and, as Carter's advisors later admitted, gave Washington a unique chance to take decisive action. The United States could threaten to intervene in Nicaragua multilaterally if possible, unilaterally if necessary unless Somoza stepped down, while promising to let him keep his ill-gotten wealth and give him exile in the United States if he went willingly. 64 The revolution in context 179 Neither precedent nor necessity could convince Carter to consider this option seriously. He was consumed by the congressional fight over the Panama Canal treaties during 1978, and had little political capital to spare on another risky endeavor in Latin America. Besides, Carter had always believed that any military intervention in Latin America, especially unilateral U.S. intervention, would be disastrous. Military adventures in the region would wreck his modernized, sensitive approach to Latin America and revive the imperial legacies that Carter sought to bury. One aide called intervention in Nicaragua unthinkable, and Pastor opined that it would toll the death of the president's Latin American policy. 65 Brzezinski weighed in too, saying that U.S. intervention would unquestionably destroy the credibility of the policies you have developed to Latin America and the Third World and provoke virtually universal condemnation. 66 Even as the threat of revolution loomed, Carter decided that the cure would be worse than the disease. With intervention out of the question, Carter was left with few useful tools for influencing Nicaraguan affairs. He tried a carrot-and-stick approach to induce Somoza to make concessions to the opposition, but the Nicaraguan president refused to play along. In 1978 Carter sent Somoza a letter praising him for a series of essentially meaningless reforms, and released a small amount of military aid to Nicaragua. Somoza misinterpreted this decision, reading it as evidence that the United States might yet prevent his ouster. Seizing the initiative, he imposed martial law, launched a new campaign against the FSLN and the opposition, and deliberately sabotaged negotiations designed to produce a transfer of power. The opposition's proposals, Somoza's representatives announced, amounted to a coup d'état. Somoza is taking the gloves off, the CIA reported. 67 As Carter had feared, these measures led to further radicalization. By wrecking the negotiations and embarrassing the peaceful opposition in the process, Somoza discredited the moderates. Anti-Somoza sentiment rapidly gravitated toward the FSLN, less out of ideological fervor than out of a realization that the men and women with the guns were the only alternative to a dictator who refused to go. While the opposition feared civil war, anarchy, and a communist takeover, USOFFI Chales commented, they fear 3 more years of Somoza in power even more. 68 Whereas earlier guerrillas like the Montoneros and the Tupamaros had lost mainstream support once it became clear that their intentions were far worse than the established order, Somoza's intransigence ensured that this dynamic did not recur in Nicaragua. His 180. The revolution in context, repression and stubbornness convinced much of the population that nothing could be worse than a continuation of the dictatorship, and thereby drove them to the FSLN. Even after a general strike and another tercerista insurrection in late 1978 forced Somoza to promise that he would step down after his current term ended, the polarization continued. The FAO splintered, with a number of members now calling for violence. Somoza does not resign because there still does not exist a force capable of creating the situation that will force him to, wrote 2 FAO activists. The national political problem will be resolved only by the overthrow of the Somocist dictatorship. One USOFFI Chale summarized the situation, the center in Nicaragua is being chewed up. 69 Somoza had succeeded in destroying the moderate opposition, but in doing so he strengthened a more dangerous enemy. Carter had hoped to restrain Somoza, encourage reform and democracy, and thereby lessen the radicalization at work in Nicaragua. These efforts, though, stumbled on the central contradiction of Carter's Latin American policy. The administration was demanding fundamental changes in the way that Somoza and other autocrats did business, changes no less profound than those envisioned by the founders of the Alliance for Progress. But in the final analysis, Carter was not willing to exert U.S. power fully to achieve this end. The president who pursued the most interventionist strategy since John Kennedy was, ironically, repelled by the prospect of intervention, and the prospects of facilitating a moderate transition in Nicaragua faded. As a consequence, the door was open to those who favored a more extreme solution. One such person was Fidel Castro. While Carter watched events in Nicaragua with a feeling of helplessness, Castro, who had backed the FSLN since its formative years, looked on with satisfaction. Castro's solidarity with the Sandinistas stemmed from the same motives that had long driven Cuba's revolution for export business, ideological conviction, antipathy to right-wing dictatorships, and the hope of ending a continental ally. The Sandinistas were mature revolutionaries, sharing Marxist-Leninist beliefs, Castro reported in early 1979. The fall of the dictator Somoza in Nicaragua is inevitable. 70 Cuban policy during the late 1970s did not simply replicate the romantic interventionism of a decade prior. Just as the FSLN changed tactics after its early defeats, so had Cuban diplomacy evolved since the Guevara years. Following the breaking of the OAS boycott in 1975, Castro continued the revolution in context 181 of Cuban foreign policy. Castro criticized his own lack of political maturity during the 1960s, and sought to give Cuba the image of a responsible power. Havana became active in the non-aligned movement, challenging Tito's Yugoslavia for leadership of this group. 71 Even more strikingly, Castro extended feelers to the United States, raising the possibility of a comprehensive rapprochement. "We do not want to wallow in a new Cold War," said one Cuban OFFI Chale in 1978.72. These initiatives did not signal a renunciation of support for insurgency. Castro remained a revolutionary at heart, and Allende's fall redoubled the Cuban leader's conviction that experiments in democratic socialism were doomed. The Chilean example teaches us the lesson that it is impossible to make the revolution with the people alone, he remarked shortly thereafter. Weapons are also necessary, 73. The rise of radical anti-communist regimes in the Southern Cone reinforced this sentiment, and Cuban officials pledged to seek the overthrow of Pinochet and Stroessner with all our resources. 74. Accordingly, Castro coupled his overtures to Washington with a renewed revolutionary campaign abroad. Talking to Washington, Vice President Carlos Rafael Rodriguez said in 1978, "Does not mean that we give up our principles.